All right, man. Good Kyle crazy, yo. It's my man though, yo. KL is crazy, yo. Goodness gracious. Everybody pile up in here, man. Kyle is crazy. God damn, what's good, family? What's good? Get y'all pile up a little bit, man. With Kyle, that's my man, yo. Mm. Hey, man, y'all ain't like that video, man. Kyle jump here, he gonna knock everybody off. Knock the video. All right, man, let's get it up in here, man. See where everybody at, man. We finish this conversation, man. Very, very interesting conversations going on in the community, man. Mm. Very, very interesting. Oh, man. All right, everybody up in here. All right, man, let's get it together.
What's going on, big bro? I'm at work still, so I'll be chiming in. Kyle, hilarious.
He hilarious. Kyle, hilarious, yo.
I thought he was bluffing.
Nah, he don't do no bluffing, yo. I'm telling you, the same dude in real life, yo. Trying to tell you. I'm telling you, yo. Just like that, yo. I was like, damn. Once he get to a point, you can't even bring him down off the ledge, yo. I be like, God damn, man. Yeah, he do his thing, man. All right, we got the people coming to the building, man. Hope they know to come on over here, man. We're gonna put that link in there too, man. We're gonna let you, if you want to be anti that, whatever you're gonna do, yo, we're gonna have a conversation. We ain't gonna cut each other off. We ain't doing none of that. Nope, we ain't gonna do that. Nope. Who else we got on here? Hey, Kent, unmute yourself real quick.
Yo, what going on, big dog?
Speak to the crowd real quick, yo. Hold on 1 second.
So I'm just getting up the gig my damn self, man. Shit. I mean, just clicked on the joint. Been going over that ancestors tale for a little while, for the last week or so. Feel like I need to start it over though, man. Go over the whole thing again, man. We talked about a lot in that joint, but ain't too much, man. I can't even see the comments or whatever because I'm on the phone. I hope everybody doing good. I mean, hold on. Let me see if I can go to YouTube or something. Hey, Vance, you still there? Oh, Vance at work. Hey, what y'all talking about today, man? What the topic is, yo? Peace, Thurman. What up, Alexander? What's happening with y'all today, man? Let me get off this video shit.
What's good, Kent? My fault. I'm at work and shit, so don't mind me. I'm gonna tap in for 2 seconds.
Yeah, I'm out here in traffic on the way home.
Oh man, of course.
Yeah, I just got off the gig, man. Damn, I heard a little bit of what they was talking about on Garfield earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Heard some things that needed to be addressed. I know that y'all wanted to address or whatever, man.
Yeah, and then that crazy Jamaican dude came on there talking crazy.
Yeah,
insanity.
Man. What was his main point though? I heard him a little bit, but I was kind of in and out because I was trying to close.
So he came on last week. He came on last week too. He was asking his whole thing. He's stuck on why is our past relevant today? Like, why do black people claim they black instead of just being American? Why do black people tie themselves back to Africa? Why do black people hold on to what happened in the slave trade? Why aren't we over that yet? And all that crazy.
So we still affected
shit.
by it, you know what I mean? We still affected by it.
Right. No, yeah. He just, what I got from it was he's not one of us. Like literally every person on there, that's in the comments or just viewing or listening wants to know all this shit. Want to have an idea. It does something for everybody that's listening. So for him to come in like, yo, why y'all on this shit? Like, this is the whole like what we do. Studying evolution. What is that? Studying our past. Like studying astronomy. What is that? Studying our past. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? People have makes $50,000+ get degrees and all this other shit to study the human history. Like I just not we get off the black thing because the uncle's saying we not blackologists. We don't give a fuck about everything being black. Like, that's stupid. Like, that's not even what we on. We just on history in general, clarity. But for him to come on what we do and say that shit is like crazy. Well, go ahead, my fault.
No, you good. And at the same time, I mean, people got a passion to study it. You know what I'm saying? And if you know what I'm saying, if you don't like what you're looking at, turn the channel. You know what I'm saying? Go on something else. Watch the porn or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck you, man. Why y'all doing this? Why y'all learning this history? Like, what the
fuck? Hey, hold on, y'all. I put the link. Everybody, I put the link in the chat room. So if y'all got an opposing view on it, we're gonna allow you to have that opposing view. But just don't talk me to death. You feel me? Make sure you crispy with what you're saying. We ain't cutting you off. We want the dialogue. We do. We want the dialogue.
I got an opposing view.
Huh?
I got an opposing view.
Well, I already know you do. You ain't got
already.
New with that.
What's the view?
All right. See, I had when Thunder came on, right? And y'all got it.
What I said? Hold, before you think, did you hear what me and Kent was talking about? Because I didn't even hear Thunder. I didn't hear nothing he said.
No. Y'all said somebody came on and asked why was y'all studying history and why did it matter?
Yeah. The black. It was a Jamaican. Yeah, why we black and all that. Yeah. But go ahead, Steph. I ain't even cut you.
Okay. Yeah, that's wild to me to even, to question a person who want to know their history. That's, what I mean? Or history in general. You feel me? Like, the hell? Like, that's...
This whole
but anyway,
department.
Like, that's crazy.
Like, what are you talking about, dog? Like, why would history be important? But go ahead, Chef.
Exactly. But okay, well, the exchange with Thunder, right? Between Thunder and Unc and Thunder and Kyle, he was asking why, basically, how can we get away with claiming Egyptian culture, African Americans, right? And versus not practicing West African culture. If we say that, we know we come from West Africa, you dig what I'm saying? Then how to, like, if we have an issue with Hebrews and, African Americans practicing Hebrew Israelism and African Americans practicing saying that they are Moors and different things like that, I think it was a relevant question. For the simple fact is, I think we have more of a case. We have just the same case could be made for the Moorish, for blacks in the Moorish Empire as with blacks in the Egyptian Empire. For the simple fact, we know that blacks participated, right? We know that West Africans participated in the Moorish Empire as slaves, as soldiers, as generals, and at some periods as rulers. Right?
No, you messed that up.
How did I go? Go ahead. Tell me how I messed that up. Because we do have Moorish, African Moorish rulers.
No. So that's the challenge that Smash put out on Garfield Show. And that's our first piece. So we putting everybody in checkmate. The first piece is give me a black sub-Saharan African general in that army. That's what we're waiting for.
A black sub-Saharan African in the Moorish army.
Yep, general. Well, don't talk to me about the Berbers.
All right, so to what's his name? The general who led in 711, was he not black?
No, he was a Berber.
So you're saying there's no black Berbers, and we know it's black Berbers because the Fulani in Nigeria are Berbers. So you're saying that the Berbers is just one group. You're saying that there's no overlapping Africans in the Berber groups that's considered Berbers too.
And you watch the Fulani piece, yo. So where they come from, yo? Where the Fulani
or the Fula?
Where the Fulani come from? Let's look up the Fulani. Let's nip it in the bud. Let's do that.
But are they black though? That's the point.
No, we never said they wasn't African because the Berbers been in Africa for 20,000 years. We never said that. What we said was who we are. We not Berbers. The Berbers really is a mix of Indo-European and African. That's who the Berbers are. That's a fact. Okay. So my point is you had Berbers, which they called Moors. You had black Moors, which was the sub-Saharan Africans, you know what I'm saying? And you had the darker Arabs. They were just calling them Moors, you know what I'm saying? And so it was these three factions that went into and conquered Spain.
So was that a cultural thing though?
No, that was the expansion of the Arab Empire.
No. What I'm asking you is the way that you just broke down those three distinct groups. I'm asking you, was that racial or was that cultural?
That was slavery, buffoonery, and expansion of the Arab Empire because the army consisted of West African slaves.
Okay.
And hold on, the leadership was Berbers. And the money behind the whole thing was the Arabs. It was a hell of a game they played.
The Berbers, again, the Berbers are not one homogenous group of people.
No, they're not. We talking about particular ones now. We talking about the Berbers and your question about the Moors, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we talking about. Them Berbers.
So you're saying the distinction, even in Nigeria and Senegal, where you have Fulani in them, right? You're saying that they are not Nigerian.
We're gonna find out. We're gonna see what the Fulani is. Hold on. Go on, keep talking. Don't stop talking.
All right. Well, my point is, you will have the same dynamic in Egypt.
No, in Egypt you got African-based culture, and everybody else mixing in.
So hold on. So the base culture of the Berbers is not African? You saying just because they converted to Islam, now it's Arabian?
No, I'm saying the base culture. I'm saying the base culture of you talking. Hold on, say it again, because I'm trying.
So you're saying the base culture of the Berbers is not African?
The base culture of the Berbers is Indo-European and African. It's mixed. That's why
no. That's their genetic stock. Right. I'm saying that the culture is a Saharan culture. Those people didn't learn how to live in the Sahara from being in Europe. That culture developed in Africa. You don't agree with that? Wasn't it already a population of people living in the Sahara?
I didn't say they wasn't African though, did I?
Okay.
I said they the Berber. It's a Berber culture, and they lived in Africa for like 20,000 years. So I never not said they wasn't African.
Was they Berbers before they got to Africa?
No, they mixed in. They mixed, and that's why it's a Berber culture.
Right. So hold on. Sean won't come in. Sean.
Watch this. And they enslaved their African brothers all the way. That's another. I ain't even finished that point, but I'm.
Oh no, I definitely agree with that.
Yeah,
I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, I'm trying to. What I'm doing is I'm looking up the Fulani for you. That's what I'm doing. That's why I wasn't really. I ain't on your head as much as I would be, but I want to get the article on the Fulani. Let's see who the Fulani is.
I'm Fulani.
Hold on. Let me. We didn't went straight in too quick. Let's get this joint started.
Hey, yo, let Sean that real quick.
Right now.
Fulani out of Nigeria. I'm Fulani from Nigeria. They was out there in Northeast Africa. They had cattle out there when they was in Northeast Africa.
The Fulani are from everywhere. Well, not everywhere in like West Africa. They
from the Sahel.
Niger. They also in Nigeria. They also in Senegal. They all over the place.
The Sahel. They on the border of the Sahara Desert.
Hey,
right.
Hey.
See, we got to understand that the Tuaregs are the darkest Berbers, but they not necessarily like what we are. We got to understand that there's something called the Haratin and the Gowari people who are black people who were enslaved by Berbers.
You can't just start talking. We're trying to get this.
Can I please say something?
Berbers are not what we are.
Hold on, everybody stop.
Can I please?
No, you can't, Sean. We get ready to start the show. Let's start the show first. Let me introduce people. Slow down. We fighting already. I told you, Chef.
This is a good one. Go ahead.
So I'm on Chef head on this one. You got that shit all messed up.
Wait. Hey, look, y'all, look.
I thought that was unbiased.
Not that sharp on that subject. No. Hey, look, we appreciate everybody coming through, man. Let's see who in the chat room, man. Let's shout them out in the chat room first, man, because they support, man. We had 73,000 people, man. That's a good thing. Hit that like button, man. For Kyle, come over here and close the show down. All right, let's do that right. All right. Well, I see you in the field. Yeah, what's up? What's going on? Garfield, Black African Power. What's up, Adrian? Black African Power, man. What's up, Blue? Diary Blue, Black African Power. Shaz, Black African Power. Niagara Valley Civilization, Black African Power. Can't get it right. Black African Power. Street Scholar, what's good? What's up, Fritz? Black African Power, man. White Side, Black African Power. Mika, what's good? What's good? Kyle, yeah, they better hit that like button for Kyle. Come over here and shut it down, though. That's real. 83305 Juice, Black African Power. What's good? Nicholas, Black African Power. Brandon Dennis, I see you, Black African Power. Raheem, Black African Power. 220 Love 07, Black African Power. So I see you. What's going on with you, Concrete Coy? What it do, brother?
Everybody, peace to the chat, peace to the panel. What's going on, man? I'm just jumping in. I got the link, you know what I'm saying? So I just grabbed the link and jumped in and just trying to, see what I can learn for today.
I appreciate that, man. You know what it is, man. Appreciate that. Vance, what's good, man? What it do, Vance? What it do? What's good?
What's good with y'all? I'm at work. Caught a little bit of that Garfield conversation, just ready to see where this convo goes. But shout out to the panel, shout out to the Pseudo Killas, who's good, Sean. Shout out to everybody watching.
Yeah. Appreciate you, man. Hey, Clark Kent, what's good? What it do? Yeah, Kent. He done faded down the thing. Sean, what's good with you, man? What it do, brother? Black African Power, Pseudo Killer Official, what it do? Maybe I can't be heard. You can hear me. You hear me, Antitheus, don't you?
Yeah, I hear you.
We can hear you.
All right, they must be somewhere else in the tulips, man. But look, Black African Power, what's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo-wee, man, y'all already know what it is, man. It's God Killer in the house. We come to do what we got to do, and we're going to do what we got to do. We standing tall. We standing strong. Pseudo Killers on deck, man. Appreciate y'all coming through, man. We carry this conversation over from the Dagger Squad, man. It's official, and y'all know what it is, man. So let's come right to you, Sean and Chef. Hold on, where you at, Chef? The Chef fell off. Chef, where you at, Chef?
Chef fell off, I think.
Yeah.
Nah, Chef still there.
Yeah, he busy, yo. You know we working, yo. You know we trying to multitask.
No, yeah, he right here. He fell off. He fell off. All right. Hey, Chef, you back on, Chef.
Go ahead. My bad. I peaced to everybody too. I missed that.
Don't worry about it. Where you at, Chef?
Oh, he in there. Yeah.
All right, he in there, man. I just wanted to introduce Chef, man. Yeah, man. I wanted to introduce the core members, man. And go rock out, Sean. What you got? What you want to talk about? What page of your book can we go to? Where we at?
No, I ain't even gonna. I'm not gonna go to my book. History of West Africa, Volume 1 and Volume 2, by Jay Ajayi and Crowder. Those are two prominent scholars in the field. And you can go to General History. You can go to UNESCO Volume, I think 4 or 5. I can't remember UNESCO off the top of my head. Anyway, the Fulani are Fula. They have nothing to do with Berber. Berbers are, up there by the Moroccan and North African thing. They don't have nothing to do with Black Africa. That's why they call it and substantiate it as the land of the Blacks, because the Berbers came down into the land of the Blacks. Now, there wasn't really much intermixing going on in the time of the Fula. They weren't fooling with people. They had their own beach with the Hassa. Now, what you'll see in West Africa, in the land of the Blacks, when you talk about Berber, you'll talk about the certain, not all, certain Tuareg. You'll see Tuareg in West Africa that be related to Berber. And then you'll see that same Tuareg in Libya. And then you'll see some dark-skinned Berbers who you think your people ain't your people. They ain't sub-Saharan African. They just dark in texture because of the zone that based on the skin map and all that where they at. But genetically, those Berbers those Tuareg or those Berbers you're associating with or calling them like Black people like us, they ain't us at all.
Hey, y'all can hear me?
I agree.
Hey.
All right. Nah, I was just making sure. I think I cut off.
Oh, can y'all hear me?
I'm right here, brother.
Yeah, man, I agree. Wait, did you guys say that the Fula are not sub-Saharan African?
Fula, I'm sub-Saharan African. Fula is in my blood. So I'm
I didn't say I didn't say the Fula wasn't sub-Saharan African.
Oh, my bad. I just misheard. No, you good. Yeah,
no,
I'm just saying that
Berbers.
They speak a.
You heard him right. You heard Chef.
They speak a Niger Congo language. So how they traditionally do is like when they go with the languages and everything, and when they say language is also like analogous to like genetics, even though that's kind of been challenged in the last couple years. They said that Niger Congo in at least Africa kind of donates who the Black people are. And Afro-Asiatic are more of the mix / like historically what they call the white African, like Berbers and like North Africans in general. Egypt just kind of floats in between. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah, but I just want to make sure that we knew like where the Fula were, because we are Fulani in some cases. But we all know that. I just wanted to make sure that we knew the distinction between us and Berbers. That's all.
Chef, don't. Go ahead, Chef. Of course, Chef in the middle of walk and working.
Chef wanted to get down to that the Egyptians, yo.
He was trying hard.
Question, Unc.
Yes, sir.
Wouldn't it be best if we call ourselves West African American? Wouldn't that be a better distinction?
We also Central African.
Yeah, we're not just West Africans. Yeah, you can look at where they got the slaves from. It wasn't just West Africa.
West and Central.
Yep. And a little bit of East with Mozambique.
But question, are you Black if you're not from any of those regions? Because we never became Black until we came over to the New World. Right? So when we use the word Black, some people don't understand the definition of the Black. Black mean the people who came over here. Because prior to coming over here, those people in Africa still not Black enough. Them is Africans.
Watch this. All we gotta do look up the word Black. Watch this.
And they do
They've
make
always
it like
used Black.
Huh?
Hold on, we're gonna look it up. Watch this.
When
the reason why they have the word black or more, it shows that people were using black in a certain context back then.
All right, here we go. Y'all ready? You can just use Encyclopedia Wikipedia. It say black people is a racialized classification of people. Use a political and a skin color based category of specific populations with a mid to dark brown complexion. Not all black people have dark skin. In certain countries, often in socially based systems, a racial classification in the Western world. They say the term black is used to describe peoples who are perceived as dark skinned compared to other populations. It is mostly used, watch this, for people of sub-Saharan African descent and the indigenous people of Oceania. Indigenous African societies do not use the term black as a racial identity outside of influence brought by Western cultures. The term black may or may not be capitalized. It say the AP style book changed its guide to capitalize the B in black in 2020. I like that. Okay. The ASA style guide says that the B should not be capitalized. You don't be adding sources and all that stuff like that. Different societies apply different criteria regarding who is classified black, and these social constructs have changed over time. In a number of countries, societies, variables affect classification as much as skin color, and the social criteria for blackness vary. In the United Kingdom, black was historically equivalent with persons of color, a general term for non-European peoples. Okay, in other regions such as Australia, settlers applied the term black, or it was used by local populations with different histories and ancestral backgrounds. So I just want to stop right there for y'all. All right, just type in black people, go to the Encyclopedia Wikipedia, go get the sources. All right, there's a lot of sources in there, and just read. So that's a complex conversation right there. All right, I know what I mean when I say black African power. I'm talking about black people. What black people talking about? I'm talking about the African Americans, right? Which, like the article said, it extends to Africa. Okay, so indigenous people might not refer to themselves as that. All right, but we know what the hell we mean. All right, if we want to get super technical and do all that, then like I said, that's another conversation. So there you go.
Hey, real quick. On the next time when you read an article, you know how to put it on the share on Zoom to where everybody can see it?
Yeah, I ain't feel like sharing it. You mean for the whole thing? Yeah, I know how to share it.
Yeah, just like next time, because even while you reading it, the people could read along with you.
I ain't feel like it. I wanted to make sure I read it right. But
if they can't see it, they can't correct.
Yeah, right. But I forgot I had read it before. Listen, once I read a document one time, right, I can read it fluently. But if I'm just looking at the document for the first time, I can't. I stumble and stammer. I can't do it. I got like some dyslexia shit going on. I gotta read it one time. Once I read it one time, I'm smooth with it. So now y'all know the trick. All right.
So, what based on
it? I'm putting in the chat though. I'm putting in the chat for everybody. But go ahead.
Yeah, the dude today, because that is a fundamental issue now. A lot of people don't understand who and what they are, right? And because them don't understand who and what they are, they tend to want to come and create the narrative to say, I am this. But one individual cannot create who and what an entire population is, or what an entire population should believe. It should be a consensus, right? But that dude never believe in the consensus. He just believe that, listen, I am not black anymore. I am, if he was in China, he must say he's a Chinese. When you look at all the people around him, let's say that Jamaican dude was in China. Would he say that, oh, I am no longer black of Jamaican descent, I'm now Chinese? In that population, You see that he was an idiot, right?
My point is, like I said, I think all humans got a right to say what they believe they self to be. And we have a right to critique that. And we have a right to add in information to refute that. So I think the real question was how can you celebrate Egyptian culture, and how can you celebrate, and I say, well, how can you celebrate West African culture? Because we really talking about time. Okay, when I was making the point that we talking about time, I'm strictly saying that 160,000 years, and this is what we get into the science, you know, it's the ice age, it's a glacial stage. You know what I'm saying? And during ice ages, we know the water levels drop because the waters, the oceans and lakes are sucked up into the daggone ice. All right. And so now you start to get the shorelines and stuff like that start to show. Okay. Not to mention in Africa is dry and arid. No place did the food be dry. You ain't got the food. It's crazy. Okay. But you got a migration at this time period when people went down to South Africa. And this is where you get the crucible of culture. You find controlled fire. You start to find people eating seafood, shellfish. I'm gonna make sure I put the article in there for you. Okay. But at this point, there is no other people nowhere. These populations are right there in South Africa. And then when the ice age starts to fade away, these people start to migrate out of South Africa. Some go west, right? Some go right back to the Nile, right? And these are the populations that populated Africa. So if I decide to celebrate the West Africa, right, then am I wrong? If I decide to celebrate Nile Valley culture, but then am I wrong? Right? We're simply talking about time. So we've been in West Africa, right, after the Ice Age, as long as people have been in Egypt before it was called Egypt, right? So based off of what we went through in our history, remember we got separated from our history. So it was essential for us to understand and first respect the motherland, okay? For two reasons for me. First of all, it's the motherland for all of humanity. And second of all, it's the motherland, right? Because we represent the people that never left out of Africa into the forced migration. They forcibly, that's part of the largest migration in the history of man, was the forcible migration of African people from Africa, right? And we went to the Caribbeans first, and all the people from Jamaica, they attest to that. That matter of fact, the slave trade, the Caribbean slave trade was the worst. Like you wasn't making it for 3 years, you was done. And so they was trying to recycle people out. That's how hard it was on them sugar plantations to make the Europeans rum. You know what I'm saying? So sugar cane, you know, once you break down the sugar cane, okay, that what's left over, the byproduct, they make rum. All right. And so for me, I'm not mad at a person celebrating Egyptian culture. I'm not mad at a person celebrating West African culture. And I'm sure as hell not mad at a person celebrating the African American culture. Where I have a problem is when you act like you directly came from Egypt, then you bugging. Okay? Get the DNA test. You bugged out. But you ain't tripping as hard as somebody that's act like they're Hebrew. Because remember, we got converted to Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. That's a converted, that's not an indigenous system. You feel me? So, but you know, a lot of brothers that I know, I've never seen a person love Egypt. Watch this, y'all. Love Egypt and hate West Africa and don't recognize their West African roots. It's just more to grab. You know, thank goodness for Sean and them. Marcy Clan, Kofi Pie Research Team. Because now, you know, I'm learning, right? And everybody needs to be getting these damn books. Where the hell is the book at? Where you be like, what the hell? Were they celebrating deep history in West Africa? It's all in these books, right? Deep history in West Africa. Before the West African history that you think you know about. Deep history, right? So I'm not mad at you, okay? So Whisper Comment was trying to act like you can't celebrate Egyptian history. You should never, you could celebrate Egyptian history and not deny your West African history. I barely find people do that. But guess who I do find doing that? The damn pseudo. And they're not even practicing Egyptian culture anyway. They just wearing the symbols, the symbolism, right? All right, they wearing symbolisms Okay, they mix and match different symbols from everywhere, and they use the Egyptian things they think. Remember, this was the job of the families, was to straighten that history out. Shout out to NBK. Okay, that's what we did. We gave people authentic African history, whether it was West African history and whether it was quote unquote Egyptian history. We gave you the real. My trek started with the destruction of Black civilization. All right, so we gave the real. Before then, people was faking Egyptian history. Yeah, the elders, they was faking Egypt. They had people on chakra systems flying through the air. You would have to go to Dr. Ben, Charles Finch, John Jackson. You know what I'm saying? You would have to go to those people. Strongbird, you know what I'm saying? Hubert Harrison, Black Socrates. You would have to go there, John Henry Clark, to get some real, West African history. From after they went through, passed by, right? Then it was the pseudo history. And that's what we was really doing. We was beating up the fake Africa everybody had brought to. When you fly through the air and your melon make you bulletproof? Yeah, we was fighting that Africa. So that's what we think you tomfoolery. So maybe Wishmacombs, I forget his name. Damn. How the hell I forgot his damn name. So when he's saying that's tomfoolery and maybe the Egyptian mania, when I say Egyptian mania, I'm talking about people that's fronting on Egyptian history. You know what I'm saying? That's what I call Egyptian mania. You more into Egypt than really looking at the whole continent. It's beautiful cultures all over the continent, right? So, it is what it is, man. Somebody else want to jump in?
I mean, yeah, I agree, man. Yeah, that was beautiful. Like, people don't talk about the Matapa Empire, Wenetopa Empire, the one that built Great Zimbabwe. Like, we don't talk about a lot of the other stuff that's down in sub-Saharan Africa. Even though I don't like that term sub-Saharan, but we always focusing on like this North African history, and we don't directly come from that. There's so many empires that we don't talk about. The what's that thing called? The Nri Kingdom that was set up by the Igbos. We don't talk about the Oyo Empire set up by the Yoruba, or the Benin Empire, which is one of my favorite.
We actually do.
Yeah, Marcy Warrior Clan does.
Yeah.
Kofi Pasa,
but from nothing does. But when we talk about right. I know y'all do. This ain't a slam on y'all. This is more of like the people in the quote unquote conscious community. I like Ank's term, the new age community.
New age community.
Right, yo, man.
That's
I listen to podcasts and they talk about theosophy and stuff like that. It's like, yo, this is what Phil Valentine and all them be talking about. So that's all that new age stuff. Yeah, but like you guys, what's it called? Home Team History, From Nothing, Marcy Warrior Clan, y'all the only ones talking about our history. And this is what I appreciate about you, Ankh, is like you and Garfield really push. You, Garfield, Rob Bourne, sometimes, and Ngozi, y'all really push for scientific literacy. Y'all not trying to do no bullshit or nothing like that. That's the thing. Y'all trying to give us the fact.
All the families push that. We have our different avenues, and that's what make the families so strong, y'all, is that we have different focuses. You know what I'm saying? And I know me personally, me, I take from all the families. So that's what I do. If it's a specific subject I want to see, I'll go to the channel and cherry pick and grab and look at the reference books and I'm gonna use that. So I'm gonna use NBK shit, right? I'm gonna use Kofi Pasi research team shit. I'm gonna use the Marcy shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I'm gonna use the Pseudo Killas. I'm gonna use that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna use Magi arches. I'm using that. I mean, that's just what I do, right? So because it's healthy. We have fostered a healthy environment. You know what I'm saying? And the shit, I mean, we had our rough spots. Rob Bourne on here, I think he'll tell you, we didn't have our rough patches, man. Goddamn. But at the end of the day, man, we just realized, man, it's so much work out here for us, man. It's so much work. Like the pseudos, think they overran the position. They really haven't. You know, it's crops of pseudos that come, ebb and flow. You know, every 1 or 2, 3 months, a new person has just popped up thinking they got the history. That's how I go. And so that's why we keep going back around. You know what I'm saying? Keep going, keep learning, keep pushing. Sorry. Where you at, Sean? Where you at, Rob Boy? Somebody say something. I don't want to be the one.
I'm right here, man. We rocking with you. We right here.
Hey, 1 second before y'all go. 1 second before y'all go. I just want to thank everybody who subscribed to the channel yesterday. We had about 10, 12 subscribers yesterday. We've been getting our views up, so I really appreciate everybody in the chat, everybody that's listening in. Also, if you missed the show, you can listen in on iTunes podcast. So check out the Real Black Atheist Library on iTunes podcast. Appreciate you. Go ahead, though, Sean.
Oh no, I was just, you know, to piggyback on what I'm saying, like when y'all piss Allen off, or if I piss Allen off, he on somebody's head, cause so absolutely, we do, you know. But when Voltron form, you know what I'm saying, it's y'all behind, because that's what people don't see. So we get so tired of beating everybody else, so we got to start arguing with each other. You know,
beating ourselves up.
Beat ourselves up. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
Look, when we do that, that's when the pseudos come back out, though, yo.
When we stop, steel at the end of the
day. Yeah. Because I see Alec, you know what I'm saying? He was calling people out, but they don't never want to show up. Every time he get him an opportunity, he's got better at this, because he being more calmer. Even though he be mad, he be calm. But you know what I'm saying, he letting the people come on there and try to get their rocks out, but they disappoint like every time. Like, you know, we can't keep teaching y'all about yourselves if you claim to be these people. That just ain't fair to us. You know what I'm saying? Because you really learn it from us when we beating y'all up, talking about, nah, you know what I'm saying? The Cherokee do this, and this. They dance, do, you know what I mean? We culturally or traditionally, we have more of an influence on teaching them about who they should be or what they should be doing, and they trying to tell us, and nobody has ever done that. So now, you know, you're dealing with that. We all dealing with this Moorish crap. We finna, you know what I'm saying? And that's what keeps
hold on, Sean, my fault. Sean, are you saying, is this Sabir Bey talking about vaccines?
Yeah, I sent you the video.
Wait, no, tell me he's saying something right.
Nah, I haven't got into the homework on that yet, but I guarantee you it ain't gonna be right.
I know it did.
Yeah, that's how Big Baby talking about. You already know.
Nah, I didn't drag the Pseudo Killas.
So yeah, I sent you that because Sutek sent me that. Sutek said, yeah, he got a video on vaccine.
Yeah, man. Peace to everybody.
There you go. Sutek on here.
I seen him talking about vaccines, and it basically, from the title, what it looks like he's trying to say is they're trying to get Black people to use the vaccines first, so they are the test dummies. So, you know, I ain't got a chance to really listen to it, but I know that's what I gathered. He's saying they want to use Black people for quote unquote test dummies.
Yeah, he just added that one phrase in it. He's right about that one part, but he just added the test dummy part to it.
Right.
They want to test it on us. That's for damn sure.
I mean, so they say that we the biggest population here with it here. That's what they say. That's what they claim because of these numbers.
Black people is not going to be the first people to get the vaccine, though. You got the high risk people that's getting
healthcare.
It's only going to be so many doses. You know what I'm saying? And then it's only going to be enough for them to get the 1/2 of the dose. You know, you got to get 2 doses, right? So Black people is not, especially if you Black and 65, yeah, you can get the vaccine. Or if you Black and you a healthcare worker, you can get the vaccine. Or if you Black and you a congressperson or the president-elect, you can get the vaccine. But other than that, you're not getting the vaccine. So
you saying because I'm Black and I'm proud, I ain't getting it?
So that healthcare workers getting it first overall. So I mean,
right. Healthcare workers, and all the elderly, the high risk. You know, like I said, 65 and over. Those are going to be some of the first people to get the vaccine.
So we don't have to worry about being the test dummies. Just wait till all the nurses and doctors that's in the medical field take it, because it's going to be mandatory for them, because otherwise they're not going to be able to come to work, right?
But hold up, Corey. What about the 90-year-old woman in Europe who just took the vaccine, the Pfizer vaccine, right?
Yeah.
She just took her. She the real test dummy. She 90 years old and she got the shot.
Right. So, like I said, but the elderly, the essential workers, like the healthcare workers and stuff, those will be the first people to get the vaccine. So, like all of the test dummy, and they go, they using it on black people first. Just do just a little bit. Like, it only take you like 10 minutes to figure that out. Like, just a little bit of reading, if you're concerned about it. Like the things that I say, like things that I would share with other people, I would have enough concern about it before I shared it to at least do a little bit of research on it before I will repeat that out to the audience. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to be a little bit more disciplined by what we say. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody don't have the wherewithal to cipher through some of the stuff that we may or may not be sure of. You know what I'm saying? So just be sure on what we saying. Not directing that to nobody specifically, but I'm just saying, just a little bit of reading and research will get you to that. I mean, you can watch like CNN to get that information, but go ahead, y'all.
But the same ones that say that is the same ones that said we couldn't get it because of our melanin. It's the same ones that said the 5G was making everybody sick. You know what I'm saying? So it's just from one thing to the other with them, man. You can't even take it seriously.
Man, listen, man. We in the info war, in the YouTube information age. It ain't the space age. It is the YouTube information age. And I'm pissed off. The youth is attracted to this shit. The Aboriginal doctrine is everything is a conspiracy. Everybody goes back to the concept. They don't want to identify with Black African, understand that you don't want to start your history with being a slave. Then go look at what we were doing before that took place. Go look and see how we got our freedom. That's the answer to the question right there. Done. They don't want to do that. So my new shit is, I'm putting money on your fucking head. I'm putting money on your head. You want to talk to me and you want to keep yelling this shit, I'm going to show you the bread. I'll put the account up and I want you out of here. I want you gone. I don't want to talk to you no more. That's how I'm approaching it. But that might not even do it. It's just sad that I'm in all these chats and these different venues, and now Tariq Nasheed is now pushing to be the king of the Avos. And I'm looking at all of this stuff, man. And I'm like, yo, man, like, yo, these kids, man, they out there with this shit, bro. They out there. They saying fuck the ancestors, fuck I don't know, man. All you people that be in the chat, that be following people and looking at the information, man, y'all gotta step up, man. Y'all gotta put some information out, man. Do something, man. You gotta flood the streets, man. Gotta flood the streets and get them out of here. They gotta go.
They gotta go,
man. You right about that, Rob Bourne.
Us, though, Rob Bourne, man. They like be 10 steps ahead of us. Like, what's the issue with that? What do you think about that, Rob Bourne? Like, how come the kudos is always 10 steps ahead of us?
I think Kyle hit it on a point where he did a show on the channel about persuasive technology and basically how the algorithm works and stuff like that. But I kind of think that I don't know. I would be tending to lead into some conspiracy shit too, because I'm like, yo, how come all of the channels that got this information got numerous different personalities on it? How come that shit don't pop up first? The pseudo shit pop up first, not the shit that it's the same tagline, it's the same keywords, it's the same thing. But for whatever reason, I mean, and then you have to look at the popular culture. The popular culture, the people in hip hop, these they screaming this shit. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't know. I don't have an answer for this question. That question, bro.
It's easier to be a pseudo. It's easier to be a pseudo. You don't really got to think that hard.
Everything is a conspiracy, bro. I didn't heard it all. I didn't heard Malcolm X 2 weeks ago was a crisis actor. You know what I'm saying? I never heard that before, bro. This dude came on the show and was like, yo, that dude is fake. And he's like, what? Yo, the Black Panthers. The Black Panthers is fake. I'm like, yo, son, do you realize you dudes are like COINTELPRO on the airwaves with this shit? Do you know? Yo, I hate you dudes now, man. I don't want to be your friends no more, yo. I don't want to talk nice to you no more. I tried to calm down. I'm like, I can't do it.
I got people I know that don't believe that the moon exists. Like, this got out of control, yo. They don't even believe that a tree is a tree. Yeah,
the tree is a tree, and the moon is a different thing. When you start to say that the black people who fought for us are all agents because they identify with African and being black, and now you just, yo, this dude said Malcolm X's death was fake. It was a crisis act. I'm like, yo, yo, tell me where you got that from. The dude pulled up the YouTube video. I said, yo, man, get off of my fucking panel. I wish I could erase this part, man. I can't even erase it.
Yo, but you had Dick Gregory, one of the most famous ones, said the Charleston shootings was the church shooting with Dylann Roof was fake. Like real people didn't die in that.
Well, it was a reason why is that because of there was some who was these people? They took some pictures. There was some pictures that was taken in the area, and the same people was in another incident. And I don't know if this is Photoshop. I don't know the origin of the picture, but them same two people were in the same goddamn picture. So this shit is being done deliberately. It's being done deliberate.
Hey, Rob.
And who's behind it? I don't know. Somebody must be getting paid for this shit, man. I'm telling you, man, this ain't no, I'm gonna be a conspiracy theorist. Somebody paying these niggas, yo.
Hey, you don't think they went to because people like to be entertained? Like, if you really think about it, a lot of us, black people, when I say us, I mean black people, it's like we love to be entertained, even when it comes to the information. And when you start looking at most of these people that's getting attached to the pseudoism, that's getting attached to the Buzz Lightyear type of information, then it gets on the page of, they just like it because it's entertaining. Like, it's not entertaining. Get on there and truth historian telling everything from the 17th century all the way to now, and he's giving real facts. There ain't nothing to dispute that. So it's not really that entertaining. So they love the entertainment where it's half-ass information. Other people like you guys is destroying the information. They love that nigga shit. So it makes a difference. I mean, from what I see, I see that people like to be entertained, and that nigga shit is what they love.
I'll tell you what, Sonny. Let me tell you.
I got a question for Sonny. Hold on, Corey. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. I want to ask our brother Sonny one question. I remember months ago, you were saying that you wasn't seeing the effects of Corona around you. You out there in Cali. Do you see it now? I'm just curious.
Oh, man. You want me to be honest, or you? No. Be like lie. I'm being honest because I said it yesterday on the show. I said it yesterday on the show. I was telling well, I don't know if he heard me, but I said I seen my first Corona patient that got over it. Right, like probably a couple weeks ago. My birthday was a couple weeks. Yeah, about a couple weeks ago. I seen my first Corona patient that went into quarantine and got over it or whatever. But that was my first time seeing it. I never said it was fake or nothing like that. I know. Misunderstood.
No. We're not saying that.
It was just on the page. I was saying that we don't see it on the regular out here like that. And then everybody got pissed off about me saying that, and it's just like, damn, how you gonna knock me from saying I don't see it?
Let me say this.
Go ahead. Let me say one more thing. I was just because I saw that California's on lockdown again. So I just wanted, and you're the only person I know out there, Sonny. That's why I asked this. I'm not trolling. I'm just asking a legit question. I want to know, like, shit, you out there in Cali, they shutting shit down. It's a mass, what do you call it? Exodus in fucking Cali right now. So I just want to hear from somebody who lives there. What's it look like? But if you're saying it's the same, hell.
Like I said, it will start an argument if I start being on the play.
Hold on for a minute.
Hey, yo,
Sonny. Sonny, hold on. It's not an argument. It's not like
I'll say it like this. What they say, Sonny, don't believe the hype. That's a real statement.
Sonny, I can't yell. Listen, you're not walking around with a test kit. You walk by people all day long with coronavirus and don't fucking know it, bro. It's not like you make your damn face peel off, bro. It ain't like you know what I'm saying? Truth story, and went to the damn hospital, yo, and visited. So if you're not out in the streets, like just walking around, it look like everybody's straight. But the reality is, it's the invisible joint. It's a virus, dude. So I don't expect you to say, I can see it. No, you can't see it. If you can see it, you get away from it. You can see it.
Could I say something real quick?
No, we going next.
The way y'all was hitting me was that I got to show peer-reviewed work that it's people I'm walking around
Sonny,
that
we don't want to
don't
argue,
have it.
Sonny.
That's how y'all was hitting me. I was like, what the? No, how am I going to do that?
Sonny, we going to, because you said something that's pseudo. It's pseudo to say that ain't no coronavirus in California. Do you know how ridiculous?
I didn't say no shit like that. He said I ain't trying to. No coronavirus in California. I ain't say no shit like that.
The way you said it, the way you said it, though, he was like, I ain't trying to say nothing. But
oh man, yo, started some shit.
Yo, brother, yo, brother, Unc. That's crazy. Yo, I thought that the pseudo COVID shit was only online, bro. I thought it was online. I thought it was only online. So I was like, in New York, nah, I won't see no shit like this. Look at this shit that I ran up on. And I almost got in trouble with on this thing. I actually smacked this dude, but I got away with it. Yeah, look at this shit.
You see?
Look at this shit, yo. Here we go. Let me see how I can share my screen. I don't know if it's going to play, but we're going to see. Because I'm about to go in the crib. My class starting in 20 minutes. So
smacking people that don't say it ain't no COVID.
No. This dude, he violated, son. So I had to give it to him. Let me see. How you go to Facebook? All right, here we go.
This jump about to go viral, yo.
You see it?
All right, good.
Yeah.
Is the sound on or no?
Nah.
Can't hear
no sound? Oh, you can't hear it? I mean, you hear it now?
No sound.
Yep.
This is
it's good.
For everybody meet up. But I want to show you guys something. I want to show you the COVID pseudos is out here. You thought it was just online? Well, behold. All of these people right here are saying no more lockdowns. We see that these things is rising, cases are rising, and none of these people running around here with masks on. They think it's a game. Nobody got a mask on. So, see what it says here? Watch this shit. It says 40 million. Watch what happened when I start walking. Look at this shit. No more lockdowns. See what we got to show you the COVID pseudos. We got to show you these COVID pseudos. Got the sister out here with no mask on. No good. See? I know. Tell us why. That guy with the red hat, I slapped that. I slapped his hat off his head.
You're a doctor too, right? Are you a doctor?
Look at what they telling me, Look what they telling me, son.
That's crazy.
They're telling me why you shouldn't wear a mask,
Oh my God,
This is insane.
Go by, hurry up. So what do you guys think of? I'm trying to figure out what's going on. What do you think of the COVID thing? Do you think it's fake? It's not real? It's exaggerated?
They're overplaying it. The government's overplaying it.
Hear this shit? Do you hear what they're saying? They about to go in on me, son. They're going in.
they saying you pseudo.
Yeah. Sorry to hear that. I'm sorry. This shit is all crazy, bro. They was going crazy.
At least that's a diverse group of pseudos.
Yeah, black, white, Spanish.
Yup, they all crazy.
Look, they're about to start showing me videos right now. They're about to pull up videos on me. Yo, look at this video right here. See the mask on?
My mom showed me the same video.
That girl, yeah, she liked me. The Spanish girl with the glasses. She trying to keep going in. Anyway, I'm stopping that.
So if I was hold on. I want to see the dude get smacked, man.
Yeah, I'll put it back. It's on there. So yo, the dude, I didn't know all of those people were Trump supporters. They was all. I didn't know that. I didn't know. I didn't know that was in New York, because New York is a liberal state. So as this is going on, I'm talking to them, and then the lady came up to me and said, yo, get out of here. I said, yo, what am I doing? I'm trying to figure out why you out here talking about don't wear no mask. Like, what's wrong with you? What happened if I sneeze on you right now, but you get COVID and I got it? They was like, well, what's the chance of somebody sneezing on you? What's the chance of somebody sneezing and the shit is left in the air and you walk by it? What's the chances of you being in a close proximity and somebody got it? Like, why would you tell people don't do that? Like, that's crazy to me. But hey, man, that's on you. Y'all do what y'all want. Then this dude come back around, race beta, race beta, race beta. I'm like, yo, man, chill out, man. You need to do some pushes or something, bro. This dude started telling me my jump off is bigger than you, suck my jump off. I'm like, what you say? And I just called him, bang. So I had to think about it. I said, well, let me hit him hard enough so his hat fall off his head. Hat fall off the head. They all tell on me. He assaulted him. The police walked up to me. The lady started laughing. She was like, yo, these people is crazy. Get out of here. The police let me go. I ran. I was happy as hell. I was like, let me get out of here before I go to jail. I'm out of here. Yeah, MAGA hat on the floor. Yeah, shit was crazy. Yo!
If it wasn't the pandemic, they would have took your ass to jail, Rob Warren.
Nah, the cop was a Spanish lady, and she thought it was funny. Because what I did was I didn't really like try to knock her. I did it so hard enough so that I could knock his hat off his head. And then I mean, if I had like really did it crazy and his face was red or something, they probably would have took me in. But yeah, man, I was like, oh, I got to get away from these people. But the pseudo is not online. It's in the street. This is real. This is really real. It's not fake. It's out here. It's crazy, bro. I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say, bro.
So what do you think the sister that was out there, how long did you get to talk to her?
I talked to her for a while, and she was telling me that her father died from COVID. That's what she told me. And I was like, yo, I feel sorry for you. And I was like, so what are you saying? Are you saying it's fake? I mean, she's like, no, I'm just saying that it's over-exaggerated. I work in the medical field. Okay, you work in the medical field. Are you wearing your mask in the medical field? She's like, yes. So why you not wearing your mask out here? Oh, because they make me do it. I said, oh, okay. So you saying that this shit is not what they, okay, all right. So do you think that wearing the mask and washing, how do you prevent from catching COVID? She's like, oh, you just said it, washing hands and stuff like that. Okay, so what about being in close places with people? Oh, nah, you won't get it like that. I'm like, yeah, I'm done. You crazy as hell, shorty. You just told me your father died from this shit, but this shit is, I'm done, nigga.
You be surprised,
what about
man.
the young people? I said, what about the young people that can catch it and we don't have no symptoms of it and we give it to our grandfathers and fathers or whatever? I was going to say some shit to her, but I wouldn't do that. You the one that might have gave it to your pops. You the one. You might have killed your dad. Did you get a COVID test? But that would be fucked up if I said that. So I'm not that crazy, but you know, yeah, that shit was crazy. They was bone rushing me, yo. They started pulling out videos and you look at the video and look, the air, it doesn't protect you. It cuts off your oxygen. And they was going ham, son. They start talking about Project 21 and all this other shit. I'm like, wow. So I'm like, yo, so what's the reason for them making this up? The world economy has crashed. You live in New York. How many businesses you seen closed around here? So this is what the government wanted to do? Fuck up the economy for what? I want to know, like, why would they do some shit to fuck up the economy and you got to keep paying millions of people unemployment? Like, they did that to pay people millions of dollars to don't work? I don't understand. Make sense to me. No, it's a one world order. The dudes thought, yeah, they're going to put a chip in our arm. They were saying this shit. I was like, yo, this is real. This is not just on TV.
Niggas crazy.
Man, they didn't read that Beholder of Pale Horse book, and then it's covered the light now. Oh, they ass.
Are you sure you ain't reading that motherfucker?
Man,
I read it. I read it. We all read that shit.
Got them aliens in that joint.
You my man, yo. But goddamn, you my man.
Don't front, man. You was pushing that protocol design back in the days. Don't lie, son. I was pushing it.
I wasn't, yo. I didn't get that. I have too much to read for me on that.
I was pushing the protocol design, son.
I wasn't, yo. I remember that though. The protocol design. It was kind of confusing to me. I couldn't do it.
I was pushing that shit, bro.
I couldn't do it.
Protocol desire was real, bro.
That's funny, yo.
I'm telling you what, I gotta give you some of them glasses like Sonny, man. You know what I mean? I ain't cutting my camera back on until I get some glasses.
Hey, these are the Michael Kors too. I actually got these.
I thought it was Mark Jacobs.
Hey, Sonny, you gotta take them shades off so you can see that COVID, man. You tripping? I'm just messing with you, man. I'm just messing with you, man.
Oh, shoot, it's all great. But look, I'm gonna tell you what is funny though. Well, it's not funny, but it is. But you remember how when the AIDS epidemic had popped up, and there was a lot of people catching AIDS, and you wouldn't know who had AIDS, but you just heard about different people having AIDS, right? Mm-hmm. And if you did find out somebody, well, I ain't gonna say you personally, but a lot of people when I was young, if they did find out somebody had AIDS, everybody looked at them like it was death, like they didn't really want to like mess with them, associate with them, or none of that stuff. I'm actually seeing that with people that we are finding out that have COVID. People be really like distancing themselves, like these people's gonna kill me if they're around me. Like, you know, they really don't want to like talk to them, none of that stuff. It's crazy.
Yo, man, y'all keep asking me if I'm gonna take that vaccine, man, when it come out, man. Y'all, the Pseudo Killas will beat me up. I'm gonna tell you no. I'm gonna take it. But y'all gonna beat me up. Know what I'm saying? I know y'all gonna beat me up.
Hey, Rob, that's correct. Yo, hold on. Let Rob Bourne, right, explain. So we know he understands the COVID. We know he understands viruses, and we know he understands vaccines. All right, I have said this many times before, man. MBK, in particular, Rob Bourne, before I went to the debate, he made sure I had some armor. He gave me a fucking source, you know what I'm saying? And he got on my nerves and he made me read it. I mean, he got on my damn nerves, literally. I'm like, what you talking about? Saying, then I figured out you was basically saying that they're gonna try to hit you with this. He was really saying that they're gonna try to act like that you don't got no evidence outside of the government, basically. No independent scientists. And I'll be damned if they ain't say it. And I'll be damned if I ain't hit him with that. So, Rob Bourne, why aren't you going to take the vaccine? Is it your belief or your scientific understanding of it? What's your feelings?
My scientific understanding of it is they did do tests on it. They said that they did the plebiscite. I can't remember the exact number. And they basically saying like, yeah, this is the fastest we ever did this before. We're not sure what the long-term effects is going to be. But as of right now, we have results on the plebiscites and the studies that they did. So that right there, that one part in there, in that sentence that they're not sure of what the long-term effects is going to be, that for me, that's the reason why. Other than that, I understand it. I know what they did. I'm not saying that science can't change or they could advance and do things. This is the first time in history that we know of that this was created this quick. And we don't know about it because it hasn't been long enough to see what will happen. So it's an iffy in the air. And then if you look at news and stuff, like you had the governor from New York on there and his brother, they had the doctors on there and they asked them a pertinent question. They said, well, is this similar to when they made the flu shot? Because you have people who got the flu shot who still catch the flu. But it might be a different strain of flu as the doctor was explaining, but it doesn't 100% protect you from the flu. How do we know that this virus, this vaccine will 100% protect people from COVID? Doctor's answer, the Indian dude, I don't know how to pronounce his name, like we don't know. What we do know is that this is a chance that we have to protect people from catching COVID based off of the scientific studies that we did right now that we know of. So for me, I'm just gonna wait. That's my reasoning. I have no other answer, there's nothing else I can say about it.
All right. Nope. Okay, hold on.
You forced to wait until next year though. So by the time
that's time. But I think that they moving fast, bro. They trying to get all this stuff passed. It might be here before next year.
Hold on, Rob Bourne. I want everybody to speak on that. So where you at? I am Sosa. Where you at?
Yeah,
I'm right here.
it's already here now. It'll be here December 11th, like they were just saying for the essential
On
workers.
my birthday. On my birthday, really?
Yeah, for the
On my
essential workers.
birthday.
Yeah, and then like I think it said April, something like that. And just to speak to the long-term effect, we had this conversation the other day, right? So when we talk about the phase of long-term effect stage, right? They understand that from vaccines, when they talk about any illness from long-term effect are like extremely rare. So they already got that going. They already understand that. So mostly what they talk about when they talk about long-term effect, they're talking about how long will will it produce antibodies and how long will the antibodies last? When they talk about long-term effects. So will it last a year and then it go out? They need to get a shot. Will it last 3 years? So this is where the observation part comes in there, right? Because normally they have a 2-year head start. Right?
You've been studying since last time.
I'm gonna go back because it's the exact same thing I said. So normally, right, when they go 2 years, right, they got a 2-year head start on everything, right? So the case study right now they're gonna have about a 6 month head start. See what I'm saying? So when they look into that, I'm gonna tighten up. Cause I'm like,
I like that.
All right, no, I'm gonna tighten up. But yeah, but that's what it's all about, Robo. Not really about illness, long term effect, just antibody producing long term effects. Go ahead.
Were you at Concrete Court?
So you're talking about efficacy. You're just talking about efficacy, right, King Sosa?
Yeah, antibody. Yeah. Not just necessarily efficacy, because efficacy is what it is, but how long will it remain pertinent?
Yeah,
right. How long is it going to be effective? You're right.
Exactly.
That's tight. That's tight as fuck right there, Sosa. I like the way you. Let me say this to the people. We had like a 3-hour argument with him, but this proves how science works. So although we had the argument in the battle, he went back and he tightened it up. And science gives you room to fix your errors. That's why we call it science. But go ahead, Concrete Court.
No, I was just asking, was he just, I just wanted to clarify or get clear for me, what exactly he was talking about. Because see, like when they do the testing, right, and they doing the trials, really they only do like a couple months worth of whether it's safe or not. Like the rest of the testing is about efficacy. So like as far as like the safety, they're not even going to continue on to the 3rd stage without understanding it's safe or not. You know what I'm saying? You can't start putting something in, even in the placebo. Even in the trials, you can't just start putting stuff in people's arm that you don't know is safe or not. You know what I'm saying? That's inhumane. And then
phase 2. That's phase 2.
Unethical. Yeah.
But see, phase 3. This put it this way, Corey. Like the people
I
just
want to let you know that
how you jumping back in, Sosa.
Yeah, you can't jump back in, Sosa.
It's not what they go through the trials about necessarily. Most of the time when they're going through the trials, what they're testing for is efficacy for the majority of the trials. No matter if the trial go for 5 years, for 2 years, for 6 months, the majority of that trial, they looking for efficacy. That's what the business is. The safety is all. And then when you go, especially in this mRNA vaccine, when you figure out and you understand what an mRNA vaccine actually is, then the safety goes out the window. You know what I'm saying? Like you worrying about it, the safety of it it's just not. You know what I mean? It's not a pertinent argument. Now efficacy. They already done tested the efficacy. They talking about 95%. They was only looking for like 50, 60, and they got 95% efficacy. So like,
what does the
perfect world or what? If we looking for a perfect world,
what does efficacy mean?
That's exactly what I was about to ask.
What does efficacy mean in this and what you're speaking about? What does that mean?
I'm saying that the how long the effects last. Does it give you a lasting immune response? That's what efficacy is.
and the antibody production of it, like you can't.
Right.
This
The immune
this is where we
response.
had the
The
argument at,
immune
though.
response is the antibody production.
Yeah,
yes.
but this is where we had the argument at. You cannot give a time frame on how long the antibody will last without observing it.
Well, see, this is why they already. This is why they already know they got to give you a booster. How you think they know they got to? How you think they know they got to give you a booster shot?
95% effectiveness. Efficacy.
Wait, we're gonna come around to everybody. Hold on.
Means effectiveness.
Right. Go ahead, Chef. You
Go ahead,
good.
Chef.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Chef.
Oh yeah, the efficacy in that scenario means effectiveness.
Yep.
So the go ahead. I'm still working.
Okay. Get that money. Get that shmoney. That's money. Where you at, Sean? Jump in, and then I'm gonna clean it up. I'm gonna add.
So not only am I an avid supporter of the mRNA vaccine, like you should be, everyone in the crowd. We really just need to know, how this thing actually works. And there's no vaccine that exists today that they're still not researching, watching, studying, and trying to advance. The mRNA is a new way. They made it safer. Yeah, we get efficacy reports, but when in human history, outside of the previous epidemics, but when in human history have we been offered the opportunity to watch the scientific method on display in reality? Like, this is right in our face, like day to day, we're getting new information. So the battle ain't about the vaccine no more, because people had problems with the conventional way. Now they made it safer, and they getting away from the conventional way. The conventional way for most people is adding a strand of the virus into the vaccine, a dead strand. So now they're not doing that. People are like, they come up with another argument. Well, they just made it safer. Now that you know the strand ain't in there, you ain't getting injected with this so-called poison. But nah, it's other poisons in there. And then you ask them, okay, well, what is the mRNA vaccine made of? They're not specific. So I feel what everybody is saying. And the one thing is, by the time they get around to us, even if they speed it up, by the time they get around to us and we can actually volunteer to actually get the vaccine, we're going to have all the signs. The reason that I say we're going to have all the signs is because today's the 9th.
I thought they have it out already yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah. They released it to like public officials and things of that nature in private, but you've been hearing them talk about the results.
Yeah, it's coming Thursday. That's what they said.
Yeah,
the US will basically allow it Thursday.
Yeah,
the UK
so Thursday,
already
we
started
all gonna
rolling
get the
theirs
homework.
out.
All right, hold on. Everybody freeze. Let me get in real quick. Let me say this. We're gonna go over. I did all the soup. Kent, you want to add?
I wasn't finished.
Huh?
I wasn't finished.
All right, go ahead. But don't take all the goddamn.
I'm not taking it all. All I was gonna say is we get the homework Thursday. Thursday's gonna give us great results on how we need to be looking at this, because of how it's been responding to all the people that was a part of these tests. So now they get Rob Bourne, like Rob Bourne can go in there and make a informed decision on these results, and then say, I'm gonna wait on more data, but I'm gonna wait on more plausible data that I can get that best meet my needs, because I got time to do so. And in that time span, it allowed every last one of us should be getting that updated data. And by the time we come to that, we make an informed decision based on the results, period.
Okay.
Can I add?
Hey, just before you go,
go ahead.
In the UK, they already given out millions of doses to their citizens. So if y'all really want to see what's going on, just watch what's going on in the UK, and then if they talking about, well, black people gonna be the guinea pigs, but it's the millions of people in the UK is already getting it today. So like I said, you can watch it in real time, and this is the most transparent that science has ever been with the general community, especially on something like a vaccine or a new groundbreaking medicine. Usually want to keep their ways and means to themselves. because of competition. But we are in a unique time, just like Sean said. We get to watch it in real time. So I think we ought to appreciate the transparency and just getting all the data that we need to, because it's there for us. But go ahead,
Can I add, please?
No. The Pseudo Killas had to get a stab at it first. Families.
Let me ask one thing real quick,
Huh?
Let me ask one thing real quick, because everybody
go ahead. Your time called you. Go ahead. I'll go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, because the friends I talk to that say they ain't getting it or whatever, I asked them what they fear about it. You know what I'm saying? And it's not, a lot of them, it ain't because they anti-vax, it's because they feel like, oh, they came up with it too fast. So I think a lot of times it's because of groundbreaking new technology. There's always going to be that fear of that new thing, regardless if it's safer, faster, or whatever.
Then don't get the iPhone 12, yo.
Exactly.
Right. Don't get that new Samsung 96.
Look at 5G. Look how they were scared of 5G. That's something new. You know, new technology.
Get the PS5.
But yeah, man. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's do this.
Yeah, they already they had it in January, actually, but it had to go through the test. There's a whole article on it. I put it in our I put it in the
Savior, man, cut that shit out, man. We're going around, yo. We're gonna let the Pseudo Killas go, and then we're gonna let everybody else speak. You cutting in and I'm fucking with you though, yo. You know you're my man, yo. Well, stop that, nigga. Come on, let's go. My bad. You know I'm fucking with you, yo. I ain't trying to be rude.
He can go ahead. That's all I wanted to say. That people act like
Chef lied to
it was.
My turn. So, okay, you finished, Chef? I won't cut you. Wisdom.
Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So you highlighted the point that they already had it. So let's establish something. Before the first case came to America, they already had the vaccine. All right. Shout out to Clark Kent, Brother Kent. He put an excellent video in the Pseudo Killas iPhone chat, right? And let me give you the brief synopsis on it. So basically, we already know that there are the four strands of coronavirus, right? You got 4 strands of coronavirus that actually cause the common cold, okay? So one, they've been studying the coronaviruses for a long time. Then you got, I think, is another 3, the SARS, the MERS, and now the novel coronavirus 2. Let me say it again, novel SARS coronavirus 2. So that's 3. So all together, that's 7 right there. So they've had all these things. They understood that. So when the new coronavirus came, right, they were just waiting and they got everything together. So basically what they were studying was the proteins, those receptors. Okay, how the actual coronavirus actually attach. Well, check this out. They used the electron microscope. Now, these scientists was on vacation. They was chilling. When they heard an impending doom, they started working on it right away. Just like Concrete Coy said, they was already sending each other notes. So they just had a few scientists in America that had been working on it, and they was already playing with the mRNA vaccines, which is strictly dealing with these proteins, these receptors, right? That actually connect to your cells, right? That your cells, you know what I'm saying, furthers the life of the daggone virus. That's how viruses actually do their thing, right? By being in live cells, and the live cells produce that over and over and over again. So it's a receptor that they dealt with. And so using an electron microscope, right, in $1 million room with $1 million telescope, and I know y'all don't get that, they spending millions, right? They could animate the damn thing and make the protein look just like the daggone COVID protein, just like it. And so when your body sees this particular protein, not the virus, but the actual protein, the receptor, you know what I'm saying, it produces antibodies against it. They already had that based off of the work they've previously been doing over years. So our community not being educated on science, they don't even see it. They don't recognize using $1 million telescopes, which is technology now. Okay, that's actually blowing up the daggone virus. And I'm gonna make sure I put the video on that for you so you can actually see the daggone protein receptor. And they make it look, they've been tweaking on it, on the proteins, and they make it look just like the coronavirus, y'all, without even having to deal with the actual virus itself. Those days of using quote unquote fetuses, the cells from unborn fetuses from 1956. Okay, and they just kept it alive. They kept the cells alive. They kept reproducing. Those days is over with. Those days of taking a virus and growing it in that environment, because when you grow a vaccine, my fault, when you grow a quote unquote virus in a certain environment, it weakens it. Those days are over with. Okay, they don't do that no more. They don't even use the virus no more. So if you're talking about the virus and catching the virus, they're not even using that. So get off of that. Okay, not to mention flu shots and all that, which was using dead viruses, whatever, that still wouldn't give you the flu. But completely get off of that. So what I'm telling you is RNA, my fault, mRNA vaccines have rendered the old vaccines done, obsolete. So the whole anti-vax conversation, y'all, this is what's funny. Science always moves fast. It has quadruply passed the anti-vax community. Now you're starting to see them make up new shit now. Okay, so we know why they was already there. Now, if they had the infrastructure together, the actually, the production mode and all that, like Corey said, that infrastructure is old on the vaccine. Once they get the infrastructure up, hey, bro, we might catch a brand new virus might come out in goddamn December, yo, and in 3 months they might have a vaccine for you, bro. So y'all need to get ready for that. So all that I'm scared to death and all that nonsense, man, I understand the healthy fear. I understand why we have pseudoisms. Because guess why the pseudos got more views? Because it don't take shit. It take you 2 minutes to do this. Thee thou thither. Come to y'all. Thee thou thither. See how easy that was? Science is hard. It's hard for y'all to go investigate what I just said. You're gonna have to read, you're gonna have to understand biology, right? You're gonna have to understand evolution. You're gonna have to know what a goddamn electron microscope is. You're gonna have to know a lot of stuff, right? So I understand the fear of reading. Maybe it was against the law for you to read. Remember that? All these fears are brought back up. So we go for the poor man information. And that's why it's so important for the families, to do what we do. We do what we do because we make hard things. When Vance is talking about interstellar this and interstellar that, when Concrete Core is talking about first generation stars, when Clark Kent is talking about electron microscopes and evolution, when Rob Bourne is kicking the science of Native Americans and just kicking the science period, man, that shit ain't easy, man. So we get why that shit seems so far away. Science seems far away. That's what we did, family. We brought it right here, yo. We blackenized that shit with the flavor. So it's boring to listen to a damn Asar Hotep. It's boring to sit there and listen to a true story. It's boring to sit there and watch the mosques. You be like, damn, yo, it's fucking boring. I gotta damn near cuss somebody out for y'all to listen to me. That's why y'all fuck with me, because I just cuss niggas out. Y'all really don't be hearing what I be saying sometimes, because the shit is hard. So get ready for the hard shit. Get ready to buy some damn books. Y'all think I'm playing? Look, y'all won't play. We got a book race around here. Y'all think we playing? Niggas be saying who got the books around here, yo. Really? Where you at?
They go to book promo. There you go.
You ain't did nothing slick, Kent.
There you go.
Look, we be at war.
You ain't sick. Rob Bourne got about 100,000 books on the daggone. I ain't never seen a nigga with more books on his cell phone in my life.
Yo, I got 1,000 on there, son.
I can't even read on my cell phone like that. That's crazy.
You know what I mean? Because I'm always outside. I'm always moving around. When I'm in the crib, then it's different. When I go live, I can just pull it up. But yo, it is
That's
what you're
my point,
saying.
though, for you, though, Rob. Hold on, Rob. That's my point.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that the technology, right? What took them 7 years to do, they did it in 3 months based off this technology. And I want to give you one example before I shut up. Man, it took 3 months on wooden sail-driven ships to get from Africa to the Americas. The advent of the steel ship with the steam engine or the diesel engine rendered the wooden sail ships obsolete, and that trip took 3 to 4 days. So you can't be on the show saying, man, that technology too fast. I'm not going to get on that. How the hell they get that fast? Right. It's safe. They wouldn't put it out if it wasn't safe. They tested it. As a matter of fact, a couple people had allergic reaction to it already in Europe. Let's play that game for a moment. Yeah, people have had an allergic reaction to people, but they even gave out about how many doses, Corey?
So I don't know. I can't remember the number of doses.
I can show it to you. I can show it to you.
Yeah, so we've had 2 allergic reactions. So what's wrong with that?
Because two out of how many?
You know what I'm saying?
What about the person that died? You ain't gonna talk about the person that died?
Yeah, but have we looked into why she had the allergic reaction? What other medications was she taking? You know what I'm saying?
I think that goes into the question I asked you about efficacy. That's the reason why I asked you that.
Okay.
I mean, so I guess I could just show this article. This is yesterday, actually. I'll show this real quick.
Let me clear this up before you go, Rob. The person that died that I'm talking about didn't get a vaccine. He had a placebo and he died.
Right. Hey, and Unc said something earlier today. He said, well, people eat peanuts and have an allergic reaction. You know what I'm saying? So everybody gonna stop eating peanuts?
No, I ain't gonna stop eating
peanuts. Right,
nah,
everybody gonna stop eating peanuts. So check it out. This is what it says here. What do companies mean when they say their vaccines are 95% effective? The fundamental logic behind today's vaccine trials was worked out by statisticians over a century ago. Researchers vaccinate some people and give a placebo to others. They then wait for participants to get sick and look at how many of the illnesses came from each group. So here's the numbers if y'all want to see what they are. In the case of Pfizer, for example, the company recruited 43,666 volunteers and waited for 170 people to come down with symptoms of COVID-19 and then get a positive test. Out of these, 162 had received the placebo shot and just 8 had received the real vaccine. From these numbers, Pfizer's researchers calculated that fraction of volunteers in each group who got sick. All right. What's the difference between efficacy and effectiveness? So this is why I was asking you to break that down. Efficacy and effectiveness are related to each other, but they are not the same thing. And vaccine experts say it is crucial not to mix them up. Efficacy is just a measurement made during a clinical trial. Effectiveness is how well the vaccine works out in the real world, said Nora Bar-Z, an epidemiologist at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School. It's possible that the effectiveness of coronavirus vaccines will match their impressive efficacy in clinical trials, but if previous vaccines are any guide, effectiveness may prove somewhat lower. This mismatch comes about because the people who join clinical trials are not a perfect reflection of the population at large out in the real world. People may have a host of chronic health problems that could interfere with a vaccine protection, for example. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention have a long history of following the effectiveness of vaccines after they're approved. On Thursday, they agreed, posting information on its website about its plans to study the effectiveness of coronavirus vaccines, and will find opportunities to compare the health, etc. So on that note, efficacy, effectiveness, 2 different things, and we want to see. They have to wait to see how this operates in the real world.
So now y'all see why they need as many Mexicans, Black people, Native Americans to join the study, so they can kind of get that environment. You know what I'm saying? The same environment they're gonna run across. You know what I'm saying? When they give it to the outer public, that's why they want a diversity of people. That's why, y'all. Okay.
And that's posted here, so you can see the source. New York Times.
I want to clear it up too, though.
So you can see this. You see it right here?
Yeah.
That's where it's at, so you know where I got it from.
All right, that's a good source.
Right. I want to clear up those what they saying too. Like the efficacy is about it's about how the immune response that they're getting in the trial. You know what I'm saying? Like, how is it a lasting? They want to know about the lastingness of the immune response. This is how they figure out. It's only a 90% or 95% efficacy with a booster shot. without the booster shot, you don't get that efficacy. So I just wanted to make that point clear too. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha. The other one used one shot though, right? The one is at about 70 something. They use one shot, right?
Johnson and Johnson.
Yeah, it's two of them.
I don't know. I only know about Pfizer and Moderna. Them the only two I know about.
Those
Johnson
are the only
Johnson
two that they talking about.
AstraZeneca's is 2 shots, Moderna 2, Pfizer 2, but Johnson & Johnson is 1.
All right. So, okay, y'all, let's let some of the people on the panel speak. All right. Anybody got any opposing views? Anybody on the panel besides the Pseudo Killas and the family? You know what I'm saying? Anybody got something to say? It's your time to speak up. Sabio, what's up? You want something to say something? Don't talk about Hebrew dice, though.
Don't say what?
Hebrew dice.
Oh, man. These dudes crazy.
They found one dice in the dirt.
One dice in the dirt, yo, come on. Go ahead, Sabio, because I know sometimes I'm a little rude to you, yo, and you're a hell of a supporter, yo, and I appreciate you, bro. I do.
Yeah, I gotta run off here, man. My class is starting at 7.
What
so
you
I'm
teaching,
back
bro? What you teaching?
I'm taking IT, so I'm doing cyber security. So
Oh,
that's what I'm doing. Yeah,
That's
so from that one, I really want to do this cloud engineer thing, but I have to start, with the basics. So I got to do the networking and all that other shit. Get ready for all them certifications.
You pseudo raw.
That's cool.
Like that, bro.
Hey, Rob, before you leave, I got to hit you with some comedy I heard.
What happened? What's up?
This girl told me that I can't get COVID because I'm asystematic. And then this is what she said. She said asystematic, not asymptomatic, asystematic.
Yo, man, listen. I'm not playing with that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, if you younger, you know what I'm saying, and you got a healthy immune system, yeah, you got a chance that you could get it, but you might not have. But they don't even know that. Now, what they looking at now, they saying the young people who are asymptomatic, and they looking at them, they like, yo, this shit is affecting their blood cells and doing some other shit. I mean, so now it's getting crazy now because they don't even know what this thing can mutate and do to people who actually have it. They actually tracing it to some kind of I forgot the term, so I'm not gonna say it, but it's something to do with mental capacity or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So like this is serious. So even if you asymptomatic and you ain't getting sick and none of that, this shit can mess with your memory. I can't remember what it was. I'll have to pull it up, but it was something to do with mental something. That's crazy, bro.
Talking about the effects of this since day one.
Man,
that shit crazy, bro.
Yo, we don't know the lasting effects. What I'm hearing is we don't know the lasting effects of the vaccine, but we do know that the lasting effects of that coronavirus is doing damage, right? So you just saying like they finding out like even if you asymptomatic, it's still harming you. You know what I'm saying? So like. Yeah,
somebody had to get their legs cut off.
Hey Corey, why they don't know the lasting effects?
The lasting effects is death.
No, why don't they know how long it's gonna last?
What do you mean? How long what's gonna last? The coronavirus?
How long it will continue to produce antibodies?
You saying the efficacy, right? They already know you going.
Hold on. Let me kill some for the vaccine.
When you take the vaccine, how long will your body continue to produce antibodies for you need another shot?
They know that.
Oh, I really don't. I don't know the answer to that, but they do know. Your doctor gonna tell you when to come back to get your booster shot, bro.
The booster shot is 3 weeks after you get the first shot.
Yeah.
3 weeks.
They don't know. They have a guesstimate, but they don't know because they haven't observed it. That's the whole point.
Hold on. No. Don't say nothing, nobody. Don't say nothing.
They didn't get a
hold
trial
on,
people
Corey, hold on. Corey, hold on. All right. So this is a vaccine that's been out for a while, the MMR. Sosa. Why do the elderly have to go back and get a whole new MMR shot? When we know that the MMR shot has been given immunity for a long period of time. But why do the elderly need to go back and get an MMR shot, Mr. Efficacy Man?
My whole point is not.
No.
Sean,
F your whole point.
Explain why.
Answer my question.
Explain why so I can get. No, I'm saying I don't know. Explain why so I can get to the point, because it's in the actual interview that you played. The doctor actually spoke about it in the actual interview that you played on.
I know. No, that's not my point. You keep going back to this. Back to this. What I'm trying to say is they're always studying these vaccines, because at certain given points of times in your life, you will need a second MMR. So
And
I'm saying, if we had them jokers as a kid, they still are monitoring things, bro.
You talk about something I'm not talking about. What I'm saying is this: the advantage that we have over the people that took the shot early is that if the antibodies run out in, say, 8 months, the doctors have a 6 months head start because they already took it. So then they can tell the people, yo, you need to get it in 6 months. This is the purpose of observation, why they let it go a couple years. That way they got a cushion, because they always watch it, but the people that took it first, they can see the effects of it early, and they can tell the other people that got it later on what needs to go down, if something needs to go down. That's my point.
Yeah, but
I'm trying to figure out why would that be a reason? Why would that be a reason not to get the shot?
Hold on, Corey.
Go ahead.
And you keep nobody. Let me just say this. Please get the shot. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm in no way am I saying it's not going to be safe. Don't take the shot. Please don't put that on me, Corey. God damn, bro.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me say this.
Yo, man, I'm watching a segment where they still calling this joker a hoax, yo.
No, I can't yell. Hold on, real quick. Listen, I am Sosa. You just boomerang daggered yourself. You just proved the point. You just proved the point of why they go in steps and give it to essential workers first and all that before the whole goddamn population get it, yo. Because the whole time they studying it, yo. So you're right. By the time we get it, they're gonna know. And then by the time 5 years come, they're gonna know. And then by 10 years come, they're gonna know. That's what we saying. They study the vaccine for the whole life of the vaccine. Remember, they got a tracking system already. They all that. So that's not something that should be like you saying it like you kind of making your point, and you really kind of killed your point.
I never killed myself. That was the whole point of the argument. So the whole point is now, right? They only have, like, you listen to the interview Sean played, right? The doctors, the person said that right now, when the shots come out, we only have a 6 months cushion. You know what I'm saying? When normally it would be 2 years. So it's just a cushion. I'm not saying don't take it. It's just that they will know when to give you more, when the antibody runs out, and when to give you more if it runs out. That was the whole point of the observation process. And that was the part that...
But the thing, Sosa, not to cut you off, Sosa, but the thing is, and I appreciate it, because some of these questions need to be answered, and I just appreciate you asking the questions or bringing the subjects up. But it sounds like you throwing salt on every aspect of the vaccine. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're trying to find a downfall to the vaccine. Like, we already know the world ain't perfect. We know that already. We all admitting that.
How is that giving the vaccine a bad reputation when I'm talking about when you need to go get another shot?
So how am I concerned about getting another shot? I don't know. Maybe I'm taking it wrong. Maybe I'm just taking it wrong. I apologize.
Don't do that. Let it go. Don't do that.
I always take it wrong.
Don't do that. Let it rock.
Yeah, I'm taking it wrong. So
I'm with Sosa on this one.
No,
I'm always, but listen though, I'm always considering the audience's ears. We got an audience, and I'm real sensitive about what goes through their ears on this
Corey,
channel. You know
Corey, he's switching it. He switched his whole argument from last time. I just want you to know that, Corey.
No, I did not. I did not.
Listen,
2 hours and 4 minute mark. 2 hours and 4 minute mark.
No, your last argument was, man, we don't know about the safety of it because it ain't been around long enough.
No, he didn't say that, Unc.
What did he say?
I was waiting for you to misquote him.
I ain't with
let me introduce. CK the poet. They see, because you was on his side too. But he don't have that same argument today though, CK. So CK, how you doing?
Peace. Peace to the panelists. Peace to the chat. Your
Peace,
girl
CK.
working late. I wasn't going to jump on. I was going to just listen, but I knew I was going to have to cut in and chop somebody down at some point in time. Why are you misquoting Sosa? That is not fair. He did not say that it wasn't safe.
What did he say?
None of us that day or the following day when you brought it up again said that it wasn't safe. We just said that we didn't know what the long-term effects would be because we're not seeing that part of the study before it's being given to the public.
Wait, long-term effects of what? Watch this. That was your argument. What the long-term effects of what, CK?
But we just don't know. We don't know whether they're, you never know. It could be a benefit. It could end up protecting us from something else that we don't know later on down the line.
Bad happening? Something bad happening?
But I'm just saying, it could be bad. It could be good. The fact is, it's unknown. We're not saying don't take the vaccine. We're not saying the vaccine is going to cause some type of harm. We were just acknowledging that is something that we don't have. That's information that we don't have.
That's not the argument. He switched that. I want you to know he switched that today.
No, he didn't.
I did not.
I've been listening, sir. I might be multitasking at work, but I'm listening.
Go to the 2 hours and 4 minute mark of the show. You hear me come in and say the exact. That's what I said.
Wait a minute. Today you're saying they don't know how long the vaccine itself is going to keep generating antibodies. Today. Last night, night before last, CK said it just right on what y'all said. And I'm telling you, that's two separate conversations. And I rest my case.
No, long-term effects. Like, that's all I kept saying, long-term effects.
No. Today you said how long the efficacy of the vaccine. That means how long is the vaccine itself going to be able to continue to produce antibodies in the body. It's totally different from the long-term effects of getting the vaccine and maybe something harmful or something good. That's two separate things there. If I'm wrong, y'all just let me know.
I didn't say harm. I didn't say it would be harmful. I just said is that we just wouldn't know. That's just something we have to take a chance for. But I'm saying, but based on with the history of vaccine, we already know that's going to be rare. You know what I'm saying? But I'm talking about it was just that phase had to be fast tracked. And that was an argument. I was saying, no, what? I'm like, yeah, it had to be fast tracked because of the pandemic. I said we don't have the luxury to wait 2 to 5 years. We got to go now.
So let me ask you this: How can a scientist say out their mouth that they missed no steps? Explain it, sir. And not had a step that you talking about. Go ahead.
Because it's not about missing a step. It's about shortening the step. Instead of
no such thing. Just
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that.
Let me just ask Sean because he played the interview, and this should be Sean.
Go ahead and ask him because I want to give you an example.
Under normal circumstances, after observation, do they allow them to go to mass?
No, I asked you a question though, yo.
What?
Good question.
Huh?
Yeah, the question was good. The question is, how can a scientist say out of their little crummy mouth that we have missed no steps? The scientific data, you know what I'm saying, is clear. No steps have been skipped. None of that. It's just like it always was. How could they say that and then you say what you say? Obviously, the point that you're making has always been that. And at no point could they ever get past what you're talking about. But the scientific things that brings vaccines into fruition, none of those steps have been changed. So you've always been saying that about vaccines.
Yeah, and that's what we kept saying. We're not talking about phase 1, phase 2. We were only addressing
phase
the
3.
Phase 3 stage observation.
So that's when you was wrong. Bring me a source that phase 3 has been changed. Go ahead, Vance.
I'm just curious why CK and Sosa are bringing this point home. What, in general, how long have we been doing contemporary vaccines? And what are long-term effects that we have seen in the general population? I would just like to know, because maybe I don't know. In general, what's the long-term effects?
I already said the effects would be rare. I said the only thing that they're concerned with.
How you know they'd be rare? Hold on. How you know?
Because I'm saying from previous vaccines.
How did you fall for that, Sosa?
Based on previous vaccines, they know that the long-term effects are rare.
What are bad long-term effects in the general population since contemporary vaccines have been out, have affected us in the mass? Why are y'all bringing this up? I'm confused. I just want to know.
Because it just goes back. this goes back to a conversation that we were having a couple of days ago. Like, it's not like we're saying don't take the vaccine.
It was confusing then, though, Sosa. That's the point.
Yeah.
It was always confusing.
The whole point, like that's what I'm saying. Even when Sean played, the guy played the interview, though, he lets you know. He said, man, he said, it's been 2 months so far. By the time the vaccine come out, it's been 6 months. We've never went that fast before. You know what I'm saying? But he said, Corey, just let me finish.
You gonna let him finish his
point?
point?
Let me finish the statement because I'm saying you shouldn't argue. I'm saying what the scientist said verbatim, so you shouldn't disagree with this part. I'm gonna say what he said verbatim. Normally, he said it's only been 2 months so far, based on the conversation that was happening at that time. He said by the time it's released to the mass, it'll be about 6 months of observation done. He said we've never done it this fast, but he said we don't have the option to wait because we're already at 200,000 deaths. And that was the whole point of everything was saying. We're not saying that it's not going to be good. And he was talking about the efficacy of it, how long, we don't know how long it will continue to produce antibodies. So the people that took the shot early, they really more the guinea pigs because it could run out on them, but then we'll have the warning signs. We got a 6 months head start instead of a 2-year head start or a 5-year head start. That was the whole point.
He was excited about it too.
That was the whole point. Yeah, that's it. So it's like that shit.
Excited about it.
That shouldn't be an argument. That should just be make a statement that we move.
It's just the way you said it
I'm just
initially.
trying to figure out, like, I was just trying to nail home the part about how the technology allows for them to move like that.
Yeah.
So, like, back in the day, it used to take 20 years to lay down, 100 miles of a railroad track. You know what I mean? Now they got a machine that lay that shit down and lay 100 miles down in a half a day, in an 8-hour day. You know what I'm saying? But are they skipping steps? They're not skipping those steps. It's still the same railroad track. Every nail that's been nailed in the railroad track get nailed down and everything. I mean, like, every weld and everything is still the same. It's just they moving faster now. They don't have to sit there and wait for each person to carry one rail over and put it down. They don't have to wait on that no more. So that's the whole point that the doctor was making. But I guess that point got missed. Like, y'all didn't hear that part of the doctor talk about that.
Understood. Like, that part's understood. Like, we understand iPhone, Uber. Like, that part is understood. We were talking about you cannot the technology doesn't. You cannot replace the technology. Won't replace observation. Is really the conversation that we was having. Like, technology takes you so far, but once it enters your body biologically, they have to observe it. Right. That's the whole point of the conversation.
Hold on 1 second. Everybody freeze for a minute. Let me see. What's the brother's name or sister name? What's that name, Kent? The name is Roy Bababoo. How you say it?
Babanox or some shit.
Roy Babanox. He forgot to go over there and tell Sabir Bay, Amaral Squad, MBK. You know what I'm saying? Pisces.
He's getting excited on them.
Yeah, you know.
Have a stroke now.
Hey, look, Mossy Clan Warriors, Kofi Pasai Research Team. You left some names out. Go get it straight. All right. I'm glad you're enjoying but get it straight. Don't leave stuff out. Don't, get it straight. When you go report back, you know what I'm saying? Report back the true nature of the threat. Don't have him not halfway knowing what it is.
Because we ain't calling his name. He calling ours.
Right.
I don't even know what's going on right now. Like, what's good?
Oh, we in the middle. War going on, right? The war information.
Smoke. Duck Sosa.
Hey, look, he another anti-vaxxer probably, I think. I don't know if he anti-vax.
He anti a whole lot.
He said Dagger Squad, Pseudo Killas, we're calling you out today. No, we wasn't calling you out. We was protecting our territory. We're sovereign and teaching scientific literacy, proper methodology, and beating up all the crazy Moors and crazy cowboys and Indians in the whole 9 yards. That's what we do. And now you just drag the Pseudo Killas in it because you talking that anti-vaccine rhetoric. So your ass is grass. Just on the scientific tip, this is the way I talk with the flavor to keep people interested. But your ass is grass when it comes to
Then came back over our channel, was like, hey, Sabir said, what's up? He one of them instigating dudes, yo.
Yeah, if Stabil said what's up, tell him we'll send him the link. We trying to send him the link right now. He can join. We can get busy.
Yeah, send him a link right now. He can get that. He can get that immediately. He can get beat up immediately.
He gonna come over here.
Sute, handle Sute. He ain't gonna come over here. He's scared.
He gonna come over here. It's too many of us on the panel. It's too many of us on the panel, man. It's gonna be a massacre.
I know Sute got him on lock. Sute, go on over there, yo. Go on
Yo,
over there, yo.
Yes.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yes, you can.
Y'all see did y'all see what I just had on the panel? I mean on the screen?
No, you ain't supposed to be just. You know what? I'm gonna enact the screen share. Ain't nobody see that.
No, all it was was a PDF of the coronavirus. It said an ancient history of coronaviruses.
I was wondering who the hell is doing that without talking. I was wondering. I knew it had to be you.
So he was.
That was a good source too, though, yo. I swear to God, it was. I was like, who was that without no explanation of that?
So I had brought it up because when you was talking about it, I was saying, damn, this is the same stuff I read in the PDF that I had Googled months ago.
All right, read the wishful comment right there, yo. Read the first part right there.
The part in black?
The abstract, yeah, the abstract.
All right, hold up.
Coronavirus are found in a diverse array of bat and bird species, right there.
Coronaviruses are found in a diverse array of bat and bird species, which are believed to act as natural hosts. Molecular clock dating analysis of coronaviruses suggests that the most recent common ancestor of these viruses existed around 10,000 years ago. This relatively young age is in sharp contrast to the ancient evolutionary history of their putative natural hosts, which began diversifying tens of millions of years ago. Here, we attempted to resolve this discrepancy by applying more realistic evolutionary models that have previously revealed the ancient evolutionary history of other RNA viruses. By explicitly modeling variation in the strength of natural selection over time, and thereby improving the modeling of substitution saturation, we found that the time to the most recent ancestor common for all coronaviruses is likely far greater, millions of years, than the previously inferred range.
All right, there you go. So those who understand evolution understand what he just said, and that's why it was always crucial in understanding evolution. Right there, that's the point of learning, understanding biology. You know what I'm saying? And understanding evolution. So we was always prepared for this conversation. We was always able to understand this whole conversation based off of us banging out on evolution for so long, for the last 20 years. So our particular segment of the community was ready for this, right? That's why we ain't playing the anti-vax thing, because we understand viruses. We understand our medicine has to be evolutionary minded. Okay, we know that, like penicillin and shit like that, that wasn't even made with evolution in mind. Remember, you know what I'm saying? Like the genome wasn't mapped out, and they just were shooting in the dark trying to do what they was doing. But now medicine is now evolutionary minded, and the same thing with the vaccines, right? These things are mutating and transforming. We're in a biological war. We're in an arms race. We kill the virus kill us. We kill the virus kill us. So for Sabir Bay to talk against that, man, you tripping. You know what I'm saying? Like you're invalid across the board. So ain't nobody call you out now. You done. We already sent the bombers. You already bombed up. You know what I'm saying? The bombs and left the silos. You can't take back nothing you said. It's live. You did it. You did that. We didn't. We never called you out. We never talked about you and you was teaching. We let you go to Cordova or Spain or Barcelona. We let you do all that and have fun. Now your fun days are over with. Now you want it, you got it. You asked for it, not me. Now we got to check your catalog. See, you just right. You did that thing the Beetlejuice do. When you say name 3 times, you say anybody name 3 times, yo, we're gonna pop up. Simple as that. So hey, look.
Why so much hate, man?
It ain't hate. It's black men and black women with ideas, and once you put an idea in the cosmos, it get dealt with. You know, we in the halls of science, the halls of literature, the halls of academia. Yo, once you put an idea out there, I'm saying you got a right to get critiqued on it. The same way we all got a right to get critiqued on it. It's just that simple. Oh. Good.
So you put out some pseudo information and you got checked and you wasn't feeling it?
Huh? No, he never got checked. He just Amaral squad is to death for no reason out of nowhere. Like he
yeah, he a pseudo sophisticated.
Out the same.
Oh, he probably just want some attention.
No, I think he just got. I could look at his progression because I've been looking at him. I know him. I've seen him before. We talked before, right? He's from Philly. So he just, over time, he just gotten more confident. You know how you think when you just one guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine it's just been me. You don't know where my head would have been at the last 20 years. I'd have really thought I was something serious. But the fact that I got people around me and I'm around people, we realize, we just like everybody else. We learn. We get a chance to learn. But imagine me being unchecked by myself. Throwing ideas out there relentlessly with nobody saying, that's kind of wrong. Imagine an environment without I Am Sofa bringing the points he's bringing out. Imagine an environment without CK bringing out her points. Imagine, what kind of environment would that be? That's why we just let everybody on the panel today express yourself. Say what you got to say. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine an environment where nobody gets to check anything. That's the environment that Mr. Sabir Bey is in. He's by himself. He think he rocking. But he ain't rocking the shit and already left the silos. He's already done.
Hey, that's that dude that used to be with the other dude that used to have the hat, the afro, the big afro with the hat.
No, that's his partner in crime and teacher. Both, whacked out.
Yeah, okay.
Afro with the joint with the dunce hat on.
Hey, brother, that's called a cult-like environment, sir.
Dude turned down 300 with Mr. Moringa. Mr. Moringa offered him 300 to debate him on his platform. And he turned down the 300. He wouldn't let Mr. Moringa on his platform.
Yo, I just put the link to that PDF in the back chat and in the YouTube chat.
I appreciate that, man. I got you. I appreciate what you do, bro. You keep it sourced up, yo. I'm gonna give you that, bro. You strong with that.
It's just my training and then listening to y'all. It just.
Yeah. I'm gonna put this out here. Put this in your pseudo killer folder. Anybody got something to add to today's discussion? We had 2 hours, man. We don't want to keep it running too long. All right. Yes, Sabir Bey. Yeah, you asked for it. You got it. I don't know what they forgot. We always shooting over here. That's what we do. I'm a Raw Squad, Pseudo Killas, Mossy, Kofi, Pasa Research Team. Come on, man. We shooting all day long. We intellectual gunfighters, man. It ain't never safe for the pseudos. Stick their head out the sand.
You ready for the question?
We close this out.
Hey,
Yes.
So check this out, right? If you get vaccinated, and like say if you did have it, and then you end up taking the vaccination, and then you go around somebody who never had it, can they catch it?
Say it again.
If someone had it and they still went and got vaccinated, right? When they go around someone who does have it, can they catch it from the person who got vaccinated?
No, because that's what the vaccine do. It prevents you from catching it.
No, but so if you already caught it, then you can't get the vaccine, basically.
No, you can still get the vaccine because remember they kind of figured out that it kind of wanes, that the immunity is not lifelong. Like some immunity be 12 years, some immunity be 8 months. It's just depending on it, and that's what I'm so kind of talking about. How long is the immunity going to be? How long is your natural immunity going to be? Right. So sometimes it's lifelong immunity. But I'm not, you know what I'm saying? On that note, I'm not sure. But once you get vaccinated and it's actually working on you the human, no, you cannot give it to nobody else because you don't get it. Your body automatically builds up a defense system and takes care of that right then and there. That's the point of getting vaccinated. Yeah. Where the hell is Wisham Common at, man? I see you now. I'm by sports. What's good, bro? What it do, man? I ain't seen you lately. I ain't seen you rocking on the channel, nothing. You know I be checking. Who else was there?
I thought Chef was supposed to have it. He was supposed to go at it with Sean or whatever. What happened to that? Did it? Y'all ain't really talk about it.
The Egypt joint. The Egypt. Egyptians being black.
Yeah. Y'all ain't really going to that, Sean.
Now he died out real quick on that.
Who died?
Gun blazing.
Look through a rock through the window.
Nah, we talked about the Fulani. He said the Fulani. I ain't hear him say nothing about
No. It was in regard. I'm here. You know, I ain't no runner. You feel me? You know what I mean? I'm like Candyman. I'm like Candyman. You say my name 3 times, I pop up.
Let's get it.
No, but I wasn't saying that the Egyptians wasn't black. I was saying that the same arguments that Thunder and them was making earlier on Garfield Channel was the same art. Like, if you're going to use that against me, let me be clear. We always talk about using academic sources and everything, you know what I mean, to come to our conclusions. Well, in academia, it's not conclusive the racial makeup of the ancient Egyptians. It's still contested. You feel me? Now, in our community, we hold an African type perspective to the Egyptians. The same way in our go ahead, what you say?
It ain't no it's blackology.
Well, I ain't gonna go all the way there.
I disagree with that, Vance. Well, it depends on who you talking about.
I ain't talking about you, Sean.
I agree with you on some people.
Yeah, that's all. Not giving it the proper historical context. That's it.
Right. So what I'm saying is, if we're gonna hold the Moorish thing, when we know, like y'all saying that it wasn't no West Africans in the Moorish Empire, you know what I mean? We know they played the role. Y'all saying that they didn't. Y'all saying that now genetics.
No, nobody never said that, yo.
Hold on. So now y'all saying now that we know the genetics of those people, like before we knew the genetics of those people, when you look at a black person, race was lookership. So when you looked at certain Berber groups and they were black, they had the same phenotype as what you would call a black person. We would call those people black. Now y'all using genetics and saying, no, they not the same. Okay, but that ain't even the point. The same way you would look at an ancient Egyptian, when we would look at certain statues, we would use lookership and say he has the features of a black person. But when they take the DNA, all of the DNA that they found, they're showing that these people have affinity to Asians, people from Anatolia. You know what I mean? North African.
We gotta look at that in perspective, man. We do,
No,
because
saying,
who you calling like a Berber?
Whoa! The brother was talking. We cannot fucking cut off. This is fucking channel. You cannot cut him off. Let him talk, man. Let him get it all down. If you want to talk for an hour, you can't tell him he can't do it.
No, I'm pretty much done. I'm just saying that we can see the African component with the ancient Egyptians, and we can see the African component, you know what I mean, with the Moors. To strike out the African component with the Moors and say that we can't claim that, but we can still claim Egyptian when that's contested too.
No. I got Chef right here real quick. Chef,
man. Go ahead.
You're right. Hey, no, hold on. I got Chef. You're absolutely right. We can claim it. We can claim it too. Because guess what? We were in the Moroccan Empire. Black slaves. Yeah. The Moroccan people saw us as nothing more but black slaves.
Thank you.
And how did the Egyptians look at
Hold on. Go ahead. I'm trying to go backwards. I'm trying to go to the Moor and then get to the Egyptians.
Okay, go ahead.
So the Moroccan Empire only saw us as black slaves. This is coming out of the Moroccan people's mouth. No matter what, all they saw when they saw us, they saw slave. That's why we were the front line in their wars. They saw us as a convenience for them. They say we was, you know, we looked like slaves, we served like slaves, we fought like slaves.
Correct.
And as far as the Egyptian point, depending on where you're talking about in history, you do see the when we're saying African, we're saying black, the black perspective, the lack. Now, Uncle say, you know, genetically, these Asiatics was in certain parts of Kemet. But when we go and we do when we go and dig up certain parts of Kemet, there's a central location where these Asiatics are. They not all over Kemet. They on that East Bank side, near that northeast corner. Why do we know that? Because when they did the survey of the land and they ran into those bodies that they found over there that were supposed to be in the grounds over there, they did the DNA sampling and it took us to a direct location. And when you look at Egyptian history tells you when these people was over there, you know, what was going on culturally with them. And then you get further into like the dynastic period where you have the Hekakasut, or what people call the Hyksos. We start seeing these Asiatic gods appear. This is how we know that they allowed certain people in the flow, because they was letting people come in with their gods, but they wasn't all over Kemet. So when we make it a broader context, we take it out of context. But then we got to go back and say, well, hold on, Sean. Before that, you had the Egyptians start to change their phenotype over time. You know, it was black over here in this area, but now their phenotype is lightening up. Now it can only lighten up if they mixing with other populations. So that's to your point. That's how we know the Asiatics is in there, because the Asiatics helped bring in a whole new breed of Egyptians, and they got lightened up. And in the midst of them lightening up, they got beef with the black people that was already there and the Asiatics. So now they won with two different sets of people, even the original people that was there and the Asiatics who came over there and then kept coming over there, leaving and coming back, because like y'all said, ain't no borders.
So what original people was there? Because the Asiatics was there for 20,000 years. Before the first Egyptian dynasty. What are we saying? Like,
that's why you keep going back to Egypt and trying to say before the Egyptians, look, Africans were responsible for that, for whatever that was going on over there. That's what they saying. No matter how far back you go, there wasn't no Egyptian dynasty. That stuff was birthed out of people moving from the south to the north. They bringing that information with them. That's why you always hear people argue that that Ethiopia is the mother of, you know what I'm saying, of everything else. And then you hear people saying, well, Nubia, you know, really that's really where it you know, if you was gangbanging, that's really where we set it off at, really in Ta-Nehisi. And then when we go on upstream, we get it cracking up there and we doing our business up there. That's why they did business like that, but they did trade and all these other things. But them Asiatics that y'all keep talking about was there 20,000 years ago. It wasn't like it was 100,000 Asiatics over there. You know what I'm saying? It could have been like 20 or 30, or it could have been 150. We don't know the actual details of who was there 20,000 years ago to actually say it was 30,000 of these Asiatics in Kemet that had a presence when they really didn't have a presence like that, based on the dynastic periods, until more of them people started coming over here, and then they got dang set up shop and
but
took
they was
over.
there in Ethiopia too.
I don't know. I ain't agreeing with all that.
Wow.
Wait, so what are you trying to argue? You trying to argue that again that the Berbers are black people? Is that what you're trying to do? Is that what you're trying to do?
No.
All right. Well. Here's wait.
Going in. Who is that?
This is Osei. This is Osei. This is what I'm saying. If you want to look at what the Berber really looks like, you ever heard of the Guanche people or the Guanches from the Canary Islands?
What's your name, bro?
Osei.
Well, I know
I'm
you
not
from.
saying
I
that
know
the
you.
Berbers.
O'Shea,
we off that.
O'Shea.
Are you off that? Yeah.
Where I know you from?
But go ahead, make your point.
Hold on.
You got a good point about the Berbers.
He gonna do it. Hold on. We got time. O'Shea, where we know you from?
What? Where I'm from?
Yeah, where I know you from. Where we know you from? Who are you?
I don't know. Sometimes I call him Garfield Show.
Okay, yeah, you coming over here real quick and mighty, man. It sound good, but
oh yeah, I think I had a conversation with you about the what do you call it? About the Neanderthal DNA. But yeah, but
and what you hold on, wait, and what you say about Neanderthal DNA?
Look, I said I believe that it's in Africa, but I believe it got disseminated down into sub-Saharan Africa through Berbers. But the thing is that I had a discussion with the that was a while back though. Yeah. And all right, so what I was saying, what's that in the background?
Fear in it that he can challenge them on this.
Wait, what's that in the background?
Somebody need to turn their
Somebody's watching the video.
And watch out for the.
My bad, y'all.
Yeah. So
yeah, I was peeping. Yeah.
All right, so what I was saying about these Berbers is that if you want to really look at like the base of them, if you ever heard of the Guanche people over there in the Canary Islands, these people are described as being really hairy, having straight hair, and being white skin or lighter skin. Mm-hmm. These people just look like the prototypical caveman. They were Stone Age, and their language was like it had like whistle sounds in it. These are probably the most, since they were isolated on this island from the Canary Islands, and when they did the genetic testing, they most closely match, near identical to the Berbers that are living up there in Morocco specifically. Okay. So if these people are described as being like straight-haired, white-skinned, hairy, that doesn't describe a sub-Saharan African. If this is the base and they've been isolated, they believe that they've been on those islands for the past 3,000 years. They don't really exist anymore because of what the Spanish did. But that's what I'm saying. Like, Berber is completely different from us. They always view ourselves different. Africans have viewed Berbers not the same as themselves.
I agree. Can I ask you a question? Now,
what y'all need to do is ask
talked
them for
about
some
genetics,
sources.
right? Now, isn't it two ways that you identify Berbers, right?
Okay.
Now that we know genetics. One was the language, right?
No, it's Afro-Asiatic. Now, that's
what
they fall into. But wait, let me say this. Let me say this though. Wait, let me say this.
No, O'Shea, relax.
Okay. All right.
I know you got a lot to say. You're starting to act like me now. Cut it out.
Right.
All right.
So look. I got on. I was working, so I couldn't really defend the point that I was trying to make. And I let y'all go off like y'all really got me. But I had mentioned the Fulani. Now, some in academia still hold that the Fulani was originally Berber because of certain things in their language and their culture. Now that they don't speak, like they crossed over and they speak a more West African tongue now, they find patterns in their language, right, that makes them think that they came from more of a Sahel part of Africa and that they were a Berber speaking people at first. But now, so what do you say about that?
No, you're right. I did hear that. Okay. But when it's like with the Tuareg, it's like when you go to certain places. Actually, no. Sorry, it's with the Fulani. When you go to certain places, you'll see like the Y chromosome haplogroup. You'll see things like J, or you'll see things like E1B1A. E1B1B, which is common with Berbers, which did originate on the African continent.
Right.
And you also find J and T, which originates over there in West Asia. It depends on where you go. The more south of the Sahel or in the Sahel, you're going to find more E1B1A and A and B and other Y chromosome patterns. And you're going to find mitochondrial stuff like the L group, like L1, L0, L2, which is the most common in West Africa. You're going to find those. But when it comes to Berbers in general, especially with women, they usually fall in groups such as M and U5 and U6, things that originate in Western Asia and in Central Asia. Berber women usually don't carry the L group, which is most common in African women, especially. Yeah.
Sounding too good. Source.
Okay, all right.
I ain't saying you're wrong.
Beat me to it.
No. You're right.
Y'all really jumping the gun, though, Unc. You really jumping the gun.
No, you're right.
He ain't
You're
saying
right.
nothing no different than Ngozi right about now.
Nah, that ain't the point.
We're not appealing to authority around here, Sean. Go get that source, please.
Hold on. If you listening to what he's saying, he ain't saying shit different than Ngozi right now. He is specifically talking about a certain group of people having a genetic marker that comes from somewhere outside the continent that didn't originate on the continent, and that which originated on the continent interbreded with another that did live on the continent, and therefore you got a certain type of a group of people. Now, he may be messing it up somewhere along the lines.
No, Sean, I didn't ask you for a source.
Sean, you're doing too much.
No, I'm not. You don't even know where I'm going, because I'm about to come right back around and clean it up. And then come back around and show a different type of group.
You saying, oh, he's saying the same stuff as Ngozi? We ain't talking about Ngozi.
No, this Berber shit got to go.
I know, but you gotta let him get his source out. I want to see, can he back up what he's saying?
Yes.
He's saying what you saying, though, Sean.
Why are you bringing up Ngozi? We need to have him bring up his source for his claim so we can read it.
Yeah, we want the source.
What he claimed.
I ain't saying he wrong.
I mean, a lot.
No. Hold on. What did he claim? Let's be clear.
Talking about the women with certain markers.
No, he still got a source up. But what did he claim? I'm asking, what did he claim?
So we agree that the Ibera.
Nah. Pull your source up. Don't say nothing.
Okay, all right. Let me bring the source up.
Wait. See your source. I'm trying to make sure that the panel that is requesting the source understand if you made a claim. So I'm asking these people, because I argue with everybody. I ain't know none of that. I argue with everybody. So I want to make sure that people on the panel understand what you saying and if you made a claim.
No, Unc stopped this bill and told them to source up. We wasn't disagreeing.
Shit, I did it first.
Yeah,
like, how you gonna interject?
They just said source up. There ain't nobody say he was wrong.
We just want evidence for the stuff that he's saying. That's all, Sean. You're doing too much.
Do you understand what he's saying? Yes or no?
No, but go ahead.
I love you, Sean.
He's talking about just the back migration.
Yo, you gotta say that nigga rocking, yo. I know how to slow it down.
Right, I'll let him rock. Yo, was it E1J? Look, go ahead. You know what I mean? Go ahead. I'm just saying, if he's talking about people coming into Africa who wasn't originally mixing with the original populations, and you can isolate those groups and tell when they came in, I'm with all that.
Yeah, we agree with that.
Yeah, I'm with all that. Go ahead.
That's just back migration.
Yeah, I'm with all that.
Yep, we with that. Go ahead.
Let's see. All right, so what I'm looking at. All right, so
what you looking at?
See.
What you looking at? What you got?
Is it cool if I start at Wikipedia as the source and then I'll go down to like?
Yeah, we start with Wikipedia and end in the journal. Absolutely.
All right, let's see. So when I was talking about mitochondrial DNA,
okay,
I'm looking at this like the mitochondrial DNA pool is essentially actually, can I show this?
Yeah, you can screen share.
Yeah, you fine.
See what you got going there, bro. We're trying to see what you got.
Because what I'm saying is we definitely Canaanites.
Let's see.
Yo, he done made his case. I'm going to turn Sean Lee. Where you at, Sean? He's talking crazy. He's talking crazy. He made his Canaanites. You know what's so crazy? People back then weren't even thinking about none of the shit we saying. Yo, they was saying.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, we got it.
All right, here we go. She's a Moroccan mitochondrial DNA. And I'm right here in genetic studies on Moroccans.
Okay.
So when we look at the let's see, what did I start off with? Well, hold on. Let me start with this. So with the mitochondrial DNA, the Moroccan.
But you know we was dealing with the Fulani, right?
We were.
We wasn't there. Ain't nobody was saying that the Moroccans was
yeah,
black.
You did, Chef.
No, I said that the Moorish Empire had blacks in it. So
yeah, we know that.
It's no to argue that a black couldn't claim it when we can claim Egypt when they damn near had the same component.
How can you claim?
Well, here's the thing. Now I did agree.
Yo,
I did agree with you.
You ain't running an empire. You a slave.
Yeah, come on.
How could you claim
Listen. The blacks the people that y'all are calling what's his name, Tariq or whatever, he had Negroid features. So even though he was a Berber, he could have been a Tuareg or whatever.
Time.
The same way
what
Ramses,
sub-Saharan African ran the Moorish Empire, yo? They did not allow blacks to run their empires. They saw you as some shit. They made you a slave. And the Muslims castrated you. Most of them castrated you. So
I'm talking about
how is you?
culturally. So culturally, the Tuareg people are Berbers, right?
Yeah.
No,
now,
yeah, they are still technically Berber.
Are they the same as the light-skinned Berbers? Do they look the same? Can't you see that there's a difference?
No, skin color don't denote nothing. But
I'm saying so. But we use that for Egypt, though.
No, we don't. We're not using.
Oh my God! If y'all, when we look at Ethiopian people,
We have Egyptian, we have black people, Sudanic
have
people running Kemet.
Y'all see my screen?
We don't have Sudanic people running the Moorish Empire, bro. There's a difference.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see it. Go ahead.
You see the Haritin people? The Haritin people, or the Haritini, are a group of people known to be descendant of black slaves who live especially in the Maghreb. These are the people who you would see and say that they're Tuareg. They are descendant from people who are south of the Sahara, but they have lost that cultural trait and they have assimilated into the Maghrebi culture. So that's who you're really seeing.
Okay, so what about
Haritin girl from Morocco? The Fulani are different. I do agree there are things that I have read that they are descendant of people who are maybe like how the Chadic people are.
Right.
People who speak Afro-Asiatic languages and stuff like that, and they eventually
that word is pseudo. We don't even use that word around here.
What word?
Afro-Asiatic word is pseudo. We don't use that word around here.
Y'all can't take out Afro-Asiatic.
We don't use that word around here. We ain't
Whenever
talking.
you go to one of these universities,
we talking genetics. We ain't talking languages. We talking genetics.
In the case that he's talking about,
you can't tell what a person is based on what they. You know what I'm saying? I can be black and speak Japanese. That don't make me Japanese.
You're right. But with
fight, give us all the link. That'd be a real good fight right there. Boy, I had me laughing at this motherfucker.
But the thing that we're talking about is that he said that they originally spoke a Berber language, which a lot of people which scholars have actually believed because Fulani genetically are different, but they also cluster in to other people. But like I said, depending on where you are, like Fulani in like Algeria and like the southern part of Algeria, they're going to be more closer to other Berber populations. The ones that are in Nigeria are going to be closer to people who are in Nigeria, especially like the Hausa people.
Right.
So, yeah. So like they even say with the Hausa, they said that they are originally a Nilotic people, but they ended up speaking an Afro-Asiatic language.
Right.
So the linguistics and the culture.
All right.
Hold on. Just hold on. Before you get back to your source, I need to put this on the screen real quick. The Fulani Empire. You can skip all that, go to the second sentence. The Fulani, a people of obscure origins, expanded eastward from Futa Torah and Lower Senegal in the 14th century. By the 16th century, they had established themselves as a Messina, upstream from the Niger Bend, and were proceeding eastward into Hassaland. Some settled in the 19th century at Adamwa in the northern Cameroons. Many of the Fulani continued to pursue a pastoral life. Some, however, particularly in Hassaland, gave up their nomadic pursuits, settled in existing urban communities, and were converted to Islam. We all know that. So when we're talking about the Fulani, I ain't talking about the Fulani being no particular type of a Berber. Now you could have, all right, to this. Let me give Chef a point. You can have a Fulani that could be mixed with Berber based on where they are as far as like the Tuareg. You got some Tuareg that are Berber. That are sub-Saharan African, and then because you have interbreeding that actually took place along the Sahel. So you had them going back and forth and doing things, and they go out and establish their own communities and build upright. So that's why we see some sub-Saharan. In West Africa, I'm speaking specifically, we see sub-Saharan Africans that are Tuareg. So you're going to see that out of the, you can see that also out of the Fulani, but to call all of them Berbers and all that, I'm not going for that. And then you also will see the same thing out of the Hausa people. The Hausa people, you will see some of them that'll look sub-Saharan African, and then you'll see some of them look Berber mixed based on their cultural identity and where they actually are in these areas, especially when they're further out, closer to that sand. But all of this comes from the admixing, which we all agree transpires and takes place over time. But originally, them people wasn't them people.
So y'all don't see the same, we can't use that same logic to understand Northeast Africa.
We just did.
No, what? Oh.
No, I don't know if you heard it, but when I went back and I said originally these people in this particular area were the Sudanic people. And then I said over time, interbreeding and everything took place. And then with these Asiatics that were small in number that was in this area, and then you start getting a new person. And then I sit there and said the new person in this particular region started to have beef with basically the Sudanic and the Asiatic. So now they're at war with them and border control. So now they're trying to run their Asiatic up out of there. So while they're getting rid of them or making them slaves, then you have more Asiatics coming over, plotting on the new Egyptian, and then you get the Hekakasu. So then you have the Asiatics ruling around the 15th dynastic, after the 13th, so the 14th to 15th dynastic period, and then you have that. But what I'm saying is, you're going to see admixture. Totally agree with you there. But I'm not going to give the empires away. We're talking about from its inception all the way up until the 13th, you had Sudanic rule pretty much, or you had sub-Saharan, you had Africans rule in that particular area, not an Asiatic. You see what I'm saying? So I don't want to confuse it there, Chef. I agree with what you're trying to say. The
wasn't in those Sudanese ruling groups.
No, what period are you talking about? That's why I'm giving
you. You pick a period. You pick a period.
Yeah, after the 13th dynastic period. Yep.
No, so you're saying that the Asiatic wasn't in
after the 13th.
Oh my!
Show me an Asiatic ruling ancient Kemet before the after the 13th.
Yeah, you're gonna get in trouble. Yeah, you're gonna get in trouble on that, Chef. They know that the Asiatics start coming in force like in the 12th dynasty, and they just was living there. That's what that's first Egyptian records of them in the 12th dynasty, yo.
That's a record, but I'm saying that they were there before the records. We already established
they were not ruling, Chef. They were not ruling, Chef. They weren't ruling until after around the 14th, 15th dynastic period. So you had 13 years of rulership of Sudanic people in the area. That's all I'm saying, Chef. That's why I ain't accepting it like that. I'm saying
so y'all saying
over there, yo.
Saying sub-Saharan Africans ruled Egypt from the first dynasty to the 14th dynasty.
Yes.
Y'all saying that those people were sub-Saharan African.
They were Sudanic people in that region, ruling the area. Yeah. That's who they were in that area, running it. What I'm telling you.
Yeah,
I source that up.
I gotta get a source for that one right there. You can't think that.
Source that up.
All right, hold up. While I'm doing this.
Hello, my vehicle, miss.
While I'm sourcing it up. Can we bet $1,000 right now?
Oh, no.
Why not?
I ain't got some COVID.
I mean, you don't have to.
I was gonna have to shoot this.
Can we bet 100? Anybody that agree with Sheffrin? Anybody want to put up?
I mean,
you're gonna have us broke during COVID.
Anybody want to put up?
Put up that you don't got the DNA.
No. Don't talk me to death. I'm asking for money.
No, he asking for clarification.
When I source I ain't gonna play that game. When I source up, I want some money for it.
All right, what's the bet?
Give me the parameters. What clarifies as proof that the sub-Saharan Africans?
I'm giving you the Hekakasu ruling after the 13th.
Who was the Hekakasu? What?
Are you
The
establishing?
Asiatics. I'm speaking
No.
Egyptian language to you right now.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm speaking Egyptian language right now. So even if I source up, you're not even gonna understand what I'm saying. You asking me to source up, and I'm giving you who the people was. That's the foreign rulers in the area. Because the remits tell us, that it was a sucker bet I was gonna win. The remits tell us that the foreign rulers are in the land. They tell us when it's the age of the foreign rule. This is why Unc said, I'm gonna help everybody broke.
Can I ask you something, Sean?
Yeah.
Sean, I'm not saying that the Egyptians that I'm talking about were considered themselves as foreigners. I'm saying that those Asiatics was already in Africa for so long that they seen themselves a part of the culture. I'm saying you're saying that they were sub-Saharan African. You're saying you're going to prove that.
I'm telling you that the people knew who were Egyptian and who were not Egyptian. Yo.
Take the Egyptian out.
That's another conversation.
You saying from the first dynasty
hold
to
on,
the 14th
I'm
dynasty,
finna put it on the screen.
Those
I'm finna put it.
people
I'm
were
finna put it.
sub-Saharan African.
And you gonna show that without DNA. That's why I'm like, you can't do that without DNA. That's crazy. Like y'all, this is bonkers. You can't do that.
Bonkers. I call it bunk. Y'all crazy.
But go ahead and show your source, Sean.
Y'all is crazy. Boy, he said it's bunk. That was funny, yo.
Yes,
we need to see that source.
Y'all funny.
What happened? Is it still 1,000?
I'm sharing his screen right now.
Oh, that was Sean. Sean sharing.
No.
I'm Sean.
Trying to get the money
knock me off for no daggone Egyptian sauce, man.
Yeah, I want that.
I'm selling product right now, man.
My bad. I'm about to get back to you. Sheffrin, do you know what you're seeing on the screen right now?
I see a boat.
No. Okay, I'm asking, do you see? All right, so you see a boat. Look below the boat. Do you see below the boat?
Yeah.
You see people standing there, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so what you're looking at specifically is how the Remich saw people around them. At the very bottom, this is the table of nations. They got the Libyans on here. They got the Asiatics on here. If you look to the right of the screen,
right,
the dude with the buff hair look like he got a beard that look like he creamy looking.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Asiatic. How do we know it's the Asiatic? Because above his head, it tell us who the people is.
Okay.
They're in their artwork and everything that they do, they identify the people that are not from around where they are, yo. They painted themselves in a particular, when they wrote, and when they did their artwork, they showed themselves in a different light and a different manner. But foreigners, they either would darken them out, make them like real black as hell, or they would make them lighter in shade, or they would make them a whole nother color. And they specifically wrote about these people and said that. So when I said what I said, the Egyptians knew exactly who was foreign to who they are. Now, to what you're saying culturally, you're saying these people been here. So I'm only trying to show you that I understand. You're saying, what about the Asiatics that just been there and just felt like they was a part of the culture?
Mm-hmm.
These people knew who wasn't a part of the culture based on how they wrote things into existence for themselves. They wrote their natural world, how they understood things. They didn't make it up. That's why they made Table of Nations, yo.
Hey, Sean, hold on. I get what they saying. They said if a nigga in there 20,000 years ago, goddamn well, you ain't gonna look at that nigga and say, yo, you somebody different. Because they ain't had no DNA test, yo. So they wouldn't have known. They only know people that was culturally different. But if you've been in there, you know what I mean? So you basically trying to say, since time immemorial, they made a separation between the people that migrated in. That's what you're saying? Well, by the time they became Egyptians, I mean, it was always a little mixing, remember? So how you saying? I get what they saying, right? I see what you're saying. I argue for is a little bit of both of what y'all saying, and that the base culture, and I'm gonna show y'all on this damn screen, because y'all, I'm gonna show y'all how the base culture is what I always said it was, no matter what y'all say. Hold on, let me go ahead. All right, so I get what you're saying. They saying that 20,000 years ago, how in the hell a motherfucker know that you wasn't, I mean, come on, yo, 20,000 years, yo. So hold on. What Sean is saying, at 20,000 years ago, they still had, they brought in, I don't know.
Nah, I'm not saying 20,000 years ago that they would genetically identify something. That's stupid for me to say, because I'll be speaking in absolutes, and I don't speak in absolutes. What I'm specifically trying to say is the people that helped establish their rulership that lasted as long as it actually lasted, culturally speaking, knew who was foreign to their lands. From the very first time that we hear about somebody uniting Upper and Lower Kemet.
Oh yeah, that point. But they said what they saying is when they.
But we're saying the Asiatic component wasn't foreign.
I'm telling you that mug was okay. See, here's what we differ.
Listen, I'm saying that the Asiatic component that was in the Egyptians was not
I got
foreign.
it. Oh, Sean is saying that by the time they start forming the dynasties and start fighting in Neolithic times, the niggas was foreign. If you was already there 20,000 years ago, then you had already been what they call the word. You already been amalgamated into the culture, yo.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all arguing for amalgamation of 20,000 years. I agree. Sean is saying, okay, outside of the people that was there for 20,000 years, right? They was already amalgamated into African culture and African systems. Now, when the new Asiatics come in there, they are clearly identified as motherfucking foreigners. And the Europeans, they don't talk about it in terms like that, because I read the whole goddamn argument of Diops. They try to fight you all the way back to 300,000 years, yo. Diops was
That's what I'm saying.
Can't possibly know that. Hold on. In the argument, the Cairo Symposium, they were saying, Diops, you can't possibly know that it was sub-Saharan Africans in 160,000 years, yo. We're gonna have to bring that up, yo. He was like, what? What you talking about? Man, he evolved in that. It was a good conversation. The conscious community fucked up the conversation. They start off with, yo, we destroyed the European. That's not what happened at the Cairo Symposium. The shit was a hell of an argument. They won some and they lost some, but the point they won was that the foundation of Nile Valley culture, let's get this straight, because Nile Valley culture been rocking since 300,000 years ago, was sub-Saharan African people, Homo sapiens sapien. That's the point. That's the checkmate. That the culture in the Nile Valley is African, with different people coming in, bringing their cultural wares and all that good shit. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you a question though. So, but with all the mixing going on right in that area up until the time of Kemet, you wouldn't think by the time that the empire starts that component is like kind of like an African American to an African.
They was fighting, nigga. That's what the war was over. The unification was over the mixing. Huh? How about that?
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, you need to read Chancellor's work. He talks about they had beef with the lower people in Ta-Nehisi had beef with people in Upper Kemet because they were trying to unite and say, well, we can let them in, and they were like, nah, they foreign to us. Why the hell we want them in our land?
I read that part. I'm saying, what was his source for that though?
Right, because I'm saying Upper and Lower Egypt was already mixed. I'm saying the Asian was in the upper and lower.
Nah. You can't say that. In Ta-Nehisi, yo, them people straight Sudan. They weren't playing with. Okay, I know what you finna do, Aunt.
This is how we do. We don't talk the talk, yo. We walk the motherfucker.
You telling me North Africa?
This what I'm telling you. Look, Sudan, Egypt, and Nubian timeline. All right, as you looking, 300,000 to 2,500 BCE. Who in the hell you think was there 300,000 years, yo?
Asian.
No Asiatics. I rest my case. I'm done.
We ain't talking about 300,000 years ago, though.
Simple.
What was Chancellor Williams' source though? Like we can't like y'all just try to slide out without.
Nah, Diops. I'm showing you. Look,
I ain't sliding out, yo.
Look,
y'all taking it back to when it was only black, when it was only Africans on the planet.
Yo, we're
not doing that.
Link the middle now. Man, listen, hold on, listen. I don't really feel like doing it, be honest with you, because I'll bust your head with it. And I'm talking about, because I remember my man, Double X was trying to rev up, yo, and I was like, I'm gonna bust his head. I'm gonna bust your head, because I studied tool assemblages. Only African people made, and they took it out with them when they left. I'm talking Stone Age technology. This shit is African technology. This ain't no Asiatic technology.
Cool.
Stone Age.
I'm just saying, y'all just told me that the war.
I hope y'all know that.
Told me that the war was over the mixing. Like, I just can't let that go until I find out. Like how do we get that information that, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what the war was over. That's why I'm lost at.
What were the Egyptians?
Oh shit, I opened up the thing.
What were the Egyptians? In contemporary description of the ancient Egyptians, this question is never raised. Eyewitnesses of that period formally affirmed that the Egyptians were blacks. On several occasions, Herodotus insists on the Negro character of the Egyptians and even used this for an indirect demonstration. For example, to prove that the flooding of the Nile cannot be caused by melting snow, he cites, among other reasons he deems valid, the following observation: it is that the natives of the country are black with the heat. To demonstrate that the Greek oracle is Egyptian origin, Herodotus advances another argument. Lastly, by calling the dove black, the Danonians indicated that the women was Egyptian. The doves in question symbolize two Egyptian women allegedly kidnapped from Thebes to find the oracles of the Dona in Libya. To show that the inhabitants of Colchis were Egyptian origin and had to be considered a part of Zoroastrians, or go a little further, army who had settled in the region, Herodotus says the Egyptians said that they believed the Colchians to be descended from an army of the Zoroastrians. My own conjunctures were founded first on the fact that they are black-skinned and have woolly hair. Let's go see who a source is.
But isn't that lookership?
Yeah, that's lookership. That's lookership.
That's lookership.
Yeah, but hold on. We talking about Diop. So we talking about Diop. So he can start with
DNA wasn't mapped then. Like, we're talking about what were the people?
What did he do genetically that was groundbreaking, Chef? What did he do genetically that was groundbreaking, Chef?
Yo, it's showing you the Asian component and how long it's been in those.
Why you ain't answer my question, yo? What did he do that was groundbreaking, yo? When he stood up there in that symposium with the genetic with the DNA stuff, what did he do?
He didn't have DNA.
He had
DNA? The melanin dosage test.
Okay.
Some shit.
He had that. Yeah, the melanin.
Yeah, man.
Come on,
You're starting to go down logical fallacy lane. I don't know what's going on here.
I'm finna give you the source.
I know I'm a lightweight to you, yo, but I ain't that light, yo. You ain't gonna just run me over with that.
I feel like y'all doing way too much dancing just to give a source for this claim.
Don't worry about it, Sean. I'm coming, yo. I'm good. I'm going.
Nah, don't worry. I ain't tripping. I ain't got my laptop open. I'm working and going in, yo.
No, I'm looking for the source that talks about why they were fighting because of the mix. Like, how could he make that claim? Like,
are you remotely?
Okay, so you want us to run the Diop, then you want us to run the Chancellor, then you want us to go
Chancellor
pull out
Williams.
Wait a minute, y'all interjected them as authorities.
Yeah, you said Chancellor Williams said that
Diop the authority on the subject. We ain't gotta go to Chancellor.
Chancellor Williams as authorities.
Chancellor is a secondary source on the subject. Chancellor Williams is a secondary source on the subject. Diop is the GOAT. Diop is interjected as the authority on the said subject.
Okay, so
y'all questioning Diop. Go ahead.
I can't let y'all brush Chancellor off. Chancellor actually went to fucking Africa and talked to the damn people and did the history. Remember that now. Let's not forget that. He went there.
Oh, come on now.
Okay, that's all good and nice, but you still need the evidence for the claim.
No, he actually said that. Asked people what their history was, yo.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm asking
that's
for
nice.
That's
cute.
Because I know he don't cite. Not a lot of citations in that book.
No.
I mean, I love the book.
But the DNA that y'all bringing up supports him. That's the funny part about it. Y'all just made the nigga.
Okay. Can we see that? Can we get that? Can we go over that?
Yeah, we got to find. I ain't talked to Egypt in so damn long. Y'all got me.
Sean said that the Egyptian dynasty from the 1st to the 14th was sub-Saharan African.
Yeah, it was, yo. Everybody know that.
That no, everybody don't.
Nah, Sheffrin don't know it because he want to be a Moor. He want to be Asiatic. He can't be Asiatic without saying that, yo. He can't be Asiatic without saying it. That's why he say that. So to UNESCO, Volume 2, page 15 goes into origins of the ancient Egyptians.
Oh, hold on.
Y'all want to pull your books out?
Go ahead, keep reading.
Do you want to pull? No. Pull your book out. You got it. PDF.
What is he
The general acceptance of the sequel to the work of the Professor Leakey of the hypothesis of mankind's monogenetic of African origins makes it possible to pose the question of the people of Egypt and even the world in completely new terms. More than 150,000 years ago, belonging to morphological identical and the man of today were living in the region of the Great Lakes of the sources of the Nile and nowhere else. This notion means that the whole human race had its origin, just as the ancients had guessed, at the foot of the mountains of the moon. From this, two facts of the capital importance result. The earliest men were ethically homogeneous and negroid. Glugler's law, which would also appear to be applicable to human beings, lays it down that warm-blooded animals evolving in warm humid climate will secrete a black pigment, eumelanin. Hence, mankind originated the tropics and around the latitudes of the Great Lake. He was bound to have brown pigmentation from the start, and it was by differentiation in other climates that the original stock later split into into different races.
I'm not arguing their color.
Get to the meat, Sean. That's not what we're talking about.
Shut up, Sosa.
No, we're not arguing their color.
You want me to go pull a source and then you gonna sit here and tell me what you arguing and what you ain't arguing. Yo,
Sean,
I just pulled it off the shelf, yo. I'm not
gonna
look.
I'll just say
I just pulled the source off my thing. You think I'm gonna grab my book, pull and go? Let me read like 60 pages real quick, and let me get into all of this. Like, yo, I just pulled it out.
We can wait. We can wait. Be patient.
Come on, Sean, yo, I had to brush up on my Egyptian. Yo, I ain't gonna let him get away with it.
Nah, bro, I'm cool. I gave him the source.
Y'all going 300,000 years ago, yo.
Here go your
when there was only black people on the planet.
Sheffrin, you asked me for a source. Here go your source. Refuted. The origins of the ancient Egyptians. It's all, you ain't refuted nothing, yo.
300,000 years ago, who was on the Nile? I know that. I said from the first dynasty to the 14th, you're saying that they were sub-Saharan African.
Refute.
Yeah, you got
it. Hold on. No. I ain't got to go too far. Let me just end it like this. And let's see. Since you want to be cute, let's be cute. Watch what I do right here. Watch what I do right here. And don't say nothing, Unc. Don't say nothing, Unc.
I ain't saying nothing. I'm quiet. I'm trying to find my shit. They got me frustrated over here.
Nah, don't
to the audience, y'all don't forget to subscribe to the channel, man. Subscribe. Like the show.
Yeah, like the show.
I just feel like they would be. I just feel like they're the only people.
I'm trying to pull the primary up. I don't want to use a facsimile. So let me pull the primary up. I don't want to use the facts.
Like they would still be African, but some they would still they their own people like African American. Like we want for that long and that amount of mixing, like you know what I'm saying?
I ain't trying to hear that.
I'm tripping.
I ain't trying to hear that. Now tell me, you see the names? Do you see their names right here? You see their names?
Sean, you told us that we can't.
Do you see their names?
You told us language can't establish genetics.
Do you see? No, they writing, bro. They writing the names of the people ruling in the Shanu. I'm asking if you see the names, yes or no?
Yeah, we see it.
Yeah, see the names.
All right, okay.
Keep in mind, my name is Alan. You know what I'm saying?
And my name is Michael, and it's not African. And I write in English.
Come on.
I'm Hebrew, so hey.
Like, come on now.
My point is, even showing this, is even if I show you these people writing the names of the people that's ruling in the dynastic period through from the 1st through the 14th, you ain't gonna know who they are because you can't read the shit.
Oh, man, we know the Badarians was black people, man. Don't make
but does it say that they're sub-Saharan African?
No.
From the 1st to the Hikakasu, them people foreign, yo. They wrote it in their language, yo. This is one of the reasons why. Hold up, I don't want to go too far.
Like, I wonder why
That's why I'm
standing within the first. To the DNA
that's why I'm
point.
standing to the first.
Right.
I'm standing to the 1st through the 13th. I ain't saying 15. I ain't saying 15. Go ahead.
a Jamaican is foreign to us, but we're the same people. You see what I'm saying? Culturally, we call
they
them
West African, yo. They
but
ain't foreign to us.
because of where we are, I'm not saying this. I'm saying because of where we are in our situation and our culture, we look at them foreign, although we share components, the same components. You know what I'm saying? So just because they call them a foreigner, and you know what I mean, like they still can have that component in it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They so mixed up in that area. It seems like you can't just make them solely sub-Saharan. Like they're their own people.
Sosa.
Go ahead.
Who are we in America? You said the Jamaicans would be foreign to us. Is that correct? That's what you said, right?
Based on city state, how we got it set up countrywide.
Okay.
You know,
How would they be foreign to us, Sosa? They would be foreign to white people.
How
would they be foreign to us?
No.
Jamaican is foreign to America.
Oh my God, bro.
That's a foreign country.
You said Jamaicans. Did you say Jamaica or Jamaicans?
Both.
Same thing.
It's a foreign culture.
Okay, hold on.
Country.
Hold on. In the 1800s, yo, they was bringing Jamaicans up here through South Carolina, selling them in North Carolina, and then they were spreading out, yo. So the people that they had in Jamaica at that particular time are integral in our evolution around this country. So what I'm saying is, so how are we really viewing them? Because this is an 1800 worldview. So I'm not trying to sit here and go against what you're saying. What I am telling you, they know who the foreign people are in that area because of their table of nations and telling us who's foreign to their land. They saying these people are foreign, yo. They gave them a name. Now, Sheffrin's strongest point is to say, well, the Asiatics had a presence in along the Nile some time ago, as long as 20,000 years. Unc agree with that. The science agrees with that. Everybody gonna say, yeah, because they know where them people was in that area. But I'm saying the people that established, but they don't know, and I'm agreeing with y'all right here. I'm saying they don't know that these people are foreign to their land 20,000, 30,000 years ago. So when like Unc goes back to the point of saying, and he made more sense out of it, is that when they establish their rule, everybody in their rule is a part of their culture, their identity. They ain't foreign.
Yeah, African American. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. So which goes back to what you're saying. So the Jamaicans would be foreign to us if they come, but nah, these people that Asiatics that's coming over here, they ain't looking like we looking over there. Like Jamaicans, they looking like us. They look like us. Now they gonna be tribally. You got me. If you say tribally, you got me there because if we dealing with tribes and we having a tribal warfare, we gonna say, yo, we really don't know who these people are, even though we kind of similar. We got beef with them. So tribally, you all the way on there. I'm with y'all on that. I'm rocking with you.
How did they look at the Nubians as foreigners, or did they look at them as one and the same?
Foreigners.
No, they looked at them as one and the same.
That's two different answers right there. Come
on.
Because
Ta-Nehisi, listen to me. Ta-Mary and Ta-Nehisi is one. That is the whole, that's Upper Kemet, that's Lower Kemet. Who you calling the Nubians is Nehisu. The Nehisu is in Nubia, what you calling now modern day Nubia. So when the unification comes through, you unificating the two lands. So they running it like that. That's why they don't separate. What came in is you had people from outside trying to separate the Nehisu from Ta-Mary. And that's where the confusion come in. And then that's where we like, okay, they two different people. Nah, yeah, they were Sudanic, but then what period are they really different? So I'm saying after.
I'm talking about how they
made distinctions of themselves, when they made clear distinction of themselves, after that 13th dynastic period, and when the Hekakasu come in, the foreign rule, it's a mix-up game from that point going forward until Pianki come back into play. I mean, well, not really Pianki, but you got the Setis, you got Seti I, Ramesses II, and III, and then you might get another person in the mix, and then you go on down the line. It happened like that. But I'm saying when they begin to identify themselves culturally from that first through that 13th, after that 13th, there you go. You got me. Straight up and down. But Sheffrin's strongest argument is this right here, and this is where I have to agree. Did they sleep with the women that they got from other places? He got me right there, because that's when you get the new breed, is when they start really intermingling with them women, and they started lightening all the way up around.
And when did that happen?
Around the 14th or 15th dynastic period.
No,
and it could
happened
be.
way
Hold
before
on, hold
It
on.
happened way before that,
Hold
Sean.
on.
Come on,
I
man.
said hold on. I said hold
Oh,
on.
go ahead.
Because I ain't sticking to just that period, yo. I ain't sticking to just that period. And it could have been a lot earlier than that, because they were lightening up a lot earlier than that, but they wasn't ruling.
Oh God.
Sheffrin, if you got kids, yo, right? Let's say you got let's say right now you got 3 kids, yo, right? By your woman. Right? But you was polygamous, you're in a polygamous relationship with another chick, and you have 2 more kids, right? All right. So you got 5 total kids, but your 2 newest kids is by a chick that's of a different ethnicity, race, or whatever you want to call it. She real light. All right. Who rules first? The 3 kids that you already had, or the 2 you just had?
Probably my first kids.
Right. So if your first kids is ruling, and then next thing you know, you knocked off the throne, or your lineage is knocked off the throne, your last 2 don't get a chance to rule.
Okay.
But
so I'm saying,
but
before,
hold on to your point.
I'm saying before niggas was ruling, before all that even came about, before they said, yo, we gonna make a country, I'm saying that those people were already engaged in mixing, and at that point, by the time they started the Egyptian civilization, the first dynasty, that those people were already a mixed group of Asiatics and Africans.
Man,
hold on, wait. Y'all don't want to talk about the A group, the B group, and the X group? Y'all don't want to have that conversation, do y'all?
I'm with all of the conversations, but let's keep it 100 though.
I just did. I just said the X group, the A group.
He's separating them.
Hey, you see how I did? Hey, Sean, you say they just died though. They don't know they did though.
Go ahead, kill us then.
Really?
They don't know y'all.
Hold up. CK the Poet has a question. Hola, como esta? Peace to the panelists, peace to the chat. I am highly confused as to how y'all managed to do all of this, but why are we not presenting no sources on any DNA sequencing done on the people during those time periods?
Because it's gonna kill them.
That Sheffrin is contesting.
They don't got it.
That would kill all of this. We could have killed this like what, 30, 40 minutes ago?
No, they don't
and
have.
That's my point. And that's my point.
From Lower Egypt, they don't got they got the graves in the Asiatic territory. That's not fair. They ain't fucking with down there yet. They ain't found.
But let me ask you this.
After all these years?
Yeah, on purpose.
They still uncovering bodies every day, CK.
Hold on. But we can look at North Africans. We can look at East Africans in the Sudan, and all of that. And we can see when that Asiatic component entered in. Can't we? Like, don't they got studies on that? So why are we acting like it ain't always been since the first dynasty? Like, I'm confused about this. That's why he made $1,000 bet that he could prove that these people during the first dynasty to the 14th dynasty was Sub-Saharan African. I'm like, yo, where is that study at?
It's in their culture. It's in their genetic makeup. It's in all of that. I'm not saying, look, like we can get into their DNA, yo. That's why I'm saying, hold on, let's deal with the different class. Because all he's gonna do is he gonna show you the A, and then he gonna flip over. Then he gonna go the other way, and then he gonna flip over. Then he gonna go the other way.
I have a question, follow-up question to my original question. So are y'all saying that we don't have no DNA studies that we could work with between the first and 13th dynasties to back up your claim?
They don't got it. They only found shit up in the Asiatic area, yo, in the marshes.
So that's a no. So then how are y'all saying what y'all saying so much with such confidence?
Because we
without
don't
having that information.
Because we know that y'all gonna argue.
Because we study Africa.
Wait, hold on. Y'all gonna argue.
It's that simple. We study Africa. We actually study Kemet. Even though
And
we
when you
preach
study,
all
you
number
see that
West
the Asian
Africa,
component was
we
already
study
there.
Kemet.
DNA ain't gonna work. The DNA ain't the finishing whatchamacallit on it. Because they don't have it. So what do we do? So Chancellor shit go right with the daggone y'all hear me? Chancellor shit rock with the DNA report, yo. I don't think nobody argued that in the Delta it was a heavy Asiatic population in time immemorial. Them motherfuckers wasn't going down south like that, yo. It's hot. They wasn't holding up like.
I'm sorry, Unc. I can't agree
know
with
that?
y'all, man, because it
Are
seems
you
like
wait?
y'all
Let me
just
get
y'all
this straight. Hold on. You mean to
y'all
tell me
you're acquiescing to your claim as
in the
being
middle of
factual.
Africa it wasn't African people? Are y'all serious?
No one made that claim.
That's
Sean asked a really good. I mean, not Sean. Jesus. Chef asked a really good question, and then Sean got to talking about Diops and Chancellor Williams, and it's like, hold up, like, did y'all
What was his
not hear
question?
what Sheffrin just asked? He was asking about the admixture, or basically the
admixture.
Yeah, I'm saying he was talking about the admixture of the Asiatics
in the middle
between
of the
those
heart. Where's
dynasties,
the
and
admixture in the
Sean
middle of
made
Europe? Here we get the black people mixing in the middle of Europe. No one asks that question.
Okay, let me finish my point so you can make sure that you're understanding me clearly. I'm saying Sheffrin was saying that he really strongly thinks that there were admixture of the Asiatics between those dynasties, between the 1st and 13th dynasty. Sean made the claim that there was none.
Nah, he made the claim first. Let's get that straight. See, this is what the
Okay,
whole
well,
shit be confused.
You triple down on it. You didn't just double down on it. You triple down on it.
And he don't source
Don't lie, Sean, and say that you didn't say that there was none.
I
you
never
did say that.
Did I lie? No, I said he made the claim first. That's all I said.
And then you doubled down on it.
He made the
triple
claim
down on
first. He made the claim first. He the one who
that
got
there was
originally
that there was no Afro-Asiatic. No, it's not my mistake. That there was no Asiatic mixture between those spirits. He made that claim.
Nah, he
Are
said
you
the
saying
people
that
there.
Sheffrin made the claim that there was no Asiatic mixture between the 1st and 13th dynasty?
He said the people was there 20,000 years ago, right? He said they were there 20,000 years ago.
Let me ask my question again, because I don't
the
think
people
you're hearing
came
me.
from the south to help establishing
Did
Kemet, the whole rule. Hold on, you gotta
Sheffrin make the claim
you
that
have to
there
fucking
was
understand
no
Africa, CK, to even
Asiatics
get in the
between the 1st
conversation.
and 13th dynasty?
Hold on, CK. So you saying the people came from the south to establish that civilization?
Who's the mother of Kemet?
Hold on, because this is the point. I
mother?
think we can clear something up right here.
Yeah.
Now, when you say the south, right? I can agree that people moved up from south to north. But what I'm saying is those people were all, you're saying that those people that moved from the south to what you call the north was sub-Saharan Africans. Hello?
Yeah, I'm letting you go.
So I'm asking you. So you're saying because we can show people move. I'm saying that there's a distinct North African population, right? Now in Egypt and in the Sudan, you have those Afro-Asiatic people, right? So what I'm saying is even though you see people moving from north to south or whatever you can show, I'm saying that they were Afro-Asiatic people. You don't agree with that?
No.
You're saying that those people who moved from
First of all, I don't even agree with
Afro-Asiatic.
That's pseudo.
Hold on. So you saying the people who moved from southern Egypt, right, to a more northern part of Egypt was sub-Saharan African?
They were the Sudanic people.
And you know I got him, Sean. I'm just having fun right now.
So is all of the Sudan sub-Saharan African?
I'm holding on to this again, but go ahead.
Is all of the Sudan in sub-Saharan Africa?
No, I'm saying the Sudanic people in the region that are sub-Saharan African. I'm not saying that
they don't have an Asian component in it.
I'm saying these people ain't composed. Hold up, let me do this right.
Because Hispanic people.
I gotta
why
do it
you
like
pretending like you didn't make that claim? That is like
hold on.
blowing me.
I gotta do it like this, yo. I gotta do it like
You made the claim that there were no Asians there between the first and 13th dynasty, and then you didn't provide no evidence for that claim.
Hold on.
And then Unc admitted that we ain't got the DNA evidence for that yet.
Damn.
And I'm like, huh?
Hold on. I need you to study Africa first before you get in this fight.
What do you mean? I'm not getting in no fight. I just wanted the evidence for the claim so I could learn something.
All right.
I don't feel like I'm learning anything.
All right. We finna learn something right now. On the screen, Sheffrin, do you see what's on the screen?
Yeah, see him.
All right. Okay. Now, the people at the top right-hand corner, are you saying these people was in Africa already?
Which ones? The top
right-hand corner, the 4 people in the top right-hand corner.
Am I saying that those people? I don't know. They probably could have been. I don't know. What about the people in the middle?
No. Hold on. Can you just follow me, bro? Follow me.
Go ahead.
What about the people behind them people?
Yeah, I would agree. They probably was already in Africa and Asia, both.
I don't know about that, but
what?
I don't know about the other part. I'm staying right here in Africa.
Okay.
What about the people behind them? The last 2 people, and then the 2 people down on the second page at the right-hand corner.
The 2 people. Okay, they the Semitic groups, right?
I don't know.
What are they?
I'm not. I'm asking. What they in the region?
You showed me a drawing and saying, "Oh, those people was in Africa."
No, I'm asking. I'm asking. This is a clear way of us distinguishing with certain people in the area. So I'm trying to give you a color art picture because there's a primary source to this, and I'm just trying to give it more clarity for not only you but for everybody to follow along.
But let me ask you this: if the people that you, or I'm not gonna say that you're not claiming, are you claiming that the people or at the top, right, in the middle, are you claiming that they are sub-Saharan Africans?
Those are the Nahisiu. They in Lower Kemet.
All right.
They black like that because they closer to the equator.
All right. Lower Kemet does not mean sub-Saharan Africa. I want everybody to know that. But go ahead.
Right. It's near the north. You know that, right?
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead. Okay.
All right. I'm saying the people that's in front of them at the top right-hand corner aren't in the area. I'm saying the people that's behind the black people that we just said that's in Lower Kemet, them people right there aren't in the area. I'm saying
so let me ask you this, Sean.
Hold on. I'm trying to give it out. I'm saying the Rimage are the last 4. We know the Rimage is the last 4 people. Now, they get that way because of the admixture that comes in and deals with what you're dealing with. I'm not trying to get away from what you're saying. I'm only saying that we see Libyans on here, which is who we dealing with. We see the Asiatics, that's what we dealing with. We see the Egyptians, is what we dealing with. And we seeing, you know what I'm saying? The Nahisiu, that's what we dealing with. So we getting a vibe of certain people. Now we know the Libyans really and the Rimage, they really had beef. So the Libyans wasn't coming down like that. But these Asiatics was. And we know the Nahisiu was. And they were formulating it. So we're really dealing with 3, possibly, maybe if we want to really add the Libyans at some point. I don't know specifically how long the Libyans could have been in the area or what type of Libyan women were there. But I'm saying right here, these are the people, the main 4 people that we're dealing with when we're talking about Kemet.
Now, when you say Nubian, all right, I just want everybody to know that Nubians are not sub-Saharan people.
What?
They're not sub-Saharan African people.
Oh, you just made that up, yo.
All right, prove it.
Man, the X group, the A group, the C group, I ain't got to argue that. You just go study them and holler at me.
No, go ahead and prove it.
Man, I just gave the groups to go look at. I'm trying to bring this source right here. I'm just letting you know you got because I read it last night on the show. They can go back. We did the Napata player. They the Nubians, right? They said they was Negroes. Remember that?
Okay,
yeah,
but
Sosa, keep on correcting them, Sosa.
So that's a sub-Saharan. They're sub-Saharan Africans.
Yeah, we read that. Remember, we read who the people was with the star clocks yesterday. People can go back and look at that. I ain't finished. I'm on your head though right now. Keep going.
All right, keep going, because y'all building the case
That's
against
why Unc is
yourselves.
going to the A group, the C group, and the X group, because the cultures are known by archaeological names: the A group, the C group, and the X group. And Kerma, the name of the modern town near the archaeological site. This is where he going with this. Is the name of the archaeologists assigned to the cultures they excavated in who you call in Nubi. So when you dealing with that's where he going. The source for that is the actual Chicago EDU. But that's one way of identifying who these people are. But yes, in Nabta Playa, those people were Sudanic people, and they were along the Saharan. So what the argument does, and this is why I'm saying no to Asiatic.
John, are we gonna give East African people are people black in East African chef?
To me, yeah.
Sure.
I call people who look like me and got my complexion and some of my features, I call them black. But y'all said that's lookership.
No. So that's what I want to do. Let me establish.
Y'all said that's lookership.
No, hold on. I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you that rivers connect to the Nile from East Africa during certain time periods. I'm building a case here. I'm gonna come to page 62, right here. In Mark Bunnell's work, Black Athena, right? I'm gonna say,
Lord.
Go ahead. You made me start bringing out the guns. I wasn't trying to bring out the guns. It say, in this warm and wet period, what had been and is now rainforest expanded into what is now the tree savanna region, and what is now the Sahel became tree savanna. The Sahara shrank to less than half its present size and was divided into by what has been called the Saharan Fertile Crescent. All right, Saharan, talking about the Sahara, right? Sub-Saharan niggas, right? It's an area that linked the Sudanese now, the Sudanese now is, to the Negev, okay? Mediterranean forest grew in the highlands of Tebinisi and Hagar, and from them flowed a network of rivers linking to the Niger and Lake Chad, which was twice the present size. All the East African lakes appear to have been connected to the Nile. Now, I named the Niger, Lake Chad, all that shit was connected to the Nile. So now I'm giving you ways that the people that you consider African are flowing back and forth to the Nile. So you say, well, I'm saying it was other people too. Okay, but I'm giving you a basis now, how these people was getting to the Nile. Now watch this. It say, the expansion of the thick forest covered made hunting more difficult. Thus, the Saharan hunter-gatherers and planters were both pushed and drawn into the Sahara. The new ecological niche, however, was far greater than the one they had lost. Large numbers of newcomers appeared to have driven the original Nilo-Saharan speakers into remote regions. There, some still survive many millennia later. Evidence from physical and anthropological indicates that during the early boom period, from the 10th to the 6th millennium BP, populations were largely, here you go, y'all know I was waiting. You know what? I'm gonna slow it down. Okay. The expansion of thick forests cover made hunting more difficult. thus the savanna hunter-gatherers and planters, were both pushed and drawn into the Sahara. The new ecological niche, however, was far greater than the one they had lost. Okay, large numbers of newcomers appear to have driven the original Nilo-Saharan speakers into remote regions, where some still survive many millennia later. Evidence from physical anthropology indicate that during the early boom period from the 10th to the 6th millennium, 5,000, I hope y'all know that 6,000, BP, the population was largely Negroid, Negroid.
What period was this?
Yo, I got a source to back you up a little bit, Unc. They did a study on.
Hold on.
What period was this again, Unc? Let's keep it on the time joint.
Hold on.
Come on, Unc. You know the time you talking about.
I said the 10th and the 6th century BC millennium BP. Let me finish. On the other hand, while
so 10,000 to 6,000 years BC.
5,000, yo, 5,000. I'm killing you right now.
That was before the first Egyptian dynasty. Go ahead.
Nah, hold on. I'm doing something here, yo, because we were talking about the A group. We were talking about pre-dynastic Egypt. We were talking about Dynasty Zero. We were talking about Neolithic, Paleolithic time. Watch this. Hold on.
I'm with you.
Hold on. On the other hand, while this appears to be confirmed in early pre-herd rock paintings, so I got the goddamn rock paintings to show you was Negroids there. I ain't want to swing at you like that. Let me finish though. It say later paintings from the so-called Bovidian period indicate a more mixed population, though still predominantly Negroid. Now let me get the source for that. So I'm in Brunel's work. Let me go get the source for that. Source is 15, right? Let me go to, this is the 3rd chapter. So in this book, he sources his stuff at the end of this chapter, and I want everybody to go look for that.
So you believe in Negroid now, Unc?
Oh man, come on, yo, we're trying to make a point right here, yo. Come on, you now you doing what everybody do.
No, I'm saying, man, you didn't argue
on the ground leaking. Now you believe in Negroid, yeah, man. That's how we explain it.
You know you ain't believe in that.
No,
it's different.
Yo,
but so does Negroid? Hold on, now. No, when he talks about Negroid,
everybody source though.
Oh, okay, but I'm asking you a question. When he talks about Negroid, what is he talking about?
I ain't finished yet. I don't want you to throw me off because you.
No. According to your scientific understanding, when he's talking about Negroid, what is he talking about, and what can he justify by calling people Negroid at that period of time? Is he using DNA or is he using cranial measurements? Is he using
I just told you they was using.
What is he using?
They look at physical anthropology. Evidence from
look-a-ship.
Indicates.
Look-a-ship.
You keep trying, Chef.
It's look-a-ship.
I ain't finished yet. Hold on. I need
Well, hold up. I think Chef has a small point here. Maybe we need to look up something that explains what physical anthropology is, just so that the audience and the rest of us are understanding what that means, so we're not confused.
Y'all confused? Y'all hear me say that?
I'm saying, I wonder what.
Hold on, let me see.
We got more current work than Brunel though. We can use, right? We gotta be
the branch of anthropology concerned with the study of human biological and physical characteristics and their development.
No, y'all gotta go get me a source now. Y'all can't be.
Hold on. So Unc, you saying that those first dynasty for the first of the 13 aren't going to have a more Asian component than sub-Saharan Africans?
Yeah, I'm trying to build a pre-dynastic case for. I'm leading y'all to the promised land, yo.
All right, go ahead.
I'm trying to show you it's impossible to run 100,000 niggas out of there. Like white people try to act like, well, that's crazy as hell to act like all of a sudden this shit was white or whatever it was. Like, come on.
We're not making that argument though. We're not saying.
Yeah, no one made that claim.
It sound like it. What y'all saying?
What do you mean sound like it? Chef was very clear.
We're saying that the Egyptians were Afro-Asiatic people.
Prove
That's
it.
what I'm saying.
Prove it.
Hold on. Let me.
Nah. We don't want no.
African.
He doing us like the Hebrews. We
I ain't
sourcing
saying
up.
that.
Prove it.
No, y'all proving it. Y'all proving it for me.
Exactly. So again, you can't prove it, but you making the claim. So again, I'm gonna give you a study done on 29 individuals. I'm gonna give you a study done on 29 individuals. Okay, this is what you want. You want some genetics.
Yeah, but I'm saying
right?
so listen, before you go, the war between the upper and lower Kemet, they weren't fighting people that look like themselves. You're saying that was totally sub-Saharan African people fighting Eurasian people or Asiatic people. That's what you're saying.
Depending on what. Go ahead.
That's what I'm asking from Narmer.
When they throwing out the whole Afro-Asiatic component.
That's what I'm saying. Is like that they're still mixing there.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you again. Where does Norma say that he was fighting Asiatics, or Asiatics was in the fight with him?
I'm saying Norma
Where's
was
that
probably
information at?
Afro-Asiatic.
Okay, so where's that information at?
Because you use
not a sub-Saharan African.
No, I'm asking you. No, don't go back to Chancellor Williams. I'm asking you where your source at.
Sean, when I asked you what was going on there, you said
How
that they
come
were
y'all
fighting
can talk around, but y'all want us to source up?
Isn't that what you were doing earlier?
Listen to the statement, bro. You said
I'm cool.
that
I gave my sources.
You
they
said
can either
that
refute them or not.
You never gave me a source that said
I'm gonna give you another one, but I don't want you to say nothing else because I'm giving you a study of 29 individuals analyzed. I'm giving you a study of 29 individuals that was analyzed. And I'm trying to tell you the truth in the study. Only 15 yielded positive applications, 4 of them, 26.7%, displaying the sub-Saharan African marker. Out of 29 people that they analyzed in this region, or what we talking about? We talking about Ta-Nehisi. 15 yielded positive applications. 4 of them was 26.7%, displaying the sub-Saharan marker.
Okay, how much?
Hold on. Let me give a little more. The HPA1 MP3592 marker is present in the sub-Saharan population at a frequency of 68.7 on average. Thus, the frequency of the genes from this area in the Meroitic Nubian population can be estimated at around 39% with a confident interval from about 22 to 55%. The frequency obtained fits in the south-north decreasing gradient of HP1 MP3592 along the African continent. Results suggest that the morphological changes observed historically in the Nubian population are more likely to be due to existence of south-north gene flow through the Nile Valley than to in situ evolution. So I'm just trying to give the specifics here to give us.
So what is that saying that exactly?
So like if I take a DNA test, right, or African American DNA test, right, it's gonna be 85% this, 50% of some other component, right? So
you're gonna be 85. That don't mean that I'm gonna be 85.
Yeah, I'm saying what component?
Sheffrin gonna be Asiatic.
Hold on. Let me come back to the source. So, and I'm gonna show you.
I think that Sosa was finna ask him a question to make sure that we had clarity on something, so that we're not confused.
Fight with DNA. When I'm gonna fight with instruments, I'm gonna fight with wavy line pottery. We know what wavy line pottery is, and I'm gonna show you where wavy line pottery show up, so we know what the culture is that will later on become the Egyptians. Right? This is important to study waves. So DNA is a new affinity. It's new is what we're doing with the DNA. And we understand that. So humans back then, wherever they was mixing and matching, of course they wouldn't have understood DNA. But I'm showing you what the culture was. I always argued for it was an African culture. The same way we in the European culture right now, but they're Black people, Mexican people, all types of people, right? But you would never deny that this is not a European culture, no matter what y'all say. And they even go as far as say it's a great mixing bowl.
Who made that claim?
So hold on, let me finish my point. The point is that Egypt was an African culture, no matter how much we try to play the mixing game.
No, we're not arguing the culture.
But debate.
How are you confused on what claim was originally made? I don't get it.
And 50 million white people in North America. There are 50 million Black people in North America. Okay? I'm just trying to show you that you need to know that no, let me change that. Let me say this. You need to know that there was a people that invaded the Americas. There were more people in America than the people that invaded, and they still took this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So you could have a motherfucking group, and the record of Egypt shows you that there was a time when these invaders came in and ruled the fucking land. That doesn't mean that it wasn't still basically an African population.
I agree.
That's all I'm saying. So the mixing part.
But was it sub-Saharan Africa?
No, I just showed you about I just hit you. First of all, remember, I connected all the rivers together. Then I talked about the sub-Saharan people at 6,000 and 5,000. Negroid with the mixing, even with the mixing, they were still Negroid. And now I'm bringing a wavy line pottery. And then I'm gonna show you a map and how the daggone wavy line pottery, man, dominated pottery. This was black Khartoum. How about Khartoum? Do y'all know what Khartoum is? Sudan, Sud. So now we're trying to forget about Sudan and Khartoum. Man, you can't forget about Khartoum.
They wasn't Afro-Asiatics?
In Khartoum? In Sudan?
Yeah, in Khartoum.
Oh man, I give up. I can't argue that. I'm even gonna do that. I ain't gonna argue that. We're gonna make Khartoum and Sudan Asiatics, then y'all win. Y'all got it.
No, I didn't. I said Afro-Asiatic. Y'all got a problem with that, obviously.
No, the Afro-Asiatic means African in the front, so they was African people.
Mm-hmm.
Then later on went to Asia. That's all Afro-Asiatic means.
Okay, but they wasn't sub-Saharan Africans, was they?
Yeah, that's sub-Saharan Africans. Oh, Afro-Asiatic. Nilo-Saharan or Nilo-Saharan. That's another language group.
Okay, so you're saying sub-Saharan African is so sub-Saharan African is classified as Afro-Asiatic is what you're saying.
No, well, that's how they did it. They classed, yeah. They did. No, you mean Nilo-Saharan?
You said Nilo-Saharan. I said Afro-Asiatic.
But Afro-Asiatic means it started in Africa first, though. And got
I'm cool with that.
Yeah, that's exactly. So you lose on that point. So you argue against your own stuff. Because it say the majority.
Sean said that the Egyptian dynasty from 1 to 14 was sub-Saharan African.
And
that's what he said.
I'm saying that dynasty 1, and I'm saying that Neolithic. I just showed you Neolithic Negroes didn't just disappear.
Yeah, but Neolithic is like 10 to 12,000 years.
How about 5,000? My source said 5,000. How about that? Is that good?
I'm saying that the DNA test
Here's
will show
the problem, y'all using a language phylum to classify a people.
No,
y'all using a language phylum to classify a people.
No, listen, I'm saying that they would. I'm saying they would be more like African Americans. They'll be mixed. So you can't really call them. It wouldn't be like just sub-Saharan Africans.
We mixed though. Hold on, we mixed. But we
okay. I can work with you. So I see what you're trying to do. I see what you're trying to do.
Yeah, we consider ourselves,
Black.
still African, but we know that we're different than the continental African.
But that's gonna be the new. That's gonna be the new Egyptian though, Sosa. That's gonna be the new Egypt. That's the one that's lightened up though. That new Egyptian. That admixture.
Well, but at that time,
I'm rocking with you. I'm just saying it's gonna be that admixture though. You know what I'm saying? Because they started to lighten up in that area.
But even back then, though, at that point, the admixture would still be a black component because you're not gonna have that tone running in it like that at that time period, like 5,000 BC. You're not gonna have that pale gene flow coming into it. You know what I mean?
You ain't had no pale gene running through there at 5,000 and 4,000 with no pale skin people.
That's my point. So even if they look like the Arab Islanders, they would still have, you know what I'm saying? They would still have a different component. They would look the same, but they would still have a different component. See what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Cranial and stuff would be the same, but the genetic component would still be different.
Right. And I need them to prove the sub-Saharan African part.
Nah, we ain't rocking with that because you want to get the Asiatic in there because you got to substitute that L in your name, yo. We know what this about. We know what it is with you, Chef. We know you're trying to cook up. You're trying to cook up that Asiatic preference so you can keep that L on your last name.
Look, I could care less about Egypt. But what you said.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I had that same feeling too, because the way they did it, you know what I'm saying? The way these people run around, make it crazy and all that. I'm with you too. I've been feeling like that for the last 2 years.
Yeah, but from the 1st to the 14th dynasty, you saying
I'm rocking sub-Saharan, yo. I'm rocking with the Ta-Nehisi, you. I'm rolling with the Nubians.
Sub-Saharan African, right? It's talking about the people. It's talking about the people who never left Africa, right? When you talk about people, everybody who is not Sub-Saharan African left Africa. You know what I mean? And those groups that's in North Africa, they African, but they left Africa and then came back into Africa. So it was a different people. I'm saying that the North Africans and the Egyptians were a different people than the Sub-Saharan African.
You gotta show proof. You gotta show proof, bro.
Huh?
You gotta show proof.
Already been done. Why we gotta go over that?
No. You have to show your proof, because we've been sitting here sourcing
you know
up.
That, Sean, I know you read that, yo. Come on, yo. We ain't got was already understood.
Read what? No, I don't know nothing about no Asiatics, yo. I'm telling you that. They foreign.
Yo,
culture.
So you're saying, so what the Sub-Saharan African?
Yeah. So you right. Culturally, they foreign.
No, that's not a cultural.
We ain't rocking with them like that.
Sub-Saharan African is not a cultural thing.
No, what?
It's a genetic thing.
I was responding to what somebody else said.
Oh, okay. That's a genetic thing. So what you're
I'm not rocking with the Asiatic present. What's the genetic marker for Afro-Asiatic?
That's a cultural linguistic. So if those people.
So we can't. What I'm trying to say, Chef. What I'm trying to say is, I'm trying to give it to you a different way. I'm saying when you say Afro-Asiatic, you're talking about a language phylum. A pseudo-linguistic language phylum at that.
It's not.
So we can't use a language phylum to identify people. We just call them.
But we can call them Afro-Asians, though.
When you say a person is English, you're saying what? That they speak
I don't call people
language.
English.
Where did that English?
I don't call people English. I call them European.
You can call them Afro-Asian if they are mixed, though.
No, that ain't why they say Afro-Asiatic make you mix.
It's dealing with linguistics, CK.
Yeah, come on.
Okay, let me repeat myself. If they are mixed, y'all can call them Afro-Asians if they're African and Asian
when they
mixed.
say Afro-Asiatic, they talking about a language phylum. I just had it on the screen.
What did I just say?
We're not talking about the language again. We're saying
we're talking about the mixture. We're talking about genetics.
Well, you got people in Cameroon that speak a Afro-Asiatic language, but they are Sub-Saharan African. So that's why it's kind of a problem.
All right, but what does Sub-Saharan African mean?
You come from the sub area of the Sahara.
Below the Sahara, right?
Below the Sahara, yeah.
Now those people who are classified as Sub-Saharan African, never left Africa. The people of North Africa, right? They left Africa
Chef,
and came back into Africa.
Chef, say that again. You said the people below the Sahara never left Africa.
When you say Sub-Saharan, when you classify a people as Sub-Saharan African, that's what you're saying.
That would be
you're talking about a group of
that
people
would be
who
very
never left.
inaccurate, though. That would be inaccurate.
That's how. All right, explain that.
Yeah, okay. I'm confused because don't y'all make the argument that aren't West African Sub-Saharan African?
Yes.
So then I'm confused as to why y'all would be upset that they're saying the Egyptians are West African.
Who? What?
Nah.
I'm asking, like, why would they argue?
Can you let me hold on? Let's just that's taking us somewhere else, yo.
What this whole conversation has been that.
what I'm trying to say, Chef, is when you say Sub-Saharan Africans never left Africa, right? When you start saying that, right? So when people began to migrate out of Africa, which direction did they come from?
I guess they was East Africans.
Yeah, they come from.
Okay, so the migrational pattern is coming from the south and going up north and leaving out that way.
Yeah,
so that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Like you can't say you know what I'm saying? Because we got to come back to that point. I understand where you're trying to go, you know, philosophically in your argument, but I wouldn't just necessarily.
That's not philosophy.
I mean, I'm just saying, just big word. God damn.
We're trying to get a clear understanding of what it means to be a
Hey, that was a call from Devil X. You know,
Lord.
You know, Wish McCormick sent in the thing. You already know. Wish.
But turn up there.
No, he sent in the link to to listen in and shit. It's all good. Keep going. Let me see. Y'all tripping though, man. I'm sitting here with the work for real, y'all. I ain't got y'all tripping, man.
I'm just saying, like,
it's crazy, yo.
At that point, based on that back migration that happened, you know that population base has to be a little different than a typical sub-Saharan African at that point.
But we mixed, but ain't we black though, yo? Just because a nigga got.
I know they're black.
We 30%, y'all move on to 30%. So we know they was mixed like what everybody in Africa is mixed. How about that part? That's the
that's
not sub-Saharan Africans.
No, everybody's a mutation, yo. Where come on, yo.
No, we're not talking about basic mutations. See, y'all, look, we got to deal with this Egyptian shit. If we're gonna deal with the Moor shit, if we're gonna deal with the Hebrew shit, you feel me? Why are we tiptoeing around this one?
We ain't tiptoeing.
I can't believe you sitting there in the middle of Africa talking about there ain't black people in the middle of Africa.
I ain't say they wasn't black. Look, we done had many a conversation.
He said that Asiatic, yo. He gotta protect the L. He gotta protect the L, yo.
Told me.
You can't prove that though, Sheffrin. Everything that you saying that you so passionate about, you can't put together an argument for that. You can ask questions. You can ask questions. You didn't how with no source. How you gonna kill somebody?
We didn't need a source because this stuff you already know, Sean.
You already provided the
source. No source, but you
killing. You provided the source. This shit we already know, my dude.
Sheffrin, where is the well, if it's something you already know, show it and prove it. Let's end it. Let's end it. Show me Afro-Asiatics building shit in Africa. And claiming to be Asiatics. Let's go.
Right. Why they gotta build shit?
Asiatic, we talking about a language.
Because the people that's on the continent of Africa build shit for themselves. They were Africans building African
so
shit.
they weren't there because they didn't build stuff, Sean?
No, that is not what I said. I'm asking for evidence for his Asiatic claim.
Yes.
If they were,
for your claim.
If they were, I already did. I just ran down 4 sources.
The original claim that he asked for source for.
Get rid of my
because I think everybody forgot.
UNESCO Volume 2.
Look, nobody can
Chancellor
hear what
Williams.
Listen,
all the Diop's works.
Nobody can hear what y'all saying. They discount that. They saying that's old. So what we gonna do?
All right. I don't think nobody said it was old. The problem was that Sean made a claim. And Chef asked for the
Sheffrin made a claim. I rebutted his claim. And I said what I said.
I want to repeat the claim that was made just to make sure that everybody remembers. Sean said that there was no Asians anywhere in Egypt between the 1st and 13th dynasty. They didn't pop up into the 14th.
That's why I'm trying to.
Come on, y'all can't do that now, yo. Y'all bugging now.
So now we changing it up now?
Man,
he's just changing it up. I let it go.
What did I say?
I want to change the claim.
What did I say?
Sheffrin asked for some.
I said Africans. I said Africans ruled from the 1st through the 13th dynasty. Now after the 13th, you start getting foreigners. You start getting foreign rule. We know that based on the records. We know that based on the writings that they have.
But Sheffrin was saying that there was Asians in Egypt during those dynasties, and you said they weren't there.
How many Asians was in Egypt?
You said that they weren't there.
I said Africans was ruling during the rule. I said sub-Saharan.
No, I'm gonna repeat it because Chef asked you again. He said, "You saying there were no Asians there?" You said no.
I said they were not ruling.
Prove it. And then you got to talking about Diaz and talking about Chancellor Williams.
I said they were not ruling. I said they were not ruling.
Sheffrin was very specific with his claim.
Of the evolution
and
of
then
the Egyptian.
I noticed the pattern. That y'all were talking about everything but DNA. So that's why I brought it up. I said, yo, like, why are we having this long ass 45 an hour going on 3 flipping hour conversation where nobody's bringing up any DNA? Like, is there some kind of DNA evidence to just kill this so we can all learn something and be done with it? And then that's when Unc said, yo, we ain't got that yet. Okay, shit, this is the conversation. Y'all making claims and you don't really even have all the evidence to really 100% even say that. We're not saying they want no black people in Egypt.
So
saying that, hey, we're unsure about the Asian element.
So DNA ends the conversation? Yes or no?
Hey, Sean.
Hold on. No.
I feel like you're missing some evidence.
Let her answer. Yes or no? DNA ends the game.
For
yes
me,
or no?
I don't know about
yep, it does, especially with pseudos running rampant in the black community. It ends the fucking conversation.
Hold on. I want to make sure that I'm clear. So you're saying that DNA ends the conversation.
For your argument with me, for your argument with me,
I'm not finna buck dance around for a fucking hour like some of y'all like to do. Yes.
Okay.
I need the DNA evidence. Did they pull out any skeletons out the ground in that time period?
You need
some
more than
testing
DNA.
to show, okay, hey, these
if
people
we
were
having
here.
a scientific discussion, you need more than DNA. You got to bring out every level. You got to bring out linguistics. You got to bring out archaeology.
Okay, good
you
for you.
Bring out paleontology.
Good for you.
That's how we beat the
I want the
pseudos up,
DNA
yo.
evidence.
We don't end with DNA.
Hold on, CK.
But you don't even got that. So guess what? You're missing information.
What we don't got, CK. If we got
y'all admitted to it.
If we got the
even
language,
even admitted to it.
If we got the language, if we got the archaeology, we got every other field of science over there.
Yo, I already cleared it up.
What do we not have?
This is a waste of time.
DNA and language proves what I'm saying.
DNA, you can't. Okay, so language. Ah, man, Chef. So again.
Yeah. DNA and language proves what I'm saying.
Prove it. Show me.
You already did.
No, I ain't showed you nothing. You prove it.
Joint.
You prove it.
Oh my God! So you
no, I didn't show no DNA nothing. You prove it. Show me where. Show me where this going on.
16%.
Come on, no, yo. You can't use any of that. You can't use any of that, yo.
Hey, hold on, one sec. Hey, Chef.
I mean, he's agreeing with your source, so yes, he can.
You hear me, Chef?
I gotta get on my computer for you to give it to me. Give it to Sean.
You don't gotta get on your computer. You can be on your phone and get.
All right, cool. Go ahead.
Send us all the link. We need some clarity.
You say what? Send who?
I'm sending it to
Send
us
all the link. We need some clarity or something, man. I try to figure it.
Yo, I can't deal with a Saw and Sean at the same time. That's crazy, yo.
No, we ain't trying to gang up. I ain't ganging up. I'm out of it. I'm out the conversation. I ain't gonna do you like that, Chef.
No, go ahead, give it to him. It's all fun and games, yo. I love it.
Hey, but I've heard you say that, the Egyptians, like, yo, they kind of like us. They'll be like African American. Like, I've heard you say that. Like,
yeah, that was after they got, once they start really mixing, they be African Americans, but the base population is still Sudan.
What time
period? So let me read this real quick for y'all. Let's go to page 67. And talking about
I ain't gonna lie, I love Sheffer.
Hold on. The languages of the Sahara during the Holocene. What language or languages was spoken by the people of the Saharan civilizations? So now if I get y'all on the Sahara, y'all know I got that work from the nature that shows motherfuckers migrating from the Sahara heavy to the Nile. Y'all do get that, right? Ebb and flow.
I know, but matriculate with them dots.
Yeah. Use that. So watch this. What language or languages was spoken to the people in the Sahara civilization? A quarter of a century ago, archaeologist John Sutton proposed that the language was Nilo-Saharan. Okay, he used 4 arguments to justify his claim. First, geological correspondence of the material remains of the aquatic civilizations to the present distribution of Nilo-Saharan. Second, the identification of both aquatic civilizations and Nilo-Saharan with Negroid peoples. Third, the fact that many Nilo-Saharan speakers are known fishermen And fourth, a Kushite taboo against fish shows a distribution between Kushite-speaking cattle herders and Negroid fishermen. All right? So we had 10,000. We in the Sahara. All right, we got Negroids in the Sahara. I don't know how y'all want to make it, make them not this, make them like that, right? The shit is a real complex issue here. All right, what I want everybody to focus on, you can't run in Africa and throw all the niggas out. You can't even throw niggas out of America. You can't take away the Negro element that helped build America, let alone being on the actual continent of Africa, trying to make it some Asiatic experience. As a matter of fact, before I go, I want to go to the invading, let's go to the invading hypothesis.
But we wasn't saying that though, but this is a good point that you're making.
Yeah,
but
man.
we wasn't saying
we appreciate
I'm trying
we
to show
appreciate
you
your strong man
surround
tonight,
around
sir.
niggas.
We appreciate it.
Huh? I am. Hold on.
We appreciate your strong man behavior tonight. We appreciate it.
That's a straw man. So you don't know that Egypt was populated by people from Sahara? That's straw man.
Oh, now I get it. I see why you're bringing that up. Now we're talking about the whole Europe portion. I don't know why Chef Friend saying that. Oh, there wasn't no sub-Saharan Africans in Egypt. I don't know why he's saying all that.
That's crazy. Like they
remember, we all saying different things here. All of us are agreeing on the same thing that we're disagreeing with y'all on.
Nah, he's saying it's mixed because the sub-Saharan African component gonna be there because they're
there.
there.
I'm saying that it was mixed.
Yeah, but those Asians are coming and mixing with that sub-Saharan component, so you can't just simply throw them and just throw out the Asians, make them only sub-Saharan. They're their own people.
Nah, they ain't their own people. They don't even know they fucking Asiatics. How about that, yo? For a long time, and then you see cultures, and then when they start migrating, you got people that's there for 20,000, and they mix it in. But they not. You know what I'm saying? They get amalgamated in. They not overtaking the population. What they want to lead you to believe. They not. They just not enough of them to do that. Now on that now, if we go to Egypt right now, yo, okay. You can look at DNA markers, it's gonna say them people was there, yada 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 yada. But the farther you go down to now, you get the cartoon and all that, man, you start finding niggas looking like you. Nubia, you can't discount Nubia. Remember, Egyptian culture is coming out of Nubia. I just read it the other day that they bought a lot of that shit from them. You know what I'm saying? Like, these cultures was mummification coming from the Sahara. You feel me? So by the time you start talking about Egypt, which everybody loves to talk about, you know what I'm saying? The building state, everything is already thoroughly entrenched in culture. So whether you're Asiatic, you're practicing African culture. That's the reality of it. Whether you Black, Mexican, you practicing African American, European culture, because that's what African American is. We have been amalgamated into European culture, and we made our way on that. It is what it is. You feel me? But you can't take the white boys out the European culture just because it's in America. Just like you can't take the niggas out of the Nile Valley just because they're in the Nile Valley. Man, the continent of Africa is populated for the first 300,000 years by nothing but Black people. Where did they go? Why did they just disappear off the Nile? When African culture started to flourish, now all of a sudden them people ain't Black, they just mix. That shit is crazy to me, yo. What the fuck? Like, really? The burial customs is African Black people shit. Like, that's what Black people do. We bury out there. The Vikings burned the motherfucker up. The Romans burnt the motherfuckers up. Them Indo-Europeans, they was fire worshipers. Remember that? Fire. Why? Because it's cold. They worship fire. That's why we say the daggone Hebrews, you know what I'm saying? They worship fire in their temples. They got the sacred fire burning in their damn temples. Why? Because they was the Indo-European culture that migrated in and they brought fire. The Olympics is based off of fire. Look at the Olympics. What do? You keep the fucking torch lit. You run over here and you run over there and you light the motherfucking torch. Why not let this shit blow out? Why not just walk up to the big torch in the ceremony and light that motherfucker? No, they carry the torch. Why? It's showing you that fire is essential. They ain't running around in Africa worried about no damn fire. They ain't worried about because fire is there. We was using fire not to keep us warm. We was using fire to eat and to build tools. Blow that shit out over there. So if your dad say keep the fire going and you let the shit blow out, you good. Oh man, light it up again, boy. Go get some more wood. If you in Europe, in those areas, and the fire go out, they might got to kill you because now you done killed the whole fucking family. Because the fire go out, we die. This is important. Where I learned this from. Look at Diop's work. Fire is essential in this.
Yeah, but that's in Europe. We're talking about like the Middle East, Israel.
Mediterranean ain't no damn Europe, and fire was sacred in the Mediterranean. Why is it sacred in the Mediterranean, dog? It's sacred because
you do have European countries in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, the Greeks in the Mediterranean culture. Why
yeah, but it's still
fire?
European.
Thank you. So where's the fire? Watch this. Where the fuck is the fire on the Nile? No, it ain't the fire on the Nile. Guess what it is? It's the sun on the Nile. And it's not only the sun, it's the water, it's the libation. Right? Libation, God. Look at where the root word of where God really come from. It come from pouring libation. Where's the oldest form of pouring libation? On the fucking Nile. So I'm telling you that sun, libation, burn they dead, and mounds and all that shit is some black people shit. Borrowed by other people that migrate in there. So anybody that come into the Nile, right, are practicing an African culture. I don't give a fuck what you look like. They want to play the look like game. Okay, nigga, but they still practicing African culture. The same way we practice trappings of European culture. Okay, that's my point. Read the article, Invading Race Theory.
But fire was important also in Africa, right? We know that because of when humans lost fur and they got skin. The only reason they know that Australopithecus has fur is because based on time period, like they couldn't survive without fire, right? So
not on the equator, yo.
They need fire to cook food.
Yeah, but you can turn it off and light it back up, yo. You ain't gonna die if you ain't got the fire, yo. You can go eat some vegetables for a minute. In those colder areas, yo, fire was essential. That's why I always understood the Hebrews to have an Indo-European element, simply because in their temples, yo, they got the accent in Hebrew, yo. Type it in the Bible. It's gonna say they're silent in the temples, yo. Don't let the fucking fire go out. Well, why not, nigga? We can light another one, right? They worship fire. We worship the sun because the sun was more essential. Think about it. The sun is the key element in survival for African people. Okay? It makes the shit grow. It's essential. All right? A little cool at night. We're gonna make it to the daytime. We good. If you're in the desert, you're gonna freeze. You're gonna need some fire in the fucking desert.
Cold as hell, man.
Cold as a motherfucker in that desert. Don't be in the desert at night. You might need some fire, nigga. Yeah, but if you in Indo-European areas, in those particular cave systems, right? The fire. I forget the name for what is it called, man? The heaths. Yes, the heaths. The earliest heaths, right? This is where you cook. And you know what I mean? The evidence of heath is where the charcoal and all that shit is left. They call them heath, right? That shit is in Africa, yo. I always knew I was gonna get this argument.
Yeah, but that's the whole point of the fire being essential there, right? Because they was working with that fire heavily in Africa.
Yeah, I'm not saying it wasn't important, but it wasn't essential. You're asking just eat some fucking vegetables and shut the hell up tonight, nigga. Matter of fact, you ain't hunting that much because hunting, you can get killed hunting. So their diet was basically heavily laden in grains and millets and vegetables. And then every now and then when you get lucky, you eat something and cook it. But that's
you get some bone marrow, eat some soft tissue, cabbage.
Facts.
So y'all saying that the fire had a different cultural component in the different peoples. All right, cool, fine. That was an excellent point. But the point still remains that the Egyptians was a North African group of people.
Here we go. Nah, man, you got a river, yo. What do you do in ancient times? You ain't going. You don't got no boats, and you ain't. The current is too hard. Niggas is traveling downstream. The culture comes downstream, yo. It comes from the Blue Nile. Blue Nile and the White Nile. And I forget the others, like 3 different tributaries that actually feed into the Nile. This is where the culture come from, Uganda.
What time period?
Man, period. Lake Victoria. Katana. How do I know? Because I'm following tool assemblages. And as you go down there, you bring your tools with you. That's why I always start people out of like 90,000, harpoon culture and all that shit, katana and all that, because I'm showing you how these same tools, these same potteries is found in the fucking Nile. Who brought them there? It wasn't the Asiatics. They got different types of pottery. Why the fuck do they got their pottery there if they the base culture? No, you get black Negro culture and you got other people using their shit. Using their culture. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I set the stage so I would never lose this motherfucking argument. I don't give a fuck if you got DNA evidence. It don't matter.
How does DNA don't matter now?
Bowls, because you eating out of African bowls.
Okay, yo,
you fishing with African hooks.
I'm watching a Chinese TV right now. What does that mean? Does it mean I'm motherfucking I'm Asian?
No, it mean they shipped it. They mean you had trade with China. Okay, but
if you in Africa, you're gonna have African wares. You're gonna have African craftsmen. I'm not saying that the Africans went away. What I'm saying is that the North African was African too. Y'all saying
who gonna read that? I'm tired of reading. Who gonna read that?
Read what?
Right here, it's on the screen.
The dynastic race.
That's where the hell y'all at. I'm letting y'all know where y'all at. Go ahead, let's go. Somebody read that. Who gonna read it?
You talking about the earliest roots?
Nah, come on, man.
Dynastic race theory was the earliest thesis to attempt to explain how pre-dynastic Egypt developed into a sophisticated monarchy of dynastic Egypt. The theory holds that the earliest roots of the ancient Egyptian dynastic civilization were imported by invaders from the Mesopotamia, who then founded the first dynasty and brought culture to the indigenous population. This theory has
but y'all know we not saying that.
Y'all ain't saying
y'all
that.
know we not saying that. So that's wild right there, yo.
Chef,
that's wild right there, yo, because y'all making a point that we're not even making.
Chef, hold on. You're not saying, listen, let me tell you the
part
talking
to Chef, not nobody else.
Hold on, y'all. Look, he's doing this. He's taking out Mesopotamia, y'all. Erase that. Let's take it out. Okay, let's read it the way y'all saying it. The dynastic race theory was the earliest thesis attempt to explain how pre-dynastic Egypt developed into a sophisticated monarchy of dynastic Egypt. The theory holds that the earliest root of Egyptian dynastic civilization were imported by invading Asiatics.
And that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so what you saying? I thought you were saying that.
Oh my God. Yo, that's
Didn't I just say this
that
earlier
y'all took this
already?
argument all the way over to that. Like where y'all knew y'all was gonna try to beat us up on. You feel me? Like the whole thing was angled to get us on some old whacked out ass Mesopotamia.
No,
like yo, that's crazy, yo. That's crazy.
Wait.
Y'all did us like that.
All right, hold on, Chef, hold on. So who is the indigenous people in Africa, yo?
Look, listen.
We gonna say the Asiatics. They've been there.
No,
we gonna say that.
No. What I'm saying is,
even if it's 5 of them,
I'm saying that those people in North Africa are African.
They ain't North African though, yo.
They are North African.
No, they ain't, man.
They are different from.
Can you just say Northeast? Can you just say Northeast?
Can you say Northeast? It's a different component.
Can you say Northeast? Just say Northeast. Because when you say North Africa, you're talking about the Mediterranean area.
So Egypt is not a part of the Mediterranean area? What are we saying?
No, what I'm saying is just say Northeast Africa, yo. Because when you say North Africa, usually the basis for North Africa is those closer to the Mediterranean. They go up there and they dealing with them dang on white people across the water. Kemet is in Northeast Africa. Ain't that where it's centered?
All right, so they're dealing mainly with Asiatics.
You gonna love you some Asiatic.
Yeah. No, look where
is it a bad thing if they were there?
And be honest and look at a map. And
is that a problem? I'm just curious. Is that a problem? That the people from the Levant area just happen to be entering into Egypt during those time periods. Is that a problem?
Yes, okay. It's a problem.
That's bad.
Closer
to
very Asia.
So it's okay that they were trading. in dealing with other people in Africa, but not the people from that area that's right next to them?
CK, here's the issue. This whole argument begins and ends with one person. The dude, it begins for African Americans, especially Sheffrin L. It begins with Greenberg. It ends with Greenberg. This is a linguistic argument that has ran over into other areas of things because they're trying to make an African people Asiatic, and they're trying to justify it through a linguistic phylum. This is why you hear the term Afro-Asiatic. This is why it keeps coming, because they're trying to take reverence from the Africans along the Nile that generated its own way of life and culture. That's the pushback from me, because it goes deeper than that. So when you hear somebody talking about they were Afro-Asiatic, like Sheffrin is saying, I know what he's saying. You know, even though I ain't trying to take the African out. Listen, the people that are making that argument have been trying to take that away from Africans for so long. That's why I said through those dynastic periods, them people was not no damn Asiatics running them dynastic periods.
And they wasn't sub-Saharan African either.
That is so crazy, yo. I just showed you they was on the river. Why they leave? Why they leave, yo? Why they leave after being there 90,000 years? Why they just up and leave?
If they wasn't sub-Saharan African,
that was my point.
They weren't Asiatic. They were Africans. So
okay,
if your point is,
I have no problem.
Hold on, I'm trying to give you some leeway here. So
you giving yourself leeway. You need a way out.
I don't need no way out. I'm not looking for no way out. I'm not looking for no way out. I'm standing strong. I'm kicking the Asiatic premise out of here. What I'm trying to tell you is that this goes back. I'm answering CK. This goes back to a mess being made by an American linguist, supposedly a linguist, who created a methodology and a model to fit these people in this particular region for other purposes. All the while, he never used his own methodology to prove that. And this is the truth about that. And nobody wants to talk about the man not using his own method. They just dance around and continue to throw his name out there or his argument out there, and then try to use genetics to polarize the argument and infuse linguistics into this. So
but that's what science
my
did.
pushback.
It was other disciplines of science that backed up what Darwin was saying. You feel me? Darwin put forth a theory, and other disciplines of science backed up what he was saying. It's other disciplines science that's been backed up.
No,
Greenberg. Hold on, everybody. Look, let's just get waiting on
that.
Hold on, let's get to it. Let's get to the Black Egyptian hypothesis, right? Let's just go straight to the position of modern scholarship. Who's gonna read, yo? Let's just get it out the way. It's been fun.
I'll read, but can I please say this?
Yeah, and then read that. Go ahead. The position of modern
African. I don't know what other point y'all gonna make, yo.
How they not gonna be sub-Saharan African? I just told you niggas came out of Sahara. That's sub-Saharan
African. Sean said that they were sub-Saharan African. Now, let me make my point again. And let me make my point. If they're not sub-Saharan African, what does that mean?
Don't mean nothing. Let's read it. Let's see what modern scholarship reads.
Because you taught me this, You taught me this.
What?
So if sub-Saharan Africans are people who never left Africa, right?
Okay.
All of the people, other Africans who are not sub-Saharan African, they left Africa.
No, I was just saying. Yeah, they right. So you got people, you got back migration, people that came.
Right. So again, Sean, from the 1st to the 14th dynasty, again, you said that those people were sub-Saharan African. You said this. I never got off my point. Y'all done went to 300,000 years. Y'all done went to tools. Y'all done went to boats. Y'all done
my whole point though, Sheffrin, when I said sub-Saharan Africans, my whole point is I'm dismissing the Asiatic altogether. So there ain't no way there was no rulership of eight. There's no rulership of Asiatic. There's no cultural identity of Asiatics. Anytime during the first 1 through 13 dynastic periods or before then.
Okay.
We don't see any. Hold on. Because I'm trying to let you go. Mm-hmm. And we don't see any cultural influences from those that you claim are Asiatics in a specific presence.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
That's why they in a pocket. That's why they in the northeast corner in a pocket. They're not all over Kemet.
No, you can't. I can't be.
So certain farming techniques.
Why are we talking? Hold on. Why are we talking? We can read this what modern scholarship's position is. Can somebody please read?
Somebody read. I'm driving.
Man, you can drive that. You can read that while you driving. Asiatic.
I'm driving.
No.
CK, help brother out, man.
CK, where you at, CK? We gotta let you come in on this.
I'm trying to get on this cauliflower rice. Regular rice.
I thought Chef said he wanted to read it.
I didn't want to read. I just wanted to say something else.
That's dope. That's dope.
Come on. You gonna read it? Where you at, CK? Can you read it or I gotta read? What you gonna do?
I'm multitasking. You're gonna have to do it.
All right. Since the second half of the 20th century, most scholars have held that applying modern notion of race in ancient Egypt is, what's this? Anachronistic. All right?
Anachronistic.
Chronistic. Y'all know what that means, right? Like it's some shit we doing now. Because that's what we doing with this argument right now. We doing exactly what they just said right there. Now, they say the focus of some experts who study population biology has been to consider whether or not the ancient Egyptians were primarily biological North Africans rather than to which race they belonged. It's in the non-racial bioevolutionary approach, the Nile Valley population is part of the continuum of population gradation and variation amongst humans that is based on indigenous development, rather than using racial clusters or concepts of admixtures. It under this approach, racial categories such as Blacks or Caucasians are discarded in favor of localized populations showing a range of physical variations. Stuart Tyson Smith writes in 2001, Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt, that any characterization of race of the ancient Egyptians depends on modern cultural definition, not on scientific study. Thus, a modern American standard in this, it is resembled to characterize the Egyptians as Black. Let me go back again. Any characterizations of race of ancient Egyptians depends on the modern cultural definitions, not on scientific study. Thus, the modern American standards, it is reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as Black, God damn it, while acknowledging the scientific evidence for the physical diversity of Africans. Scholars such as Bruce Tiger condemned the often shaky scholarship on Egyptians. He declared that the people of the region were all Africans, and decided the bizarre and dangerous myth of previously biased scholarship, married by confusion of race, language, and culture, and by the accompanying racism. Yeah, that's what we're trying to fight. In 2008, Pseudo Killas wrote that there is no scientific reason to believe that the primary ancestors of the Egyptian population emerged and evolved outside of North Africa. The basic overall genetic profile of modern populations is consistent with the diversity of ancient populations that would have been indigenous to North Africa and subject to a range of evolutionary influences over time, although researchers vary in detail of the explanations of those influences. Frank Jade, Egyptologist at the Field Museum and University of Chicago, said, when you talk about Egypt, it's just not right to talk about Black or white. That's all just American terminology, and it serves American purposes. I can understand and sympathize with the desires of Afro-Americans to affiliate themselves with Egypt, but it isn't that simple. We can stop right there. Come on, back.
Now let me ask y'all this. That was a good article.
Yeah, I ain't finished it. The guy that introduced you, Dan, and all that. Yeah.
He said it was North African. Right?
Yeah.
They said it over and over. There was a North African population. Again, North African does not mean sub-Saharan African. It doesn't. When you say how they look, that's lookership. You showed me that when we was talking about the people of the Adam and Eve Islands, or some people who are in Asia, or some island off India who had those features.
Yeah, the Adam Islander.
Yeah, and what did you say? Yo, that's lookership. They Asians. You said it. So you said, yo, they ain't black. They Asian. You feel me? So North Africa is the same way. Those people left Africa, came back in. You dig what I'm saying? The sub-Saharan African people are different people than the North African people. Egypt is in North Africa. I don't know why y'all don't believe it for some reason.
Okay, listen, man. Chef, here lies the problem with this whole Afro-Asiatic term, is because the Asiatics are trying to stake claim to an African language, which is critical in this whole argument. I may not be making my point very clear.
I didn't bring up Afro-Asiatic.
Yeah, no. You said you did bring it. It was brought up several times, but what I'm trying to say is this. You keep saying North Africa, North Africa, North Africa. Okay, we got you. You're trying to drill home North Africa. But in Upper Kemet and Lower Kemet, they weren't considering themselves no North Africans. They called themselves the Rimage. It's clear in their writings and how they describe themselves. And all I'm trying to say, bro, is that them people were African through and through in that area. They recognized who the foreigner was. They knew the Libyans wasn't a part of them. They knew the Asiatics wasn't a part of them. When they came together and they did what they did, bro, and they dominated with their high sciences, they knew the Asiatics wasn't a part of them. They knew their brothers in the Nubians, or the Nahisiu in other terms. They knew that they were a part of what they had going on, and they knew from the flow of the Nahisiu, when they were allowing people in, that it was an issue, and it was causing an issue or turmoil between the two, but not necessarily turmoil. Let me be a little bit more clear. Not turmoil in the sense that where they fighting with one another over why you doing this. Like, yo, I really don't think that you should let them in your house, right? Like, if you got neighbors coming over knocking on your door and they some skinhead looking type of people, but they really ain't showing skinhead references or anything like that. And I'm telling you, Chef, don't let them in your house. Don't let them in the door. And you let them in the door, then next thing you know, you got enough of them in there, and they trying to take over the whole house. Then we got a whole nother problem, because we down here chilling and y'all up there bull crapping. After we just told you don't open the door. So now we got to go fight again these people and try to get all our stuff back. So now we trying to run everybody up out of there.
But that's the Hyksos reign, though. Now you back into the 14th dynasty. That's the Hyksos reign you're talking about.
Yeah, but what I'm saying generally, I'm saying the flow of people coming, period, because the problems usurp from inside out. That was the whole.
But doing armor, we talk about.
Yeah, but the problem had to start in before it got out. I'm saying the flow, because of trade. I'm saying the gates was open. No, there's no demarcations. The gates are open. We know trade is going on. Business, because we see the archaeological evidence that's flowing all over the place. We see.
So they're born. You can't say there's no influence. If these people are trading, going back and forth, they're born.
Okay, so what were the influences? What were the influences on the Egyptians?
The farming, cattle raising.
Yeah, like come on, like you can't just throw.
So they gave them.
If they're trading,
hold on, don't argue. I'm just You saying that these Asiatics and stuff gave them farming. You saying
I didn't
that
say they gave
showed them how to
farming.
You said cattle raising. You said
I
cattle
said
raising.
they traded their farming and their well, I don't know if they trade. They brought different. They gave each other different. It was a high culture.
The trade, they're going back and forth.
Right,
like
so it's
exchanges.
Right,
okay,
come on.
So
like,
again,
oh.
okay, no. So you telling me because you're trading with someone and all these other things, and yes, we all know that it was a high culture. You telling me these people couldn't do it on their own, that they had to have the
Ain't nobody
influence
say
from
that.
somewhere else?
Ain't nobody,
No,
but they did have influence from somewhere else.
I'm
there you
asking.
go, the straw man.
So you
no,
I'm telling you, yeah,
I'm
they
not
had
straw
influence
manning.
from other places.
I'm asking. Now, here's why I asked. I asked that because the term Afro-Asiatic is trying to take that away from them. The term is trying to take it away. The argument is trying to take it away. Everything that the Remits did on their own merit, they trying to make it a part of the Asiatic language phylum. They trying to take it out.
Because they spoke the
And then you got some
Afro-Asiatic
people
language.
saying, if they say, you got some people saying, well, if they say Afro-Asiatic, they really saying Africans. And then I'm like, come on,
but listen,
yo.
listen. Say, look, because even when this is why I'm confused, because I don't study it, but I be listening to one argument, I feel good about it. Like the way Unc explained it, he was like, yo, one of the reasons Kemet was able to achieve some of the things they did and get to where they was at because where they were. They got people coming in, there's trade coming in, there's competition going on. So this drives civilization up to a particular point, other than if you're isolated. But because they're trading, because they're dealing with so many people, there's different thoughts and ideas coming in. So everything's you know what I'm saying? And then for you to be like, nah, they were just like trading, they didn't really pay them niggas no attention about nothing. It's kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that don't make no sense.
Who was their competition though, yo? They ruled for like thousands of years. Who could compete?
The competition with their neighbors, the people that they kept at bay for them thousands of years.
Who was the No, how could their neighbors be their competition when they're ruling for thousands of years?
I think we confused. Hey, Sean, so you're saying that the Egyptians wasn't an Afro-Asiatic speaking people?
No, they were not an Asiatic speaking people.
I
they
said
were African speaking people.
Afro-Asiatic.
No, they were African speaking people. Okay. They spoke an African language. They wrote in an African way.
So you're saying that their language is not classified as Afro-Asiatic? Hello? What happened?
Yeah, I'm listening. No, I'm listening.
So Sean, you're saying that their language is not Afro-Asiatic? I think that's what he's saying.
I think it is. I think Sean would have a problem with that label.
Because
hold on, I ain't hear y'all, yo. I got interrupted at work.
Oh, Sean. So I asked you. So you're saying that the Egyptian language was not an Afro-Asiatic language?
No, it's an African language.
So when I look it up and it say Afro-Asiatic,
it was an African language.
Wrong.
It was an African language.
Remember what he said about the whole Greenberg and Afro-Asiatic shit earlier. He thinks it's pseudo. He doesn't think it exists. So of course, anything that could potentially attach itself to that, he's gonna deny it.
No, I'm not going to deny it. It's already been refuted by Africans writing their own African language on the continent of Africa, doing their own linguistic work.
Wait a minute, there's still people writing Egyptian today?
No.
The old ancient Egyptian script people still writing it today?
So let's insert scholars that are actually creating their own models. Like Greenberg, he was, when he died in like the late 80s or early 90s or something like that. I don't know. I can't remember when Greenberg passed away, but Greenberg, an American, was responsible for the argument of the Afro-Asiatic language phylum. He changed it because people was using the word Hamitic. So he flipped it from a Hamitic religious based language phylum to include it in the Afro-Asiatic texture so that they can still argue this premise for religious connotations and some type of influence. I'm saying he did not, and it's proven that he did not use his own model to prove his argument. If he used his model, he doesn't come to that conclusion. He leaves the Ronnie Kemet Egyptian spoken language as a African language. This is why it bothers me when Chef, and he knows it, when he's trying to slide that old Afro-Asiatic shit in there. You can't do that to these people because they wrote an African language, they spoke an African language, they are a part of an African speaking melting pot.
So let me ask you,
don't take the African out of there to slide the Asiatic in there and try to get some influence.
Hold on, let me ask you this. Let's take Egypt out the equation. If we take Egypt out the equation and look at the rest of North Africa and the Middle East, could it make could the claim for Afro-Asiatic stand if we took Egypt out of the picture?
No.
Could you show? Hold on. So you're saying linguists can't show a connection between the languages?
What methodology are they using to show a connection or to come to a conclusion?
Look, I'm not a linguist.
No, so I'm asking an honest question though. What work are they doing to make an honest conclusion that Africans on the continent are doing and showing and proving in their own languages from all over the continent? They're showing the patterns, the whole.
What about the Berbers?
What makes linguistics difficult is because the phonology. It's a whole lot of stuff that goes into that. If they're doing all of that with these words and they breaking down and they showing you these words way over here in West Africa, way over here in Central, South Africa, East Africa, and all coming from Ronnie Kemet, Egyptian spoken language. How are we doing that? You see what I'm saying? Like, but you said remove Kemet from the equation, and could there be a presence or of Afro-Asiatic? I still say no. I still say no. What evidence?
I'm just saying, if I look at a map, just by looking at pure geography, this is mind-boggling to me. Y'all act like Egypt.
It's mind-boggling to you because you don't even you won't study linguistics, but you make an argument for it all the time.
That's
mind-boggling
because what I'm
to
saying
me.
is
like how, like bro, if I show you right now correspondences for African languages tied to Ronnie Kemet all up and down the damn continent, you're not going to accept that. What you're going to do is say, I don't know. You can't tell me because of Muslim presence. That don't mean nothing.
No, but for the Muslim, but for the Muslim presence, you feel so you're saying.
My bad. I didn't mean to say Muslim presence. I mean this whole Asiatic argument that you're trying to make. You can't show it, bro. When I ask you to demonstrate, you won't be able to show it. But then if I show it, you're gonna be like, oh no, the people in the field say this, that, and that. This is why you get stuck over there in certain arguments.
See, then that's when you gotta go argue with them.
If we can't demonstrate this, I don't want to talk about it no more because we have to demonstrate it in order to actually do it. Us talking ain't doing me, you, or the audience any favor on this whole Asiatic African shit. So if we gonna get into it, then we both need to get up on our linguistics and put some before the people, and then we can let the evidence speak for itself. Whether you want to use Greenberg's model, whether you want to find out how to use Greenberg's model or anything like that.
Do your homework. That's living right now.
We can have the same argument other people already have had. You got to let these African people speak for their own self, yo. You can't bring no Asiatic shit to Africans and say, your language, this language is a part of the fucking Asiatic family. How?
Afro-Asiatic.
Man, I'm not bringing
why does that part keep getting thrown out of the equation?
Straight up. I'm not dealing with it. Unless you can demonstrate. Unless you can demonstrate, which you can't.
Let him ask a question.
No question. I ain't taking no more. Hold on.
No, we want to ask Sheffrin a question.
My question for Sheffrin is how was Afro-Asiatic constructed? Like, how can we substantiate that it's a reliable thing that we can verify that a language is Afro-Asiatic based on what metric are we using?
I don't know, but what I'm seeing right now, from what I'm looking at, it hasn't been debunked the way that y'all saying it has. So if academia is still using it, and y'all say, show me where it's been completely debunked. Now they done revised it a couple times, right? They done cleared up some shit in it, but it still holds as Afro-Asiatic, and other people then added on to the work and cleared it up. There is actually a group of people now. Hold on, it's actually a group of people now who's saying that Afro-Asiatic started in Africa. So this is a point that the oldest roots of the language is in Africa.
Prove it.
Right. So if they're saying that a group of people,
prove it, bro. How they gonna start how when the damn Egyptian spoken language is an African language? How the fuck they gonna make it a part of? Come on, yo. Like for real, let's be serious right now. So if you gonna say that that's Afro-Asiatic, then you gonna say all the other languages got to be Afro-Asiatic too. You just can't sit here and take Ronnie Kemet, which is weird. You're gonna take Ronnie Kemet, the Egyptian spoken language, away from that, but then the people that's close to Kemet and all of that, that's south of them or bell west of them, you ain't gonna make those Asiatic languages. You only are staunched on fucking Kemet. You nowhere else. Kemet. Let's make that an Afro-Asiatic language. No, man, it's African. It's every bit of African as freaking Congo, South Africa, Kenya.
No, that's not right.
West Africa, all of that.
That's not
it's
right.
An African language.
You
go
do
the comparisons and you find you go do the homework, yo. You don't know the model. It's what I'm saying. Learn the model, do the comparisons, and watch what you see come out of that, yo. Straight up.
So you saying that it's closely connected to the Congo and not people right next door to them? That just wouldn't even. Oh my God!
You have to demonstrate.
I'm telling you the comparison.
Y'all ain't demonstrating basic common sense.
You don't even study languages. How is you arguing this and you won't even get into the conversation with languages? How?
Because
it's what I'm trying to figure out, Jeffrey. The truth is if I sit here and break down words in ancient Egypt, you ain't gonna know none of the words, yo. Like you don't know the sound patterns and none of that. Like you not finna sit here and like tell me, yo, if we go through five different languages, and we go through one word, we deal with one word. Let's say we go find peace. We look up the word peace in ancient Egyptian. The word peace, we find it. Then we go to Yoruba. We say, or we go to Ghana. We go to Nigeria, or we go to, like I said, the Congo. Or we go to South Africa, or we go to Kenya, and we look for the word peace, and then we get to comparing these freaking words and going down and seeing how the language structure and all this other stuff, all this technical stuff, and we start seeing the comparisons. Then you gonna say, nah, that's Afro-Asiatic. Come on, yo.
Yo, they're saying that it started in Africa. Look, I
pull up mass comparative method on Wiki right now. Pull it up, and we'll see if
so does not they say that the Afro-Asiatic language started in Africa?
I can't.
Blue.
The thing is, we can't even determine whether it's even a reliable construct in general. That's what I'm trying to express to you.
I'm saying academia. Do you got the disagreement?
Right. Because I'm telling
you have the disagreement.
I haven't seen any evidence that verifies that it's reliable, it's credible. If you look up mass comparison method on Wiki, let me see.
Are you a linguist? Are you a linguist?
It says I study linguistics. I do.
Are you a linguist?
I study a lot of stuff. A linguist.
So you're saying you're a linguist?
We all studying something.
I'm not certified. No, I don't have a degree or nothing. No.
All right. So, but you're disagreeing. You're disagreeing with people who are masters in this shit.
Listen, I'm going to read right now. It says mass comparison method is developed by Joseph Greenberg to determine the level of genetic relatedness between languages. It is now usually called multilateral comparison. This method is rejected by most linguists. Campbell, 2001, page 45. Though not all, but it by most is saying so. I'm not disagreeing with the experts. I'm just.
But listen, in all fairness, though, right now you have to go to Wiki, and then pull up Afro-Asiatic language and see what it says.
Right.
Because it seems like we're focusing so much on Greenberg and not the fact that some things have changed since he made the claims that he made back then.
And then we can see.
But the way I see it is like this.
I haven't seen no changes as far as evidence with the historical comparative method. I haven't seen none of that.
Oh, really? So that means that the textbooks have changed, correct?
I'm saying, what does Wiki say about
I have a historical comparative book.
But what does Wiki say about the Afro-Asiatic language? What does Wiki say about the Afro-Asiatic language?
I want to see y'all disagree with a NASA scientist next. Like, I'm just, where does it stop at?
I'm saying,
where does it stop
at?
Not
say that linguists reject it. So am I disagreeing with the linguists or am I agreeing with them?
Hey, Blue, what I'm saying is linguists can have arguments and disagreements about things in their field. I have no problem with that. But what I'm saying is you saying that you can stand on one side and definitively say that Afro-Asiatic is not real and the Egyptian language don't fit into it. What basis do you feel like you really can stand on that?
Based on the math comparative, the methodology, basically. One is spotty, the other one is meticulous. So if I took the time to look into how this is done and I fully grasp the complexity, then is it wrong for me to accept that stance off of that evidence?
No, you can believe what you want to believe.
If I have not seen other,
I
didn't say.
That's a belief system.
I'm not even gonna trip about it being belief. I'm saying, is it a justified belief or is it an unjustified belief?
For you, it could be justified. I'm gonna go with the overall consensus on it, or what the academics
are saying. The overall consensus saying most linguists reject it.
Who? Where did you read that at?
Most would imply what?
I've never seen that.
Like I said, all you gotta do is pull up mass comparative method, and it's talking about Greenberg. And yes, we're talking about it's his. It really is his construct. He's creative. Right. He fucked up at the beginning. People are taking it from that spot where it's still fucked up and never went back and did what the work that was supposed to be done.
But check this out, Blue. Hey, your name Blue, right?
You're starting off from a flawed premise out the gate.
Oh, hey, yo, hold on. What's your name? What's your name, yo? Because
I'm Travis, bro. You know me.
Oh, all right. All right. What's up? All right. So
pull up the Afro-Asiatic though, so we can see what they say. What are they saying about the Afro-Asiatic language?
Yeah. Because what you read is making a claim about something that Greenberg did, but I think that it's very possible that a lot has changed from when Greenberg made a lot of the claims that he made.
Can you provide
Otherwise, the textbooks would be different. So all I'm going to say is this one sentence, and I'm going to go back on mute.
Go ahead, CK. Rock out.
I'm just going to say this one thing, and I'm going back on mute, man. Yo, man. I feel what y'all are saying, and I feel like this. If all of you people that have a problem with how the things are in the textbooks, y'all need to go. I'm going to say the same thing I say to the damn abos. Take your evidence and proof to court, academia, whatever you got to do to these people that are experts at these universities, prove them wrong and make them change it. Because otherwise, you just preaching to people that don't really understand what the hell you're saying anyways.
I mean, all I can do is pull up textbooks from scholars, from academics. I can do that same thing and show you that it's really been an argument from the beginning, from not black dudes, from white people making this on white scholars saying that there's a problem.
But what are they arguing though?
They're arguing that there's a problem in the methodology. I can only say it so many times, bro.
But you got to pull up that. You got to pull up the Afro-Asiatic, man. You got.
I'm looking at it right now.
What does they say about the
Afro-Asiatic language? 150 language speakers. Is it something specific that you asked me?
What is a negative response to the Afro-Asiatic language group? Like what is
that it got Asian on it?
Like what are the experts, the linguists saying about the flaws of the Afro-Asiatic language? Like,
family.
See what I'm saying? Because like we're throwing that out.
There are no generally accepted relations between Afro-Asiatic and any other language family. However, several proposals grouping Afro-Asiatic with one or more language families have been made. The best known of these is something from 1906, something from, hey, be quiet, 1931, Greenberg work in 2000 to 2002. So, I'm not seeing nothing that verifies that historical comparative method was utilized to verify that the construct is solid.
But that's my point, though. As it stands now, though, they're not throwing like the experts. They may have a disagreement with that method from Greenberg, but I think they touched up on it, right? They're not going against it now. Right? They're not fighting that
They touched up on it, and it still holds. They. So I'm trying to figure out just because
based on what?
Whatever they do in linguistics.
They don't.
Whatever them niggas came
Can you provide me a historical comparative method done on the Afro-Asiatic?
All right, Afro-Asiatic. I'm reading the definition.
Can you provide me historical comparative method?
I can provide the Merriam-Webster dictionary. I can provide the Merriam-Webster dictionary.
But that's not. I'm not asking for a dictionary. I'm not asking for a definition. I'm asking for
no. Now, when I give you the definition
and substantiation of a language following.
I'm trying to figure out what part y'all have a disagreement with. It says of relating to or being a family of languages widely distributed over Southwestern Asia and Africa, including the Semitic, Egyptian, Berber, Cushitic, and Chadic subfamilies. Now, what part in that definition do you take disagreement with? Is it the Southwestern Asia part? Could you agree that it has similarities to the Berber and the Cushitic and the Chadic subfamilies?
Because it's basically by the geographic location, which is not scientific technically. It's just saying, hey, it's really what white people do. These people are over here, these people over here, and we're gonna put a name on that. We're gonna put a name on this over here.
You know they ain't did it like that now. Come on,
that's really literally what the mass comparative method is.
That's disrespectful, bro.
You could look it up. You could read the link to mass comparative method.
So have you ever disagreed with that? Let me ask you, have you ever disagreed with that method other than when it came to the Egyptian language? Have you ever shown the flaw of that method?
Yes, like I just gave an example of the people that my maternal lineage comes from. My mama is from Mafa in Cameroon. That language is considered Afro-Asiatic. That's a problem. That's not in nowhere near that area.
Hold on. When was that considered Afro-Asiatic?
Look it up right now.
No, I'm asking you. You the link. You said you study linguistics.
When or where?
When was that considered? And is that debunked by now?
I can't tell you definitively when, but as far as I'm concerned, when I look up what classification it falls under, that's what it says.
Because they said that Greenberg model has been cleared up.
Yeah, what language filing would you put Berber in?
I say right now
you can't say
African phylums.
It's not African.
You said you will put it in the African phylum.
I'm saying right now we're dealing with like specific the ones that are given to us, but according to like what I said, like Asar's work, I think it is not directly related, but it would fit into his construct that he created.
Yeah, you would take it.
As
You
far
would
as
take it out of Afro. You would take it out of Afro-Asiatic.
You have to use what is being used now.
No, what I'm saying, like you would take it out of Afro-Asiatic and put it in African language, like Berber.
I mean, if we had
Cushitic.
We would have to actually do the work. We would have to do the work to see exactly what languages are related to it by seeing correspondent language means sound correspondence, the morphological feature. We have to do a lot of work. It has not been done from what I see.
Saying that they have not done that for the Cushitic and the Berber languages. Like they just said, these people live in the same area. And they just draw a circle, like these people are here, and just group them in. Like, how would they know who to leave?
They call zones. I have a linguistic book to show. I think I can pull it up. Hold on, let me see if I got this.
Yeah, but I'm saying so then why would you?
So for you on point.
Why would you not do the same thing for Berber then?
Right.
I'm on the phone, girl.
This is crazy.
I got shit going on. How I can't get to her right now. You gotta give me a second, man. Hold on, man.
Yo, so that is an excellent point.
I'd be confused. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't into I be trying to understand the argument, but then I be getting confused because I be hearing different arguments at different times. You know what I'm saying?
It be so many holes in it. Like I just don't get like. Oh man, it's so many holes in that. Like you can go right over to Berber, you know what I mean? But you're not doing the same thing to show how they fucked up on the classification. Show it through another language that's right next to it. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like,
it's
like y'all's just stuck on the Egyptian language.
Or when a bridge happened, or separate or show the difference between the Berber connection from the Egyptian. How they separate all. You know what I'm saying?
Because the way we would think is if the people are close near each other, then the languages gonna share similarities. Yeah, that's what most people gonna think.
I mean,
like, but they trying to act like no, it don't work like that.
Yeah, they trade into
Egypt is look. Egypt is right next to the Levant and all of that, but it shares a language connected to people in the Congo. Like, it's more closely related to the people in the Congo and not the people that live right next door to them. Like, how would that even? I just don't even.
You have to demonstrate it. You have to demonstrate it using linguistics how they're related. It's just because that's like me and you said. Like you can't. That's not how that science works. That's all I can say about it.
I'm saying,
it does.
Yeah,
it really do. Y'all trying to twist the shit up.
I mean, if you're interacting with each other, right? You're gonna have to trade. You're gonna have to find common words. You're gonna start creating a language that you can do business with. You can talk to each other. I can give you my wife, or you know what I'm saying, give you my daughter, or you know what I'm saying? Like you have to establish something to bridge that gap.
That's called language convergence. That's when you're getting long words and having that contact. That doesn't make the language related. That just means you was in close contact. But man, I'm trying to find this.
So where do you say the Egyptian language? Where do you say the early is origin of it? Like its roots are located at, and how did they end up in Northeast Africa?
I read I saw a book, and according to the evidence in there, it's a Bantu language based off of morphological features and sound correspondence, and he does has a lot of talk. A lot of people not willing to take the time out to sit there and
let me see
read
where the Bantu language started at. Let's see where that started at.
Yeah, and so you're saying too that when you cross compare when you cross compare it to other Afro-Asiatic language, it doesn't line up at all. That's what you're saying. None of the correspondence line up.
You don't have the same sound correspondences. You don't have the same like. There's a consonant vowel sequence that a consonant vowel sequence that shows up with Bantu languages that don't show up in certain Afro-Asiatic language. Where's that book at?
Hold on. So Bantu languages is saying started around the Niger-Congo region. So you're saying that the Egyptian language in Northeast Africa started in the Niger-Congo region.
I'm saying that it is related. I'm saying it's related.
All right. Okay.
Closely.
Okay. Closely. So, but it's saying that language developed Niger-Congo region. That's where it started at then. And you saying all those people went from there speaking this language all the way up to Egypt. Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
I'm asking, that's what you're saying.
Yes, I'm saying it's been trade. Can we establish that it's been trade?
I don't know
they
that.
Go down there?
I don't know that.
Based on a place called Pun and other Egyptological information.
You saying the Egyptians went all the way to the
and
sources, to the Congo?
It's pretty much a lot of evidence that there's a lot of going back and forth to the Great Lakes area.
To the Congo.
That's the Great Lakes?
I don't think so. Nah, there ain't no Great Lakes.
I mean, I'm with. I just feel like you're putting the cart before the horse. Like you gotta debunk. Like y'all should be debunking that like ASAP. You feel me? Like you know what I'm saying? Because like we can't just throw out academia. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and then use it for other shit.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Like if something don't work, it just don't work. Like they don't.
Yeah, but if it don't work, it's like in science something is pseudo, right? Until it's been proven that it works. It has to replace what's there. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I'm saying if something hasn't even been proven that it works, how are we saying that it works and we have not seen that it's been? We're just.
But
like,
I'm saying,
it seems like
you're calling
like
all the linguists that support it a liar, that they're liars. That's what you're saying.
Or they don't know how to do linguistics.
They don't know how to do
as good as you.
That's
either they lying or they don't know how to do linguistics as good as you.
Basically, no, it really just doesn't have anything to do with me. I just read.
But you agreeing with some pseudo
shit. That's not my words. This is just what I read. But you
agreeing with some pseudo shit.
Most linguists. Am I wrong for that? Like, help me out.
Listen,
am I creating my own opinion with academia based off the evidence?
But are you agreeing? You disagreeing with academia, right? You're saying that they're wrong in the book that you read.
That said that, or is that me?
No, you're saying that the book that you read, what's the book you read?
I just read something in Wiki that said exactly what I said. It's not necessarily just this book. It's multiple books, and it's not.
No, you said it was closely related to the Congo. Book. Where did you get it was closely related to the Congo language?
I just explained that through a song.
You got that from Wiki? He say that the Egyptian language was closely related to the Congo language.
I didn't.
Did Wiki say that?
Specific question, and I swear I said no once right now.
Okay. So where did you get that source from?
Explained it. I said where I got it from. I told you.
Where? I ain't hear you. I ain't hear you.
Illusion Volume 2.
Oh, you got that from it? No, I don't have no linguistic books.
Well, hold on. Let me show you one that I'm looking at right now.
I'm saying
I know Sean in the chat killing me right
now. Y'all should get. You know what I'm saying? This is one.
Yeah, but you gotta strip away all biases though and go in like fresh.
But I'm saying that's basically what I did. I didn't know any of this shit at first. I thought it was the Afro-Asiatic, but I came across some information that changed my opinion based off evidence, not off my personal belief. But like I say, it's cool if you believe that it's just a belief of mine.
It's not about. I mean, I think it boils down. It's not really about belief. It's just about
you can see
academia. There's a standard set, and we kind of, you know what I mean. So we deal with academia. So until that's debunked, it's like a scientific argument. Until it's debunked.
I'm saying, but the thing is, that's not a SARS. You're not the only one saying it. It's academia that's saying that it's not valid. I just say, like, you can.
Academia is saying the mask. Academia is saying the mask imperative. But show me what academia is saying. The Afro-Asiatic language phylum is pseudo.
Hold on.
If you show me that, Afro-Asiatic, you got it.
Hey, Wikipedia actually has a pseudo-linguistic article page that lists all the different pseudo-linguistic languages that people have been coming up with over the years. Oh, my bad. Go back on mute.
Yeah, because like you would have to show me something that said that Afro-Asiatic is pseudo. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, show me something that said most linguistics agree that the Egyptians is not Afro-Asiatic speakers. You see what I'm saying? And that would dead it right there off top.
It would kill it.
Yeah, shit is over with. Like, boom, shit. Game match. Like,
I'm trying to figure out how he got to the Congo. Like, oh my God. Like, just looking at a map, yo, that would be.
Hey, I mean, like, I'm rooting for my brothers, but at the same time, it's like you can't put the cart before the horse. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm rooting.
But just show, see how all this get twisted up right here, Sosa and Chavez. Just show how the people on the now have moved up, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how, if and Sean is saying that those people was on the now and they moved up, how the hell did we get the language from all the way over in the Congo? Like, even if I disagree,
I think you're
just looking at a map, it don't even make sense.
Nobody is saying that one language moved to another. I'm just trying to express to you that they are related, and it's based off of these features, based off a method called the historical comparative method.
So where did the Bantu languages start at? So that means that if they have a Bantu language origin, then they had to all start from a common, like, around a central area. Where was that area at that went from the Bantu people moving to the Congo and moving to Egypt? Like, you did the research, right? I need to know where that started at so we can see if that shit even makes sense. Or was the Bantu speaking people in the Sahara?
I mean,
in the West Sahara?
Really, honestly though, bro, you're looking for me to explain it to you. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I have all the answers. I'm competent enough to explain the basics. But if you really, really wanted to know, you would have to. I mean, you have to place yourself in the studies of this particular subject matter. That would be the only way that I could. I mean, that you would be able to grasp what's being said. Outside of that, you're looking for me to be a SAR. I'm not him. I read his books, and I could point you in the direction of the sources as to what because this shit is full of sources. But let me continue to figure it out.
Go ahead, Bill.
My argument also is like genetics, like just like I say how we African Americans. By the time those people get right there, mixing, marrying, fighting, losing, winning, man, they have a sub-Saharan African component, but they're different people than sub-Saharan Africans at that point.
They North Africans.
Yeah, based on that mixing around and that component gonna be different. I think when the DNA test come back, it's gonna show that. Like they have to be. They you know what I mean? They're doing business right there. They're trading. They're fighting. They're at war.
This shit crazy. Like I'm trying to figure out how, like we believe in academic sources.
It says that we define three. This is going to be, let's say, comparative relations and subcategories. So you have the genetic internal relation that deals with objects of one and the same language. This defines the synchronic and static sphere of internal comparison. Genetic internal relation compares objects to two different language families. These forms are usually attested in two different periods at 2 periods of time, i.e. diachronic linguistics, non-genetic internal relations. You got non-genetic external relations. What's used is sound changes, sound laws. What else we got here? This is just from his work. That's another book that I got on my phone that deals. It says it's saying the same thing. It's from African scholars. They saying, you know, that shit has never been substantiated. It's problematic.
Okay, I mean that's cool. That's you know, I mean if look, like I said, that at this point, what you're saying is a belief right now.
Till you defeat them.
And that's cool because like we all got beliefs. You know what I mean? But
look at this thing right here. This is what's the map of them? This language, Bantu languages. Hold on. Not sure you can see this. That's like how they typologically group them. How it's hard to see my bad, but shit. That's all I can do shit right now.
Yeah, but you know it gotta be.
That's the Bantu languages you was looking at. It's the circle.
Drop out. No,
this shit way up here in I don't know, man.
Hey yo, who got control of the what's the name, yo?
You.
How do I let people in? These people try and get in.
It should be. I thought it should be hit. You don't hear him popping up. It should be saying like bling.
Yeah, I see Rob Bowen hand, but how do I let him in?
Click on it. You click on it?
Yeah, I thought I did. Blue hand. I told Unc I can't do this shit from my phone.
Go to attendees.
Oh, he made you the host?
Yeah, but it's on my phone. So I see the blue hand and it say attendees 1. But every time I click on it.
You click on Rob on name, what it say?
It's not letting me it ain't doing nothing.
Yeah. Because I'm on my phone. I'm still at work. I actually got to go back to work here in a minute.
I click on attendees and I see Rob on and I see his hand.
So who got control of the what's the name? Is it Sean?
You do normally. Yeah, normally when you the host, as soon as somebody come in, it appears on your screen like admit. You know what I'm saying? You can just hit admit and it
yeah, he made you the host, chef. I'm looking at it now.
Record to the cloud chat. Go ahead, keep talking. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, but Yeah, they was making that argument. They was making some different arguments though. Like they didn't share no information. I just that kind of threw me for a loop. Like you know what I mean? Like,
man, they went back 300,000 years, man. Like
they're going back and forth trading. Like you're gonna pick up traits. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't say they didn't get nothing from them folks. Like I ain't trying to. Like I'm not claiming that they built it, but I'm saying like that component is there. And then later on, they built that civilization and they decided culturally who's who. You know what I'm saying? And they pushed other cultures out. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But that component is there. You know what I'm saying? Just like we would fight for America now. You know what I'm saying? And some of us is damn mixed up. You know what I'm saying? But we done been there for so long and mixed in and shit. Now we consider ourselves Americans. We look at other people as foreigners. You know what I'm saying?
I think I got him, man.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
You and Robo.
Like, y'all.
The Asiatic black man is in the building. The Asiatic black man is here. I'm the one who took over Kemet, baby. We here. We the savages. We the ones who they was talking about on the balls. We the ones who said those are the mischief makers, the savages.
Y'all don't want to deal with that Arabia.
Y'all don't want no smoke with the Arabian complex. You know what I'm saying? That got changed from the Nubian complex, talking about y'all had Nubian technology. Y'all not ready for the Afro-Asiatic.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Always talk about Arabia, man. It's crazy, man.
Yo, what's the book you were showing, Chavez? What's that? What book was that? Huh? Yeah,
I don't know where he at. He might have.
He left. See, that's what happened when the Asiatic black man come here. If you got a commission, then you disappear, yo.
He definitely go.
That's a high school nigga. We the foreigners. We coming in the building. You know what I'm saying? Even though we was there from the beginning, y'all let us come in.
Definitely just bounced. That was crazy.
But now I'm gonna show something. I don't know if this was the bookie. I don't know if this is the book he was showing, but this is one of them. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go soon, but I'm gonna stay on here for a little minute. So let's go. Let's roll up. Let's roll up, baby. Let's roll up. So this book is by that African guy, Garrett G. Dismendal, Historic Linguistics and Historical Comparative Method. So this chapter is called Afro-Asiatic. So you see at the top here, it says one of the foremost contributors, Greenberg, we already know that. And his genetic classification of African languages was the inclusion of the Chadic family with a phylum into them frequently referred to as Homnidiosemetic. So he basically helped debunk the Hermetic garbage Bible shit. So he got that out of it. Now, however, this is what the African is saying. The genetic unity of Afro-Asiatic has been accepted by most scholars working in this field ever since, even if, as is common disagreement occurs as to the subclassification of this phylum. In a sequel to Greenberg's classification of African language published in 1963, Clement proposed to excise one group referred to as West Cushitic from Cushitic and to accord it the status of a separate primary branch within Afro-Asiatic. For this new branch, Clement proposed the name Omotic, after a major river in the area, the Omo. Although its Afro-Asiatic affiliation has been disputed, the allocation of Omotic within this phylum is now widely accepted, based on the attestation of morphological properties which the family shares with the extinct Afro-Asiatic branches, namely Semitic, Berber, Egyptian, Cushitic, and Chadic. This is what they saying. I ain't making this up. Right. So anyway, when you go through this, he's going to describe whatever these problems that these linguistics are beefing about. They're not beefing about if the language existed. It's talking about it's a phylum, and they having these arguments about this. So it's not settled. In this book, he's going to talk about how the comparative method was not completely used in it, and that we have some issues with it, but, you know, the language classification still exists. So what do we do with that? Do we, like, every African you look at, or whatever one you look at, you're going to have some that say, yo, this shit is all wrong. then you're gonna have these new dudes and other ones that say, yeah, it's right. However, we acknowledge the errors. So what do you do with it? I'm scared of this. I leave it alone because of that. That's why I really don't like this, because I never understood how you have a scientific method called the historical comparative method that has 6 stages that you utilize to reconstruct languages and to find out its roots and its genetic relations going across the world. And all of y'all got some different shit you talking about using the same method. I can't do it. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, I can find Pacific African linguistics who go against it, and then I could find some who don't. So what do we do with that? Who's the pseudo? Which one of them is the pseudo? Anybody?
Yeah, I just, my thing is, well, I take the scientific approach. Until it's refuted completely, it stands. You know what I'm saying? It's like the winner is. You know what I mean? Like, we can't go nowhere else. It's like, where we gonna go?
Yeah, I don't know, bro. So here, because there's something else. I don't know why I don't have it marked. So it says one of the first comparative studies of Afro-Asiatic is the pioneering study by Dokinoff. That's this guy here, where also an attempt is made to reconstruct the consonants of the Proto-Afro-Asiatic. That's the guy Ehert. There's another source aiming at a reconstruction of the lexicon. And then they all go through this back and forth thing, bro. It says right here, Wolof observes that Ehart's attempt to show that the Proto-Afro-Asiatic language was only distantly similar in structure to its Semitic daughter tongues or Egyptian is rather refreshing methodologically. At the same time, the plethora of reconstructed verbal markers exceeds the limits of plausibility. See that? And then he goes, it should be kept in mind that there are a number of other historical processes that may lead to the emergence of triconsonantal stems. Apart from whatever. Yeah, so it's crazy, man.
I'm gonna read.
This is the last part here. It says to what extent Ehart's reconstruction can be used as a basis for future reconstructions probably can only be clarified. One more is known about the historical development of the other primary branches of Afro-Asiatic, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. It's crazy, bro. Shit is nuts. I think it was on page 76. Maybe I got this underlined. Let me see. Nope. Well, go ahead, man.
I can read this part from my book, though, real fast.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you sure? It's a part of the problem with the Afro-Asiatic language hypothesis is that it is connected to the concept of the phylum in linguistics, which is not very well grounded conceptually. The term phylum from Greek means basically race or stock. It is taken from the scientific field of biology, where it is a level of classification or taxonomic rank below a kingdom and above a class. It is a grouping of organisms based on the general specialization of body plan, an assemblage of morphological features shared among many members of a classification was carried over into the field of linguistics. It was Joseph Greenfield in 1955 who expounded on the label by way of his multilateral or mass comparative method. This method determines relatedness with quotation marks. This is classified language into families by regular sound meaning correspondence or to be established. Scholars have criticized this method because there's no way to detect loan words, and many of the correspondence with quotation mark may be due to chance. A note by R.M.W. This is a source that you probably should look up. R.M.W. Dixon in his seminal The Rise and Fall of Languages, 1997, page 35F, as it concerns to Greenberg's methodology. So this is somebody else's. This is R.M.W. Dixon's view on, I guess, the whole language construct. For many linguistics, such views pertaining to Greenberg's method and his Euro-Asiatic superphylum fall more into the category of religious beliefs than scientifically testable hypotheses, about on a par with claims that all languages have the same underlying deep structure.
Who talking?
The position of stars at the moment of our birth determine our character. In other words, the math comparative method is as scientific as astrology. On par with math comparison is the equally problematic lexo-statistical and chronological methods.
Who you quoting?
He quoted R.M.W. Dixon.
And Greenberg.
No, he's quoting R.M.W. Dixon in the book, I guess, The Rise and Fall of Languages, 1997, page 35. And then it goes on, it says, on this phenomenon, Dixon has the following to say. Put forward, somebody named Swadesh put forward a magical formula for establishing quotation marks genetic relationships. There would no longer be any need to spend decades compiling grammars and dictionaries, then looking for systematic correspondence and working on reconstruction. One simply gather a specified 100 or perhaps 200 word list of core vocabulary in each of a number of languages and compare them, noting by inspection how many items appear to be cognate between these core vocabularies. Then a formula told you how the languages were related, lexo-statistics, and also the time depth of their common proto-language. That would be what glottochronology is. Together with this method claims an array of new terminology. The term language family was used with a quite new sense for language sharing. 36 to 81% of core vocabulary. We also had stock, microphylum, mesophylum, and macrophylum. Here, the cognate percentage is less than 1%. A dude named Good, Gudsky, Gudsky, 1956. This is like all shortcuts. This didn't work. It was based on illicit assumptions that one can infer genetic relationships from lexicon alone.
But stop right there though. But let me ask. I want to ask Rob on a question though, right? Like the errors that they find with the connection with the Afro-Asiatic and Egyptian. Do they find those same errors with Berber in the Chadic language too? Or
I mean, those are still in the classification of Afro-Asiatic. So here's the issue with that, right? So I don't know, so I just couldn't remember. So you see, I was flipping through my thing and I already had this underlined. So this guy, Greenberg, does what he does, right? But here you'll see what it's saying. So you heard me read before that they found errors in it. So then you have people that come after him. You got Ehart, and you got this guy, and you got another guy called Darkener, and they were pointing out, yo, you put all of these things, all of these languages in one thing. Like, how'd you do that? You know what I mean? Like, what the hell is you doing? And they went to go correct it. So it can't just be labeled as him. And what he does here, as you can see, it says that he initiated this in the 40s, right? And it says that the language originally went under the name Hamido-Semitic. Greenberg argued for the favor of Afro-Asiatic, but it said that this was based off of a racist ideology. So when he just read that, he basically shut that down because that's dealing with that. However, inside of this whole thing, it says because of these racial and racist overtones over earlier classification attempts, the term Hamitic was replaced by Afroasiatic. Greenberg pointed out that the typological criteria, language types, and genetic criteria from meaning relationships should not be mixed. He also presented clear-cut evidence for a genetic relationship between Western Sudan, whatever. As argued by Newman in 1995, Greenberg's success in the African area was due not to the development of new techniques, but rather to the elaboration of an insightful and productive scientific viewpoint. Greenberg was aware, of the fact, hold on, let me get that out the way. Does it move? I can't get that out the way. Okay. Of the fact that some of the early classificatory work have become beset by a confusion between language, culture, and race, debunking the linguistic foundation of the Hamitic hypothesis and related issues that become one of his primary aims. So y'all always heard me talk about the Hamitic hypothesis. Not only does that deal with them saying that these great African civilizations couldn't develop on their own, it also goes with their language. His aim was to get rid of that. Now it says he made these things up. Then it goes, in his 1992 classification, Greenberg added a new group spoken in the Nubia Mountains in Sudan, etc., the Niger Kordofarian. Based on judicious evaluation of available data, Greenberg also pulled together several disparate groups considered to be linguistic isolates. Anyway, you keep going, at the bottom it says, scholars from the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, have been rather critical. Here we go right here. Critical of Greenberg's attempt to develop a new genetic classification ever since his first publication on the subject in the 50s. However, the criticism continued after the publication of Greenberg 1963. The Bantu specialist Malcolm Guthrie, in fact, assumed that Bantu was not genetically related to languages in West Africa. Also, scholars like A.T.N. Tucker, Margaret Bryan, and her classificatory work, whatever. What I'm saying is this: the dude made some new shit to get rid of something, and this is what they say, and I'm gonna end it on this. It says the genetic unity of the Afro-Asiatic phylum is widely accepted, and so are lower level subgroups like Berber, Ancient Egyptian, and Semitic. But the question whether these in turn from a larger unit as opposed to Cushitic and Omatic within this phylum, for example, divides scholars. So they divided over this issue. The frequency with which the subclassification involving intermediate levels of Afro-Asiatic or any of the other African phyla replace each other is indicative of the uncertainties associated with such exercises. One important reason for this appears to be lack of sufficient evidence for shared innovations at deeper historical levels. There have been attempts to use the alternative method, lexiconicist, to arrive at more detail. Anyway, I said that to say, like, no matter what you read and where you look at, Afro-Asiatic is still there. You'll never see something where it's universally accepted that is debunked. Do you have African scholars who dispute it? Yeah. The brother just read. He just read them.
Them white people though. Them not even African scholars.
These dudes are here, but it's certain. I can't remember these dudes' names by at the top of my head, yo. One is his
one that said Eric, Orel, Stallone.
What's the other guy name that he uses? And Bowley. There's a couple of them.
And Bowley and
what's the other dude name? Yeah. There's a couple of them. But at the end of the day, what are we doing here? So remember, this guy Greenberg wanted to get rid of this Hamitic hypothesis, and y'all all should know what that is by now. This was his goal, and he made errors in the shit that he did. Then he made a new thing on his work in '63. Then you got Ehart, white man, other white people coming. I don't know, so I'm not because of this how this runs. I'm not. I don't know how
you this shit, bro. We need to study that shit.
Yeah, I just don't know how they using same methodologies and come up with different shit, bro. Like, I could show you scholars that can reconstruct fucking Sumerian and link that shit to India, bro. And they use some shit. Then I could show you dudes that use Bantu.
Right.
And then I could show you people who say that Sumerian is isolated, it is not related to no language. I don't know. I give up. Whatever them niggas say, that's what it is. I don't give a fuck, bro. I give up, son. I don't know.
No, it's like it's science though. That's what we gotta understand. It's science. You got people on one side based off of certain evidence, and you got people on another side based off of certain evidence.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Look, evolution, right? And its totality, son. Nobody's denying that shit, bro. Once they crack the genome, that's it. Yeah, you might have another theory, but they're gonna tell you like, well, no, what's the other one? So you got Out of Africa 1, Out of Africa 2. What's the other one that says that life started in different multi-regional, right? So yeah, multi-regional. So that one was in conflict with that one, right? And then they said
threw it out though.
Nah, they didn't throw it out. Yeah, they kind of did because of the
there's no evidence that supported really.
Yeah,
that's
so
really
right.
So y'all, hey, hold on, y'all little sorry, man, in the back.
Yeah, since the genome came in, that's what it is. You know they tagged it.
You already know I set that heat out. I put that heat out there. Like,
so since they cracked the genome, since they cracked the genome, what are you gonna do with it? So since they cracked the genome, now that multi-regional shit is in a garbage. There's too much evidence for out of Africa, and multi-regional is gone. So I don't understand this. I think it's nuts to me. And you know,
let us
He gonna explain it better than anybody, man.
Hey, Sar.
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Let me ask the question. Let me ask the question though. Like the problem that they're finding with Egyptian language, right? Is there also a disconnect with the other languages too, or is it only with the Egyptian part of it? Like, you know what I'm saying? Would you separate Berber? Like, would you consider Berber also too an African language? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you separate that from there? Like, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Let me. I wasn't able to, and it looks like y'all been on for 5 hours. So I just got multiple correspondences sending me a link to this conversation. So y'all must be talking about something serious. I don't know all of what's been said or not. I just came in maybe.
I'm that Asiatic black man. I'm repping the Asiatics that invaded Egypt and took your gold. You heard? That's what's going on. It's all peace.
All right.
Now, what we're talking about is the validity of Afro-Asiatic, and we talked about some of the African scholars who says that the mass comparison, going against the mass comparison method, and then I'm talking about the Europeans like Ehart and all the rest of them who updated Afro-Asiatic and also say that there's issues with it. I was just pointing out that you have African scholars who say this shit is not done correctly, the right methods wasn't used. Then you have the Europeans on the other side who said, no, we do acknowledge these issues. We can say it's a phylum, but we are accepting it. So that's what's going on. And then I had this conversation with you before. Then it go back to stating that, yo, these are the people who run shit. Yeah. And if they say that this is in the books or whatever you look at, Afro-Asiatic is accepted. The African shit is, the Africans is not. They like, yo, y'all stay over there. Write your little books in the corner.
Yeah, this is, I heard someone reading, I think it's Brother Chavez, reading from my book, Alluja, Volume 2. And I cite nothing but European scholars, because, you know, when Black people say stuff, Black people don't believe them. And so it's only when white people say something about what Black people say, then people start taking it serious. And so I made sure that I only cited European scholars who are talking about the methodology of Greenberg and how it's just not accepted anywhere around the world, except for this group of fringe scholars that just happen to be the most popular with dealing with African languages. And so, like, I heard you or I saw you reading from Dimmendahl.
And Dimmendahl, Dimmendahl explains that argument right there.
And he's one who accepts the classifications, but recognizes that it is faulty. And so which is problematic on a lot of things. But I want to cite something in which he states in a text called Aerial Diffusion and Genetic Inheritance, Problems in Comparative Linguistics. And so this is edited by Alexandra Ockenwald and R.M.W. Dixon, who was mentioned earlier. And this publication was in 2001. And so you have Dimmendahl stating, he has an article in there titled Aerial Diffusion versus Genetic Inheritance, an African Perspective. And he's talking about Niger Congo, for example. Now, I quote him directly, he states, apart from Greenberg's 1963 list, an extensive list of likely lexical cognates with a widespread distribution across Niger Congo has been presented by Mukarovsky, 1976, page 7, or 1976 and 1977, who also makes some preliminary attempts at reconstruction of protoforms. And I bold this, by the criteria of regular sound correspondences among these languages and the reconstruction of protoforms, Niger Congo is not a proven genetic unit. Nevertheless, considerable historical comparative work using classical neo-grammarian methods of regular sound correspondences as well as grammatical comparison has been carried out over the past decades, mostly prominently in scholarly work of John Stewart. In his historical comparative work, Stewart has concentrated on Volta Congo. And so you have this individual here who recognizes, because the same issue with Niger Congo is the same with Nilo-Saharan, is the same with Khoisan, and the same with Niger. Did I say Niger Congo or Afro-Asiatic?
Yeah, you wasn't talking about, what is it? How you say it? Kordofanian?
Niger Kordofanian. Well, that's kind of a super group, Niger Kordofanian. So it's mixing kind of, well, no, not really. That's basically Niger Congo. When they say Nilo-Saharan, that's kind of the combination of Niger Congo and Nilo-Saharan. So, and I made sure that I quote all of this stuff because we got to understand that I made sure that, you know, I cited several different texts that tell you that the way that you establish relationships in historical comparative linguistics in terms of language families is that you use the comparative method. That's the scientific method for linguistics. Anything outside of that, it's trash. And this is the standard in linguistics. So now you have a linguist who uses Afro-Asiatic and Niger Congo, et cetera, admitting that the comparative method was never used in this particular quotation, Niger Congo. But it's the same thing for Afro-Asiatic and all of Greensberg's groups, because all of Greensberg's group used the mass comparative method. And I heard Brother Rob Bourne earlier say, you know, he doesn't understand how people can be using the same method and come to different conclusions. They're not using the same method. You have the African scholars are using the standard historical comparative method. The others, these other white boys, are using Greenberg's mass comparison. And I heard Chavez citing R.M.W. Dixon, who was actually citing someone else talking about Greenberg's method is on par with astrology. So it's how we go around calling people who believe in crystals and astrology, pseudo, and all of that. That's what the linguists are saying about Greenberg.
Right. So what about Christopher Eric? So is he a fringe? Are you saying he's a fringe linguistic? He's fringe?
He's the same. If he's using the mass comparative method, it is fringe, it is pseudo. And this is why. We have to go back to the basic principles of science. The reason why the scientific method is so successful is because it is a methodology, it is a process that eliminates chance as an explanation for the so-called phenomena or similarities in phenomena that you see. Because with our human mind wants to believe that there's a connection to everything. And that what comes to mind in our first mind is right and exact. Well, the scientific method blows that out of the way and shows you like, nope, that's not a representation of reality.
So what did Christopher Eric use? Because I also saw you use Christopher Eric to talk about Semitic people being black, etc., and all that. So I don't want to cut your wisdom, but here's the issue I'm having. The people you calling fringes, these are doctors. These dudes is like they've been doing this.
It don't matter. Deepak Chopra is a doctor.
Yeah, I get you. This is the whole what's confusion. If you use Google or whatever you look at, you put Afro-Asiatic, these people names going, it's not going to say that, yo, this whole shit is fringe. You're not going to find that.
It doesn't matter if you don't find it. See, here's the thing.
Yeah, you got to break that down to me. Break that down.
It's like this. It's like this. Hold on. Listen. Hold on. Let me give you an example. All right,
hold on. So I want to make sure I'm clear. If we look at Atlantis right now, and we put Atlantis in it, it's gonna tell you that shit is a myth, Plato, whatever. Ain't no some scientists saying this is correct. That's not happening, bro. We're Afro-Asiatic. These are doctors saying that. Some are saying no, some are saying yeah. That's what I mean. Let me mute now. Go ahead.
Okay. So what is going on here is, let's say we see Brother Unc West in his house, chilling in the background, right? So me, Brother Chavez, Brother Robon, we come and invade Unc's house and just decide that we just gonna live in Unc's house and claim that is ours. No matter what we do, just because we bring a TV in, Brother Chavez throws a rug on the floor, it's not our house. No matter, and we all on the internet, we taking video, we partying in Uck's house. It's not our house. No matter what we say, we can never prove that this is our house because we just happen to come to Uck's house and never leave. And this is, analogous to the situation here with Afro-Asiatic and Niger-Congo and Khoisan. All the linguists around the world do not recognize none of that stuff because of the setup of the poor methodology. This is why
I don't know about that, Asar. That makes a
hold on. This is why.
Just let him finish. Come on, Rod. Let him finish.
No, I'm not cutting them off. I'm just saying it's like I understand what.
Listen.
Right, go ahead.
The reason why it appears that way to you is because you are a lay person. You don't wake up in the morning and go through 20 linguistic books a day trying to answer questions about linguistics. That's not your stick. So when you are looking for something, you go to Google first. And so you don't have these stacks of books and know the arguments and things in the field.
Oh, really? Okay. You just said, okay.
You know,
you don't have the books. Okay, so
so
you just said that. So remember, you
yes.
just said that I don't have the books.
So did you? Okay, I put it. Hold on. Listen, Rob Bourne. Rob Bourne, hold on, Rob Bourne. Did you read?
Download books, Rob Bourne.
Listen, Rob Bourne. Did you? Hold on, listen, Rob Bourne. Did you read from Demendal what I just cited from Demendal, telling you that Niger Congo is not a genetic unit?
From Demendal?
From Demendal himself, the guy that you just quoted.
Yes, I read it before you got on here, bro.
No. You read his book. You didn't read his article in another book saying.
Okay, now you're talking about that article. I'm telling you what I read before. You said you didn't watch this, so now I don't know.
No, I when I got on, I told you I watched you when you cited Demendal. That's why I went back and quoted Demendal.
Right, but I came on 2 times because what's his name came after me, so you didn't see the whole thing. What I did was show that Demendal actually said similar the same thing you said. He's like, yo, we have issues with this. And this is the reason why we have issues with it. I mean, so on the screen right now, I have these current issues of linguistics and theory. I have the typological studies in language. I have Shade Aaron, the Afro-Asiatic languages. I have all of these different things that deal with this, what you're saying. And I have more that's in something else. So I didn't read the whole book. I'm trying to understand the argument. So when I'm looking at it, no, you just said that I don't have anything about none of that.
Listen to what I'm saying here. You don't do linguistics.
No, I don't.
Okay, so by your admission. So that's why when you made the comment, I don't see how they are using the same. They're not using the same methodology. If you were doing linguistics, you would know that right off the bat, that they're not using. This is why they come up with these 2 different conclusions. You have people who are using the historical comparative method and coming up with a totally different thing based on scientific methods. And then you have people using pseudo methods and coming up with something different.
Okay, so what is the method? What is the method that they use, though? What is the method that they use? The methods that these linguists...
Which people are you talking about?
Christopher Aaron.
Christopher Aaron uses the mass comparative method.
Is that method
hold on, listen.
Scientific?
It is pseudo. So when the first thing that the Amin Ra squad always get on people about is about what's our other favorite word besides pseudo?
I don't know.
Let's go to the Olmecs. When people do the Olmecs, what's the word we use? Lookership. That's what mass comparative method is. It is lookership.
All right, but let me ask a question though, Asar, because I'm trying to get like the question I asked before. Do you like as far as like have you looked into the Berber language? Do you see a connection between Berber language and Egypt? Do you separate the 2?
I separate the 2. It is clear that Egyptian and Berber are not closely related. And, this is work that you can do yourself if you know how to do it. It's mathematics. It is not mathematics in the Nation of Islam sense where they think everything is mathematics. No, this is literally mathematics. You have to work out the problems. And this is what a lot of people don't do. And the thing is so there's many different things that you have to consider when you're having these discussions, because Berber languages have been in close proximity to the ancient Egyptian language and or languages, and they've been interacting with each other. Languages borrow from each other all the time. And so this is why you have the historical comparative method, so that you can distinguish between aerial groupings and diffusion. So we have a concept called conversion. And when groups of people live that speak different languages and things of that nature live in close proximity and interact over the years for thousands of years, they start borrowing pronouns, conjugation of verbs, vocabulary, etc., etc. And so on the surface, it would appear like, oh, these languages seem to be related. Then you come to find out that is not the case, that so-and-so borrowed this in these grammatical features or these language or these vocabulary from this group. And so one of the big examples that I give in my book is the English language and French. English, more than half of its vocabulary is from other languages. And a lot of the words you think are English words are not English words. We're just ghettoifying in the way that white people ghettoify French words. Because the French invaded the UK. And French was the language of prestige. It was the language of government and it was the language of education. So if you wanted to come up in life, you had to learn French. And so this is how all these French words came into English. Now, we were using Greenberg's mass comparison method. We would say that English and French are closely related. And that's not the case. English just borrowed a whole bunch from French. And even though they are ultimately related in terms of being two branches of the Indo-European language phylum, they are not closely related. And so this is why you have to go through those meticulous steps in the comparative method so that you won't be using borrowed words in trying to make genetic arguments. So remember, in linguistics, we borrow a lot of terms from biology. And so when we think of language families, we're saying that we use the term genetically related. And we assume that there is a proto-language for which dialects formed, and over time, as the people began to migrate and spread out, that they became unintelligible to each other and known as different, and now we consider them different languages. And so we don't have evidence or any writing of the proto-language, and so we have to use a method for which we can logically deduct what the proto-language was like. And that's where the comparative method comes in. So we can detect what aspects of the daughter languages were inherited from the parent language. And when we talk about these relationships, we talk about them being genetic units.
Right.
So that's why let me finish this. So that's why when I cite Demendahl here, when he says, by the criteria of regular sound correspondences among the languages and the reconstruction of protoforms, Niger-Congo is not a proven genetic unit, because they never use the historical comparative method to come up with the concept of Niger-Congo, neither Afro-Asiatic or Nilo-Saharan or Khoisan. These are typological groupings. They're not genetic. And the reason why this conversation is so important is, one, just because of just science in general. And so in science, we just want to be correct and make sure that the work that we're doing reflects reality as best as possible. So that's one aspect of the conversation. The other aspect of the conversation is the relationship of ancient Egyptian to other African languages. When the scholars start using the standard historical comparative method, we're finding these genetic relationships between languages that Greenberg and his camp tried to argue were not related. And this is the basis of the debates and the arguments. It is just the issue is that when Greenberg was coming up, there still was no genetic groupings of African languages in the 50s and stuff to this nature, outside of this other one cat. I forgot his name. It's Western something, Westernman. But there was no groupings then. So he just happened to come up in a time where they were trying to work this stuff out, and they haven't applied the comparative method to African languages because they believed that you couldn't use the comparative method on African languages because there was no writing. That was the argument back then. So that's why Greenberg and them was using the mass comparative method, because they believed that you couldn't apply the comparative method to African languages. The problem with that is they never tried. You don't find one publication with Christopher Ehret, Greenberg, anybody, Dimmendahl, none of them actually using the comparative method to establish relationships. And even when Dimmendahl was citing Stewart, if you read Stewart's paper, he doesn't do the comparative method either. When he was reconstructing his Volta Congo, where he was comparing Akan, Yoruba, and Bantu and stuff like this, he was doing what Christopher Ehret did. He was comparing proto-reconstructions to other proto-reconstructions. The problem with this methodology is, in science, you only deal with stuff that exists. So the way that, for example, Stewart and Christopher Ehret did it would be equivalent to us trying to have an argument. We're comparing the Easter Bunny to Santa Claus to Jesus the Christ. And we're trying to reconstruct the history based on these three fictional mythological characters. You have to base your comparison on what is real, not on a reconstruction. A reconstruction is supposed to be a logical deduction after you have done the work, but they never do the work. And this is what's problematic. And so for a lay person, you know, there's a lot of literature you have to read. And remember, like, my teachers when I was in college were PhD students and graduates under Christopher Ehret. So I came in under, and if you read some of my earliest works, it is using that methodology. And like, you know, like you'll find an interview on my channel, an old one, over another one of my teachers, which is G.J.K. Campbell Dunn. And he's a big mass comparative method using purpose. That's what I used. But once I started learning the historical comparative method and the reason and the logic behind it, and started doing the work myself, everything changed. But I had to go through a lot of, this is why I put all of this stuff in my book, so a lot of people don't have to fish for this information. I give you plenty of stuff to work with, and then you can go from there and look for other work. And that's not all. I didn't even put all of what I could have put in there, because it had just been overkill.
You can tell. A lot of
yeah, so this is what I wanted to ask, right? So isn't a proto-language a hypothesis?
No, a proto-language is not a hypothesis. A hypothesis is a question that you ask and you provide a possible answer before you do the experiment. How do you do the experiment and then come up with a hypothesis? That's not how science works.
I didn't say that. I'm saying,
no. Listen, I'm answering your question.
All right, fam. Hold on, son. Like, you've been going for a long time. My whole thing was this, right? So I'm gonna share this, and then I'm gonna be quiet.
To ask the question, though. You asked him a good question, and we just
but you didn't let me finish the answer. So you're going to go off and tell me why you did it, but you didn't get the answer.
Okay, bro, check it out, right? This is what I'm saying. And I don't know where everybody live, where everybody live at, or how you research. I don't know. So I just want to get this clear. So it's in my brain of what you just told us right now. When I go look up Britannica or any other scientific place, this is what I see. And this is what everybody else will see. Afro-Asiatic languages. So you're telling us right now that the university professor of Emeritus, chairman of African Studies, Institute of African Studies, University of Lisbon, that these dudes are saying that this language, phylum or classification is pseudo, is garbage, and these people don't know what they're talking about. They just put this shit online. It's in the Historical Britannica with all these different things here. Why don't I see this? If I look up the land of Mu, it's going to tell me pseudoscience. If I look up any ancient Lemuria, it's not going to be a debate. It's going to tell me that it's God. You told us that this shit is straight pseudo. So if you do that, and I understand you looked at specific people that have a different ideology or how they do it, but to say that, yo, that whole language phylum is pseudo, that's not universally accepted of what you're saying.
Hey Rob Bowman, hold on, Saul. Let me say this real quick, real fast. Hey, y'all ever really analyzed that they did enslave and colonize the damn continent? They didn't even let niggas actually participate in, a healthy discussion around goddamn linguistics, because we was just trying to fight for our lives and get our countries back. We never really got a chance to give our aspect of it. So the reason I don't respect none of that, right? And I love sources. For one thing stays on my mind. How the hell can I respect a field where you haven't even allowed, now we're getting into it, where we haven't got a chance to pitch our own languages? No Roman, no Greek, no European is gonna let you come to their motherfucking thing and call that shit some boogly 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 boogly. They're gonna say, what? We want to participate, right? In our own agency. So right now, what we're seeing right in front of our eyes, we can't handle the truth. We can't handle African agency. Let that man do what he do. Because watch, I be in the back circles. The fucking white boys don't want it, bro. They be sitting around the issue. They be acting like it. I never forget it. Saw through me in this group, right? I'm like, oh, interesting. The white boys thought they was tight. Dude, these niggas was cracking jokes. I was like, really? I swear to goodness, yo, it fucked my head up, yo. Asal won't tell you, yo, I seen some niggas just supposed to be on their game, some white boys. Dude, they not even ready. They so stuck on what they applied to Africa that they can't fuck with what we got to bring about Africa. And that's the one piece to keep me saying, I don't give a fuck about Britannica. None of them doctors, none of them, man. Let the African put his goddamn hat in the ring, and then let's fight it out. Because we definitely up for the goddamn
I agree with it. I agree with you 100%. I'm just saying this is why it's confusion and it's a problem. So with that same thing that you're saying,
not confusion, Rob. How's that confusion?
All right,
Rob?
I'm gonna show you why.
The Britannica ain't using no African sources. They are ignoring. They don't even know the African language to say where it belongs to.
Okay, I got you, my brother. I bear witness to what you just said. Now check it out. With that same philosophy,
yo, how can you judge the African language or the European language? That's crazy, though. You got to use African languages, bro.
Can I get this out? Can I get this out? I'm saying the same thing you saying, bro. Now you use science all the time. Science has shown, according to you, that science debunked racism. Science has forced to been able to remove racism from out of the question. You teach this. Science now teaches that the original man is the black man based off of genetics. You teach that. So if they using a scientific method that now erases that the white man been around the planet and that you did all of this stuff, science says that's bullshit. And we using the same sources. You use Britannica. I seen you use it. You use the encyclopedias that's using scientific articles. So now we looking at the same places that's using the scientific articles, and they not all saying that Afro-Asiatic is not accepted. Isn't that a problem? That's all I'm saying, bro.
Listen, and please don't cut me off.
I'm not gonna cut you off, bro. I'm not gonna cut you off, bro.
This is, and I have to explain this a lot. Some sciences, some things in science, a layperson can verify for themselves. Other things is not so easy. If you want to, for example, prove the Higgs boson exists, you're going to need you a couple $100 billion Large Hadron Collider. That's out the budget for a lot of us, a lot of countries in general. You know, it's going to take a different process to prove the Higgs boson. With linguistics, it's not a case where you need millions of dollars, billions of dollars in a Large Hadron Collider to confirm or disconfirm these arguments. You just have to learn the skill in order to verify it. You can do the experiments yourself. And so I was at this point a long time ago where I'm looking at Obenga, for example, make this argument, and then you have Christopher Ehret over here making another argument. They're both PhDs. They both are recognized around the world for being linguists. Even both of them, although both of them got their degrees in other areas. Both of them actually in history, but I think the PhD for Obenga is in philosophy. But Christopher Ehret's degrees are in history. They both use linguistics as a tool in their historical analysis. That's neither here nor there. But the world recognizes them as linguists. And they have these opposite views. When you have two qualified people or two groups of all qualified people saying something opposite and different, there's no way that you can just try to solve the problem by simply quoting one another, because you violate a principle of logic, and that is appeal to authority. At some point, if you are really serious and you are concerned about the nature of the question, you yourself have to get qualified and jump into the ring yourself and do your own experiments.
I got you, my
It was
brother.
only, I said, please don't interrupt me.
I said I got you. I'm just saying I got you, man.
Oh, okay.
Relax.
You know, because
I know you in teacher moment. You long-winded though. I got you.
Hey, you interrupted winded. That's what you are.
Yeah.
So when you learn the skills in the field and you start doing the work yourself, this is the only way that you can solve the problem, and you can find out if you lean more to one side or the other or something completely different. And linguistics is a skill set that anyone can learn. You don't need a Large Hadron Collider. You don't need a lab unless you're trying to do some phonetic work and you're trying to determine where people's tongues are in terms of place of articulation. You'll need some equipment for that. That's physics. That's another aspect in terms of phonology that you will need some equipment. But in the modern age, enough languages have been described. All you have to do is purchase the books, go through the exercises, learn how to do it, and then you do your own experiments. You present them to the public and people in your field and get feedback and stuff to this nature, and you join the fight. And so if you're coming against conflicting information, you are never going to solve it simply looking online and saying, well, he says this and he says that. If you are serious about this question, then you have to do the work yourself. And once I was able to do the work myself, it was clear that the arguments against Greenberg and his methodology were legit. And what people don't really recognize is that people who even use the term Afroasiatic and things of that nature, like Dimmendahl, who I quoted earlier, They recognize that these are not genetic units. They're areotypological. And so there's a whole that means a lot in this discussion. And so there's just nothing really else to say beyond that until you learn for yourself the skill set to be able to verify. How do you know Christopher Ehret's telling the truth? How do you know Obinga's telling the truth? Unless you have the skill set to verify, you're being religious. You're going off of faith.
I got you. So does that apply across all boards of science? If I read anything on science, okay, so in order for Ankh to talk about evolution, he now has to go in the lab and perform these studies. If you want to talk about biology or DNA, you now have to listen to what he just said, y'all. No, let me finish.
No, let me repeat what I said, because you're going in a direction for which something I did not say.
I asked the question and you said yes.
Listen. I said, and I was clear on this, Raborn. If you yourself are faced with two people or two groups of people who are equally qualified on two ends of an argument, at that point, in order for you to get clarity, you yourself have to get involved and learn the discipline in things. Unc is not on, he's not confused. He's not on the fence because you have a group of people over here saying, one thing about evolution and another group of people over here saying.
He's doing the same thing that all lay people do. We look at both sides of the argument to see what's going on. And that's what I'm doing. I'm looking at because that's not my field. We are lay people trying to, hold on, let me finish, brother. That's why I asked you what you just said, that you have to go in order to understand when you have conflicting PhDs or the scholars in said subject. If there's an issue and one person is saying one thing and another person is saying another thing, you're saying that you have to go in there and do the work. Therefore, nobody should be on this line talking about DNA or none of that, because ain't none of these dudes in the lab, ain't none of them doing no experiment. That's what I'm getting.
Raborn, I'm gonna say this again, and I know you're a very intelligent brother.
Come on,
and I know you understood exactly what I said, Raborn. I'm not going to go there with you tonight.
Okay, man.
Because I was very clear on what I said.
Listen, man, my name should be a star. I am the resurrector. I resurrect the linguistics. I can resurrect Egypt. I'm the one, son. So you got to give me that name now. You got to give what's your name.
No, I'm gonna put you there with young Pharaoh. I'm gonna put Rob.
No, you can't put me
there. Rob on Pharaoh. That's what I'm gonna name
you. Nah, man, wait. So since you saying you in the same place as I was in the beginning when you like, yo, damn, why is these people saying this? I'm in school for this, and I'm reading these Africans, and they say, yo, what the hell? So you said, yo, you know what? Let me learn this and see what the hell is going on. So that's how you came up with your understanding. I don't have a problem
but
with it.
I had, but what I'm trying to get you to understand is that I had a vested interest in learning and coming to this conclusion, because I'm dealing with African history and things. And so I'm compelled. Now there are arguments in physics that are interesting to me, but I'm not compelled. I'm not going to go and become an astrophysicist just so I can find an answer to something. That I'm not compelled to do that at this moment, and that's what I'm saying. So if that's why I qualified it with, if you have a vested interest, if you really got to get to the bottom of this, you can't sleep, that it's affecting your erections and your time with your woman, because you're just thinking about, is Afro-Asiatic a legitimate language family or not, then you need to go and take the time and study the field and start doing your own experiments. So that's all I'm saying.
I get you, because I'm more of an autodidact historian, right? So if I'm reading about West Africa, and when I first heard about it, all I knew was that Muslims came there and the Muslims helped found the Ghana Empire. So I was like, okay, so Islam is a real great thing. I'm a 5%. It lines up with this. And I said, hold on, let me go back a little deeper. So I started going into the trenches started looking at all of the historical, not all of them, but the primaries. So what do? I got to go to the primary. What's the earliest records written about West Africa? And when I did that, I saw a whole different story. I said, these motherfuckers lied to me. So that's the. So if I'm not a linguistic, I'm doing the same thing. I'm like, okay, who's these people? Who's qualified? Who's this? Because my vested interest is the same as yours, African history and telling our story.
Hey,
you
Rob,
doing it from one point.
Whoa.
Does it from another point, and we all do it from there. Go ahead, bro.
Rob on.
What's up, man?
Let's do this.
What's up?
Since you want to create the high seat, right? Let's do this. Let's do this for Asar. Let's ask Asar this question.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Asar,
I'm here.
What does it mean when they classify Afro-Asiatic? When they claim that the Egyptian language is an Afro-Asiatic language, right? 1 point. The second point, is it better to try to understand Egyptian language through African languages, or understand Egyptian languages to some Afro-Asiatic, Middle Eastern, moving out in that direction? Which is two questions. Go ahead.
Okay. Again, for me, Afro-Asiatic is an aerial grouping, and there are some typologically shared features between some of the languages that exist that they have classified as Afro-Asiatic. Okay. But again, typology cannot be used in the genetic classification. So it is not a genetic unit grouping. And so for me, it doesn't really exist at all because they didn't go through any process to verify it. And your second question was, is it better to use African languages to understand Egyptian?
Yes.
Well, I would word it a little differently.
All right,
because ancient Egyptian is already understood as an African language.
They just argued me down for 3 hours about the Egyptians wasn't black. Speaking of black language, using black forks and spoons, and using all kind of just African culture, but they not African. That shit was funny. But go ahead.
So, the issues, at least the early issues that we were fighting, which some people are still trying to, and this is just a mention off topic. There was a recent genetic study done on Tutankhamun that was published in this book that just came out in the late part of 2020. Yeah. And they're trying to argue that, again, trying to make it seem as if the people coming from the Middle East and Eurasia are the ones who invaded and created ancient Egypt. And so we've been fighting this since, the discovery and the decipherment of the ancient Egyptian language. And again, there's a slight political aspect to this that is undeniable. But then there's just the pure scientific aspect of this in terms of being able to group the language. And so first and foremost, when you're trying to understand Egyptian, you need to understand it on its own, first and foremost, whether it's an African language or not. You understand the language itself under its own merits. But we understand that human groups, it's human beings who speak languages. Languages don't exist on their own. And so human beings, especially at this age, if we're talking in 3,000 to 4,000 BCE, by this time in human evolution, we know that human groups belong to a larger group of people. So now we're asking the question, well, how do we classify this language? What group of people did these speakers belong to? And so that brings in the other aspects of this conversation in terms of using the African languages to establish the relationship, the genetic relationship with the proposed parent language that gave birth to ancient Egypt. Now, this is one of the reasons why, you know, and I think I heard Rob Bourne speaking about this when I first came into the call, and that is the issue of, you know, the Hamitic hypothesis. And when they're trying to say that the Eurasians came in, and that's why they named it Hamido-Semitic as the language family, because they're arguing that Semitic and the Hamites, you know, came from Eurasia, and then that the Africans are the ones who adopted the languages, and that's why they have those related languages. But that's why Greenberg changed it from Hamido-Semitic to Afro-Asiatic, in trying to emphasize the African origin and relationship in terms of the larger group of languages. Because even within the phylum, the vast majority of the languages can only be found in the continent of Africa. And it was hard for them to continue to make this argument, because it was clear that that the Semitic languages were the youngest. So how can you argue? And they don't even know what the Hamite. There was no Hamite language.
Facts.
You know, so it was a hypothetical mythological group of invaders who came, and these African people adopted the language.
Let's be specific. They're talking about the Bible.
Yeah. So it's all of this. You know, a lot of that shaped, you know, these discussions. And so this is when Christopher Ehret, he later changes it to Afrosan, you know, and whatnot. It's gone through a number of different labels.
So
let me ask you a question, Robo, if we go again, and you can just get back in there.
My bad.
I want to know, like, in terms of some of the other, like the Chadic and Cushitic, do you find problems with other ones? Do you feel like, okay, this should go in the African?
He said the whole thing is trash because it's six languages. It's all trash. It's all garbage.
Okay, so you feel like it's time to break it down and then just start from scratch again, and then reassemble. That's what you're saying.
Exactly. That's why I gravitated to Mboli's work. Him understanding the issues with the methodologies that established these language phylums in the first place. He's like, what nobody has done is use the comparative method from scratch and built from there. So that's exactly what he does. He ignores all of the language phylums. And so what you got to understand is this as well. We're using these terms, but we're not kind of defining them. And so remember what I said earlier in the conversation, that linguistics borrows a lot of terminology from biology. And we should understand that these terms that we borrow are only used analogously. They're not based in reality. But we use them as kind of metaphors to really kind of convey to the general public what exactly we mean. And so you have, of course, at the bottom, individual languages, right? Then the next level up, you recognize that there are dialects of a single language. And we determine, you know, the general consensus for determining a dialect versus a language is the mutual intelligibility between the dialects. If I can understand you, but y'all speak different. Like if people from New York go to New Orleans and hear people talk, you can understand them, but you know that they speak different. And I'm pretty sure New Yorkers speak differently to people in New Orleans, but they're still just dialects of the United States or North American English. When you're not able to understand, if somebody starts speaking Spanish, and then of course you over here speaking German, y'all can't understand each other. It's clear that these are different languages. And so now we ask the question, well, even though these languages are not intelligible to each other, are they still related? And then that's when you use the historical comparative method to go to that, to establish that next level, which is called a family. Now, from that family, where we know that, you know, human beings have been here for quite a long time, and there must be a bigger group that encompasses the smaller families. And so this is where the hypothesis of the phylums exist. So that's why when you talk about Afroasiatic, for example, Afroasiatic consists of 5 or 6 families: Berber, Chadic, Cushitic, Semitic, Ancient Egyptian, and
Ometic.
Some people consider Omatic its own branch, you know, when others consider it part of Cushitic. That's a long-standing debate. But those are separate families unto themselves. So when you speak about Afroasiatic, this is a super group of language families. So they're trying to make the argument that these language families are put into a bigger umbrella, which we call Afroasiatic. And then you have another layer over that, and you have people arguing for Nostrotic, and that the Nostrotic is a super phylum, which encompasses Indo-European, Dravidian, Afroasiatic, da. It's just these bigger groups. And so when you look at, for example, when you're classifying species in biology, they do it on the individual level, then family, then up some more, you have phylum, et cetera, et cetera. So we're borrowing these terms. So this is what you got to understand when we're having this conversation. So what happens is there is this assumption that because you have, and let's assume for the sake of argument that Niger-Congo and Afroasiatic are valid constructs, that because these represent these super phylums, that there's not going to be any noticeable relationship between the languages that fall in the phylum or under the phylum between each other. So if there should not, by assumption, not by experience, but assumption, that a language in Afroasiatic is not going to show regular sound meaning correspondences to a language in Niger-Congo. So this is why it's confusing when you actually do the work, say, for example, Sheikh Anta Diop with Egyptian and Wolof. You're not supposed to find any regular sound meaning correspondences between these languages because allegedly they belong to 2 different phylums, 2 different superphylums. But when we do, that's when you have to question. So this is the thing about science. You can have a thought or a theory about something, but when you start doing the actual work and the evidence contradicts that, you have to adjust. But that's the Africanist linguists, they don't do that. They still try to hold on to old ideas, even though the evidence doesn't support those ideas.
Right. So check it out. So when we look at, what's his name? Munson, Ehart, I'm only going to deal with that because that's what I can remember. Where do they say is the origin of Afroasiatic? Proto-Afroasiatic. Where is Ehart and Munson saying the origin of Afroasiatic?
I'm not sure. You would have to, there's different proposals, and a good book to read with a label that articulates the number of these proposals is Martin Bernal's Black Athena Volume 3. You know, like at the beginning of the book, you see these different proposals because some people put it the origin of Afro-Asiatic in Asia. And then a lot of people put it in Africa. But even within Africa, some people argue that it was either in the Sudan, in ancient Egypt, or others is in Ethiopia, Eritrea, in that area. So there's debate on that.
Right. So now, like most people or some of them, like Eric, that dude saying it come from Africa. The other dude is saying it come from the Sahara. The Munson dude is saying it comes from the Central now, whatever that is, if I remember. But they saying that this is what it's moved to. Like, yo, this shit did not start in Asia. It started in Africa, and it started at these specific points. But they got that word Asiatic on it. But they are saying that, yo, this shit started in Africa. It's just named Afro-Asiatic. So when
it's just like Indo-European. It's not meant to argue where the origin of the phylum is from. They're just saying the way that they word it is just to let you know to the extent where you can find these languages. So you have it on the Indian subcontinent, and then of course on the European continent. That's why it's called Indo-European. Because the language is spread out. So it's the same thing with Afro-Asiatic. It's Africa and Asia, you know, because that's where you find the extremities, you know, and this is, of course, before modern, you know, colonialism and boat building and, you know, Europeans spreading their language across the world into Australia and stuff like that.
I just want the record to reflect that our Saul says he's the Afro-Asiatic black man. God damn it. I want the record to reflect.
This is why I'm calling you young Raw-born Pharaoh. Just make up arguments on the spot, right there with that alien mummy.
Real quick, Asar, you used Black Athena simply to show that, of course, that in the front of the book, it actually shows, it not only shows different places where Afro-Asiatic is placed by different linguists, but it also shows the map on the wavy line pottery and all that. So I'm saying Black Athena, the 3-volume set is an excellent work. It just is. I mean, and you know, I think most people ain't even read the goddamn works. So it's not supporting your particular argument on the language at all. It's simply showing you that the consensus is all over the damn place. Different people, just like with the Egypt. He also has you know, with different Egyptologists have different dating. There's a reason for this, because they just don't know. They don't have it. Yeah, that's what it is. Exactly. It's not there like that. People think it is. Different linguists do different things, and you just got to throw your name in the list, and you got your shit different. And don't nobody say shit about them. That with you and then Bowley and them put the shit different. All of a sudden, y'all out y'all mind, y'all pseudos. Damn with that.
But hold on. That same book, I don't know how far he's read into the book, and I'm talking about the book that Raborn was showing earlier.
I got it.
From Demendal. Demendal argues in that very text that there are 22 different African language families.
Right.
And so when you go to page, what page was this? Actually, it says 23. I think it's 328.
I'll go pull it up. I can pull it up so the people can see it if you want me to. I got Black Athena on the screen right now. You know, I got all this lined up, baby. The Afro-Asiatic is here. This is the conclusion, though, of that chapter on Afro-Asiatic. Black Athena is on the screen. It says, the great majority of the scholars who have considered the issue agree that Afro-Asiatic originated somewhere in northeastern Africa. They also agree that in part of North-Stratic and related to Euro-Asiatic, either as a daughter or a sister. The best way to explain this ambiguity is to see Afro-Asiatic as the southernmost branch of North-Stratic. So basically what they're saying from what I get, is that this originated in Africa. All these other things is daughters or sisters or whatever of that. But that's what's on the screen right now if you want me to go to that.
They say Euro-Asiatic, boy. That's
they got all kind of weird names.
They always throw the white people in it, man. I ain't trying that shit in the middle of the side. Them niggas would burn up at that time. Yeah, the hell with that shit.
Yo, you want me to pull up 328 for you, Saul? On the screen?
You can. You can. It should.
Hey, while you pulling that up, bro, I got a question for us all. Maybe you can answer anybody, really.
Yeah.
So why did they refuse to omit African languages in the etymological dictionary? What was the purpose of that? Like they use no African languages.
Oh, really? Really?
Which etymological dictionary?
The online dictionary.
Or I don't understand. Like I know the online etymological dictionary, but that's primarily English for English words. But there are etymological dictionaries for different languages across the world. But if you're talking about etymonline.com, that's strictly for English.
They use banana. If you look up banana, they tell you. If you look up banana on there, tell you it's an African word.
Yeah, but the word is found in the English language. So even though like a lot of those words you'll find are really like Latin and or whatnot, or maybe Celtic or something to this nature, because they're in the English lexicon, that's why it's
whoa. Fuck wrong with you, bro? You trying to get knocked out, bro? Fuck wrong with you, my nigga?
Rob Bourne went from
the streets.
Knock somebody out.
Be out. I thought Rob on the crib chilling. He out in the public.
Yo, they went from linguistic armor to what the fuck wrong with you?
Yo, don't worry, y'all ain't hear that. Scratch it. What page it was? 378 or 28?
Name break. Yo, that's funny.
What page you saw? 378?
No, it was 3.
I'm gonna put it on the thing.
328.
All right, I got it right now. I'm about to put it up right now. So I'm on 328 right now. So let me mark that. Start. So now we are in sharing mode. 328 is on there. So I see words at the top. It says
it's at the bottom. Those 22 languages.
Oh, right here. It says
those 23 languages.
It says
African language families and linguistic isolates.
Yeah, I'm blowing it up right now. So it got Afro-Asiatic, Central, Kozan, Doggone. I don't think I got to go through all of them, but what you wanted to say about this?
No, the point I was making here, and I cite this in my chapter 9 as well, is that it's just like what Unc just said. When white people start categorizing and recategorizing, we never question. So the so-called consensus is that there's 4 language families in Africa. Well, Dimmendahl comes and says, no, there's 23. And he lists the 23 language families in isolates. So some of those are individual languages, like number 8, Hadza. That's an individual language. However, Dogon, right? Yeah, so what he's saying is that it's an isolate. But Dogon and Songoi and Ubangian are a small group of languages. And so he even breaks up. I'm sorry?
Go ahead, my bad. I was going to say the same word, Cardiformian, but go
ahead. So like he breaks up Khoisan into northern Khoisan and southern Khoisan. And so, some of these are individual languages and he considers them isolates. And then others is just groupings. It's a language grouping. And so what the point here is when Africans do the same thing, we have a controversy. We having debates online about it. But we just automatically accept without qualification when white people come into Africa and say, no, these are related in this way, and we just believe them. This is problematic.
I agree. And I guess that ties into, let's do what you just talked about, the new study on touch mummy. So we do have genetics that link us and say who the oldest people on the planet is, the Sand and the Hadza. Now we got new genetics talking about ghost populations in West Africa, making the story more deeper for us, right? But when they get to this DNA of these Egyptians, it's always some fuck shit.
Yeah.
So,
but this is why.
Do
I'm
we
sorry.
put that same emphasis on genetics when it comes to that?
Yes, this is why it's important because again, like a person like you and I and Unc, we have a general interest in African culture and African history, right? But there's some aspects, some questions and things that require a specialization. And in order for you, if you feel that concern with it, you're going to have to join the fight and go through that training. And matter of fact, this is something that Shamarka Keita been telling me for years. Matter of fact, when I first met Shamarka Keita, it was at a conference in Atlanta, like way back in 2010 and 2011. And I was just sitting there in a circle with him, Dr. Maega, and I forgot who the other person was. But that is something that he would always stress. He's like, look, because he was telling me stories about how these white scientists would try to dismiss or sabotage the work of African historians and things of this nature. And he said the reason why they were able to do this is because they were the ones who had the degrees and the certificates in these areas, and the Africans always had to rely on their seal of approval instead of going into the fields and becoming those people. That's why we don't have a whole bunch of geneticists, dealing with African ancient Nile Valley genome studies. Because we have only a few people who are qualified and who are even interested in the fight. And so when I have conversations with Dr. Shamarka Keita, he doesn't say this, but the implication is he's tired of being alone. And Dr. Shamarka Keita turned 66 this year. So he has more years behind him than he does ahead of him. So who's going to be his predecessor? And this is one of the reasons why we stress and we're trying to push science to our audience, because we need more people who are scientists to get into this fight. And so we can no longer be satisfied with simply going on Sonetta and having debates with a bunch of pseudo heads. We're going to need some people to go get the training, and then wherever interest, you get into that fight and you do that. It's the only way that we're going to be able to push these things forward, because they're systematically trying to lock out. And so what they'll try to do is, if you don't have a degree in this, they'll just automatically dismiss you and not even look at the evidence that you provide in your assessment. That's how they do you.
But aren't you a part of Black linguistic groups? And can you give us some names of Black linguistic groups that's having this discussion so we can be abreast?
There are tons of Black linguists out there, but not many. You can count on your hand how many are actually involved in genetic grouping and reconstruction. There's not many at all. Matter of fact, there's only two. It's Theophilo Benga and Jean-Claude Mboli. Every other linguist is okay. There's two aspects to linguistics for the most part, general aspects. You have synchronic linguistics, and then you have diachronic linguistics. The diachronic linguistics is involved in that reconstruction process. Outside of the very few Africans that are involved in doing this, this field of study is actually, I ain't going to say dying, but it's not as popular as synchronic linguistics. Synchronic linguistics is the modern day languages. Everybody's involved in studying the modern day, trying to record and do all that kind of stuff.
Is that because the languages are living as well as written by studying the oldest written languages?
Well, again, if you're dealing with, like written languages, you're more so concerned with what we call philology. Now you can use philology in diachronic linguistics because you're trying to answer, how the languages have changed from the time that these written forms in these ancient times existed to now. But most linguists that you come across, they're not historical comparative linguistics. That's why even amongst white folks dealing with African languages, it's only a hand. You can count them on one hand who actually are involved in that process at all. There's only Stewart, there was Greenberg, there's Christopher Eric, and there's Orwell and Stobova. Orwell and Stobova. Those are the only ones. Everybody else, for the most part, deals with modern languages and stuff. This is why they accept what has been done, because this work, historical comparative linguistics, takes a very long time, and it takes a lot of resources. Matter of fact, when I emailed Christopher Eric way back in 2013, and I cite and I shared the email because in my book, because this is dealing with the whole Allah thing in the etymology of Allah. 1995 is when he published his reconstruction of Afroasiatic. Matter of fact, there's only been two authors. Well, I should say three authors, but the second book is a co-author. So Orwell and Stobova and Christopher Eric are the only two individuals who have attempted a reconstruction of Afroasiatic. No one has attempted a reconstruction on Niger Congo, but Christopher Eric, to my knowledge, is the only one who's attempted one on Nilo-Saharan as well. Now, again, it's only a few people that do it because it takes so long. Most people won't even deal with it, because it's the linguistic equivalent to putting together a large hadron collider. It takes so many resources to do that in so many years. And so, I forgot, that's why I bring them up. So in the email, I had asked him about, since he never gave an etymology for Allah in his 1995 work on his reconstruction of Afroasiatic. So I asked him, did you, since then find the root to what became Allah in Arabic and El in Hebrew and etc. In the language itself in Semitic, and does it exist in other Afroasiatic languages? I'm not trying to debate him and say Afroasiatic pseudo. I'm going with Afroasiatic exists so I can get this answer. So he says that Allah does not exist outside of Semitic, that it was a Semitic invention, right? What we call an innovation in the language. And so, but is what he said after. He was like, I'm going to do an updated version of my 1995 work. Remember, this was it was 2014. I sent the email in November of 2013, but he replied in January of 2014. So he was saying that, he's been working on more reconstructions and things of this nature that he hopes to come out with in a number of years. But he has to do some other work that he was dealing with Cushitic. And so he said, I should be done with the Cushitic in like another 5 years or so. So he can't even get back to the other stuff because he has this other work. But I'm just saying this to get to the point that it takes a long time. So it's 2020 right now, and he still hasn't published his second edition update to his 1995 work. So that was 25 years ago.
All right.
So think about like how long think about 25 years of your life just to do a reconstruction of a language family. It takes a very long time, which is why there's not many people to do it. So when you talk about like a Theophilo Binga, a Jean-Claude Mboli, a Christopher Arid, Orwell and Stabova, etc., regardless of how you feel about the conclusions that they come to, you have to respect the work that they've done because it takes so long. So it took Mboli 10 years to do the languages, and he only dealt with like 13, I think it's 13 to 17 languages, and this is individual languages. This isn't like attempting to do like 300 or 400 languages. With like in the case of Niger Congo and Afro-Asiatic and stuff like this. It's only 13 to 17 language, takes him 10 years. So when you understand that, then you can understand why it's not that many people involved in that process.
I get what you're saying. It's the same thing sort of as in science and DNA and everything else that we deal with, yeah? Same thing.
Exactly.
Yo, what do you think about the language families of the people who founded Göbekli Tepe? In that area in Turkey and Göbekli Tepe. What do you think about what you got for that?
I mean, is there writing anywhere that we can determine what language family?
Nah, we can't.
There's unless there's writing, you can't tell what language those people spoke.
Right. We just got temple marks and shit like that.
Yeah, that's another thing that when I was like having those debates with Ned or Neb and all of them and what's his name, Dr. Clyde Winters, they were making these claims about groups of people that left no language.
Yeah, but that's the thing that I got. That's the thing that why I asked you about proto languages. So when you start to go to 18,000 and 20,000 years ago, there's no writing. So you using stuff of living languages as well as a written record, but you using that and then you hypothesizing based off
It's
that.
It's not a hypothesis. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. So it's a theory.
Okay, so
exactly.
Theory. All right.
And matter of fact, I made a stress of that in my book because a hypothesis. So the hypothesis. Right. So that's what I'm saying. And until you start going through the process of doing this stuff, it's not going to make sense, immediately to the laypersons. But my argument. So I have a hypothesis. My hypothesis is that Wolof, ancient Egyptian, Middle Egyptian, and the Mbochi language in the Democratic Republic of Congo are related languages. That's my argument. That's my hypothesis. Now, I have to prove that. So I go do the work. And let's just say that I was successful in that. So now, the argument, if I show that these languages are genetically related, I have to logically deduce that there was a parent language that gave birth to these, or I shouldn't say gave birth, but evolved into these three languages: Wolof, Mbochi, and Egyptian.
Oh, based off the fact
that language. I'm sorry.
No, I hear you. Based off the fact that they related, so it's just like evolution. If you look at it in terms of right, if you share common DNA. The reason you said shared 98% or 99% DNA with a chimpanzee because you got a common ancestor. Same thought process, right?
Yes, and so matter of fact,
molecular clock.
I'm sorry.
Molecular clock. When you give these numbers to say that this is possible, this 300,000 years ago or 6 million years ago.
You can't date languages either. This is another debate that's ongoing in linguistics. But you can't date languages. That's a bunch of statistical flim flam.
So why even give a date to proto?
I don't give dates. Yeah, but you have
that's
people who
what
give
I was
dates.
trying to say. That's what I was trying to say. Like they giving these dates of 18,000, 20,000 years ago. Afro-Asiatic was right here. Just the codal language right here. This is what it happened.
Look, I'm not trying to sell y'all on my book.
No, I get what you're saying,
No,
man.
this is what I'm saying. I would encourage everyone to get my book, Aluja Volume 2, and read chapters 8 and 9.
Watch this, Assault. Watch this.
Yeah, that's I'm not. It's not because I summarize.
It's on Amazon, right? It's on Amazon, right? Watch this.
Correct.
Watch this. All right, go ahead. Keep talking.
So
spell it
again, like with the I'm sorry, Aluja, AALU, and it's really kind of Aluya, but it's say Aluja.
I see
But
Aluja.
Hallelujah, hallelujah.
And you said the second one. You charged $45, bro.
Yep.
Okay.
The book is 500. Not 500.
I'm looking at it right now. Now here
it
we
is.
go.
It's like 560 pages almost.
All right, so let me see. Let me put this in here. Now, this is what we're gonna do here. I'm gonna get this book, and I'm gonna put it on the screen so you can see that I just ordered the book. All right, here's the book.
55 pages.
All right, here we go. Place your order. Now, once I buy this book, now you got to come on the MBK show, and we're gonna talk about this African American culture 1800s. We going in there. Going in there. All right, here we go. So now let me share my screen. Let me share my screen so you can see the book is purchased. It's ready. It's ready for go.
Damn, we believe you, Rob. Won't cut it out.
Nah, man, we in the show and prove business. I'm in show and prove business. I don't do the I did that. Here you go right here. Look what it say.
Man.
Right there. Bomb.
I got the PDF for the dub.
It's right here. See it?
Yes.
Buy the PDF.
I appreciate it. And
now you got
this. Matter of fact, I recommend before y'all even read any other aspect of the book,
the dictionary.
8 and 9.
Oh, y'all got
read
the
chapters
PDF?
8 and 9.
Y'all just made me buy that book. Y'all got the PDF?
No, there ain't no PDF.
Nah, ain't nobody got the PDF, yo. We got the books.
Nah,
you need the dictionary too, yo.
Nah, he don't need the dictionary. The dictionary is more for people who, I mean, and really I wrote the dictionary so I can have all my comparisons in one place instead of scattered between different articles and books, so I can review them and go back over them and correct any mistakes. And so it's hard to do that when you're going through 40 different, texts you've written over the years.
That's nice little work you got there, sir.
And appreciate it.
Here comes my man, true story. He said, "What the hell going on? Chill, man. I'm working over here. We gonna get us all, man. He gonna talk about that Turner book. We gonna talk about this. I'll get him over there, yo.
Look,
That's the deal for me buying the book, Assault. That's the deal for me buying that book. You coming over?
I mean, you have to buy the book to invite me on the show. I would have came on the show regardless.
Free.
What is
I asked about. Hey, let me say this though. Shout out to Beer Bay.
Yo, somebody talking in the background. It sounds crazy.
Yeah, who is that? I'm gonna mute him out. All right, we good. Shout out to Shabir Bay. Appreciate you, bro. You said the name one time too many. Shout out to you there, bro. I just want to give you a shout out there, man. Know you in the chat. What time is, man? I'm out of here, man. I gotta get up in the morning, man. Y'all tripping, man.
He still said the name though. He was invited. He got the information. He didn't want to mess with us.
No, I said no. Shabir Bay, he just wanted to talk quick. Got a little comfortable, with his head in the sand for the last 5 years. Probably went to Barcelona some damn way and grabbed one book out the library. And there you go. That's how they do.
Let's know the Asiatics is coming back. We coming to take over Egypt again. And Assault about to get up out of here, man. He about to be up out of here. I'm just saying, son. I'm saying there's no movement more powerful than the Asiatic black man in America, bro. What's poppin'? Who want to take that?
Asiatic black man. That shit, you know, somebody named the Asiatic black man. I be like, man, crazy, yo. All right, we've been on here for a while, man. I'm glad everybody tuned in. Asar, appreciate you coming through, warming up, man. It's always good to have the family back around, man. Appreciate you, man.
Yo, they sent out the backcourt. They ain't like what I was saying. They sent out the backcourt. Like, what's up? Please.
Rob, hold on for a minute, man. I'm trying to close out. Look, God Almighty, man. They gotta turn you off. Once you get going, you ain't gonna stop. Hey, make sure y'all support Sahotep's channel, man. All right. Support the MBK channel. All right. And y'all know what it is, man. We've been here. We done rocked this shit since 5 o'clock. We did the golf field shit. But I'm glad y'all came over here, had a very, very diverse conversation. We're gonna split the show up a little bit. Support the podcast, Real Black Atheist Podcast. You can find us on that download, man. We appreciate everybody coming through. Vince Blue, what's up, man? Appreciate you coming through, Mika. Appreciate you controlling chat. Zane, what's up with your show? Appreciate that. Done with a do, man. And you know, man, check this out, man. Support the Abs You Wear store, man. Y'all been hitting that shit today. Appreciate that, man. Support the Cash App, Uncle Cat at Cash App. All right, man. Look, check this out, man. We out, man. Peace.